Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pullze Check podcast. Guys, we just got back from World Series of Warzone, and let me tell you, oh my goodness, this is I don't even know what to say. It was different,
Bro, he was amazing.
but at the same time, also what I expected. Boys, over just general thoughts right now. Talk to me. How do we feel about World Series of Warzone? Tell me.
It was amazing.
Great. Yeah, you were expecting for the outcome like this to happen? Nah, I'm just kidding, bro.
We're already glazing, bro. We're already glazing. We're like
I will
30
say
seconds
that obviously we're not surprised by the outcome, but I do feel like it would be interesting to see what a couple extra weeks would have been different because of how good some of these teams came into form at the last minute. And this is just talking about competitive aspects of it. I do think there was a couple hiccups in the last game in terms of setups that not getting reset. I think there's some issues that we'll talk about with that. I think in general, event as a whole, good. I think there's some issues with maybe some pricing of tickets or something, but I think there's other feedback we could give about the venue. But
Yeah.
I think overall, 2-day event, awesome.
Absolutely masterclass, yeah.
Rampage, tell me. I know you're eager to talk, Rampage. Tell me, what was your thoughts on this weekend, man?
On the weekend, just in general, like the watch party, bro, like a bunch of records being broken, man. That boys being the top 5 was probably like the biggest thing. Obviously the Falcons, Aiden, and then how's it called? Was it Adrian and Swag?
Yep.
I'm getting all over the place, bro. Like just, I would say the venue. Like I wish the crowd would have been louder. You know, like I tried to do a chant, but they were just looking at me. And I was like, oh, shit. I felt like Ninja when he was trying to do the floss at you know what I'm saying? I was like, come on, let's get some movement out here. But it was dope, man. It was dope.
And
I'll definitely won't forget it.
and no one like no one did it with you, Pops. You were all solo.
Yeah, not even like anybody on the couch. I was like, yo, Hector, you got me. Bro, I was like, you know, it's all good though. Like, I went into it knowing that potentially it wasn't going to happen. So, you know, it's not that bad.
Shit, hey, you know what I'm saying? All right, Dandro, how did you feel, man? How did you feel, bro?
Dude, it felt great. I mean, going into it, I had my reservations, but I would say they all got blown out of the water. I mean, it was a dope show. Obviously, day one was a clusterfuck, but thankfully, that's why I get paid what I do, and we made it through it, and it's fine, and it was great. And then day 2 banged, so we came back and we regained, and I was all about it.
Facts. Okay, Mr. Ebatez, what's good, man? Talk to me.
Dude, overall, man, World Series was amazing. I do think that the event was amazing. Besides obviously the tech delays day 1, and I think some little stuff they do, but overall, like super grateful for the event, all the hosts, everything. I thought it was pretty organized. The format was great. I thought day 1 6 games, and the solo YOLO was 7 games day 1 and then 7 games day 2 was a perfect balance. Obviously, last year we had 6 games total, so
right.
Huge upgrade on that end. Overall, it was just great to meet everybody, put some faces to names, and I think I didn't deal with a single like dickhead all week. Like I think everybody was so nice, like, you know, and respectful, and so I had a good time.
Everyone except the staff. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I agree. The staff, brother.
And it was only a handful of staff, to be honest.
True. Like, I'm not talking about World Series Warzone staff. I'm talking like, bro, it's always like this. Though. Side note, it's always like that though. Like every single venue, why are they so mean, bro?
They don't want to risk their job. That's what they told me, man. Like, I literally was talking to the person, and she knows I was with you guys for the production. Yeah. And she's like, that's a you problem, not mine. I'm not risking my job for you.
That's a World Series. She was from World Series, though.
That's fine. Never mind. Hey, she kicked me out, man. I respect it.
It is what it is, man. Look, I guess here is kind of my thoughts on the World Series, bro. First of all, am I gonna be mean today?
What's up?
Am I gonna be mean?
Yeah. Just be raw, bro.
First of all,
what?
These competitors, some of y'all are some bitches, bro.
Whoa!
No. Hey. How y'all gonna tell me that y'all gonna land on fucking Falcons? Y'all be telling me in the DMs, I'm landing on them. Or just wait till we get to land. I won't land on them online, but I'm gonna land on them on land. And not a single person landed on them?
No, bro.
Not a single
what are these initials?
I remember saying this on the broadcast, and I brought it up, and you were like, oh, that kind of makes sense. But there's another part to it where I said, well, obviously, if somebody's in contention, they're gonna go, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep doing my same game plan because we had this work 3 out of the 6 matches. We're just gonna hopefully we get one of the good matches, and they probably could get into the money because the difference between the price, like the points, wasn't insane. But I also think the other factor was everyone thought everyone was gonna do it, so nobody did it.
Is that what you think happened?
In the back of their head, it's gonna be like, you know what? So and so is gonna do it. I'm good. So and so's gonna, yeah.
Like tabulators in my chat right now saying, I think he finished like 28th, and then he was saying that like he thought the top team should have done it because they're the ones that are like trying to win the tournament, and he's trying to get back into the tournament. And then I heard the top team saying the bottom team should have done it because they're the ones that are, you know, trying to get the money and all this stuff. And I'm like, so it was just a game of cat and mouse. It was both sides, both basically expecting somebody to do the dirty work. Nobody
they should have typed in chat, bro. It would have been like,
so
I'm landing Popov, FYI. If the 127 of y'all or 117 of y'all want to join.
Look, I'll tell you, there's so much to discuss here. We'll stay on this one. Bro, even, I'm not going to lie, bro. Even, okay, thank God Diaz just said it. Diaz, Shifty, and Soka were talking about it, and they even said, I won't use the words, right, just in case, but they said, why did nobody in the top 5 land on them either? Like, even they were like, why didn't COD, Diaz just said in the chat, why didn't COD Immunity land on them? Like they are the second place team. Like the reason that I gave them, I said, look, I'm pretty sure they thought that everybody else was going to land on them. That's
all sides thought that somebody else was going to do it, and then nobody did it. Like that's
also the other part is like what these other teams, like Unrational's team or Sage's team or even Aiden's team that were like in the top 4. Yeah. What they had already been doing was clearly working.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, why would you change up the script? So it's a very risky thing to do. If somebody did it, it would have been ballsy, and everyone would have been like a little bit of respect for them, a little bit different respect. But that they didn't, it's also like, okay, it's like a responsible decision.
I think regardless,
so much more
bro.
To lose if you're a top team, man.
Yep.
You do. Like if you try and contest them, they're obviously 3 insanely good players, and you're in second. Obviously, if you go out early, that like creates so much gap that it was close, right? Second or 5th.
So this is what they said. This is what they said. Their argument to this was like, this is what they said. Okay, look, if we were second, we would have landed on the first place team, and that's what Diaz just said in the chat. He said, if we were second, we would have landed on them. He said, the reason being because he said, I'm gonna say it in a nicer term. He said, they're not scared of getting 5th. They don't care about getting 3rd. They want to win. So they said, all these teams, even the second place team, they wouldn't land on them because they're scared to lose the gunfight and then get 3rd, 4th, 5th, or whatever if they lose the fight. But Diaz and them said, like, pretty much, it's either do or die. He's like, that's what we did during EWC. We fought Fnatic, and we knew if we lost that fight, we were going to get 2nd or 3rd or whatever, but we knew if we win the whole tournament. So that's what.
Here's the other problem with that too, because of the way the match point system works. Let's say Unrational Teams goes for it and they get chalked off. Well, then the next game they might not even be on match point, so they don't even have a chance to close out. So it's a very risky. Like, I get where they're coming from, like all in, but they were like one of 2 teams even in contention of match point. And by the end of it, they were the only one other than SSD to get on match point.
Yeah. That's how I see it too. Like, it's for those teams at the top, it's a high risk, high reward, but the teams at the bottom, it's a low or high reward. Like, if you land on those guys at Popov, man, and you kill them, you just kill the teams. You're trying to extend the tournament. You are out of the money. You needed this tournament to go on longer. And if you don't do anything about it, your tournament's over. And if you land on them, if you kill them, let's say, low chance, but let's say it happens. It's a high risk, high reward, or low risk, high reward. Your tournament's going to keep going, and you have one of the best POIs in the game now. So you could set yourself up to have that banger game to get you back in the top 20. You just played 12 games. You're in the bottom 20 of the tournament. Why are you doing the same shit you just did for 12 games, day 1 and day 2? It's clearly not working. You got to change it up, and you need this tournament to keep going. land on the team that's on match point, keep the tournament going, take the best POI in the game, and try and have a banger game to get you back into the conversation of some money. There's no reason that the teams that were out of the money, you just played 12 games. 12 games you got shit on, and you didn't want to change anything.
Damn.
You're too stubborn. You're so stubborn. You didn't want to change anything. It didn't make any sense to
I
me.
will also add, this is a different type of thing, is the people that would have that mentality that you're talking about wouldn't be in the bottom 5, and they weren't in the bottom 5. Or else if they would have done it.
Right.
Like, this is a reality. Like,
True.
Bro,
you know what I mean? If like, let's say Super Evan, Swag, Sage, if any of these teams are like in the bottom 5, they would 100% land on them. I feel like they would. Because of this reason, I feel like they would. But they're not a bottom 5 team.
I'm just so confused. I mean, this is the biggest topic of discussion. There's so much to talk about, but like, it doesn't make sense to me why, like, even then, like, we made the prediction, like, oh, dude, there might be like 20 fucking people landing on them. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if half the lobby landed in Pop-Off. And we were having the debate on the desk, if we are in the couch, if it was like, hey, are they gonna leave Pop-Off to go somewhere else, right? Like, we've seen what happens, right? But Rampage, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I mean, I think in general, obviously, like you said, eBay's the bottom 40. I think just in general, anybody, the top 5, the fucking middle of the pack should have been at least a team contesting them. I feel like everybody was just playing for like top 5 or like second place, you know, like that's even so, like, I know there's like a lot of risk, but like you just got to go for it, man. If you're able to achieve it, that's the beautiful thing about match point. I know you chalk your game, but it still keeps going. As soon as they're dead, it keeps going. And it's slowly, like, it's a longer tournament. It's more incremented. And that's the biggest thing. A lot of people just play too safe. You never know until you do something. So, like, I feel like that's the biggest thing.
I got my opinions. I got my opinions on that, which remind me about that, because I don't even know where to start. Like, this shit might just be like a fucking 5-hour pod, because there's so much things to break down, man. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I mean, look, man, I'm going to start off by saying, first off, this definitely was the biggest leap forward, in my opinion, when it comes to the competitive scene from World Series of Warzone perspective, right? We went last year, 1 day, 6 games, tournaments over, to this year, arguably, like, bro, JGod just came in here and said that Falcons have won $600,000 as a team on this map alone this year. That is fucking absurd.
Not including Rebirth? Like the EWC?
Yeah, I guess not including that. He said on this map, or maybe he meant this year. But 600K, the amount of tournaments that we've had leading up into the World Series has been insane. The amount of support that Activision has given the competitive scene comparatively to last year, and even in general, is fucking insane. Like, people can say whatever they want, but take a step back and see last year comparatively to this year. It's like it's literally night and day. The amount of tournaments, the amount of money, the amount of just support that we've had. I want to start off by saying how incredibly grateful I am to Activision, World Series of Warzone, just in general, for the competitive season this year. Now, I will say, let's talk about the players.
Whoa, okay.
I am mind blown at where we're at right now, because I obviously don't want to just say, I've watched so many VODs, and we've all watched so much gameplay, and it's like, and I'm just mind blown at how some of these teams still don't know how to fucking play Warzone.
Damn.
No.
I will say, even in the top 5, there's tons of mistakes being made, and so much room for teams to close the gap with simple changes.
Listen, I want to put this into perspective for you. Falcons on Sunday, they will tell you this themselves. They were beatable. Falcons on Sunday were beatable. They said it themselves. They made so many mistakes, but there was not a team that was good enough to catch up. It just, again, it doesn't. Warzone is not inconsistent blast. It's not. The players and the teams that can control the RNG the best as possible, those are the teams that will do good. And I'm tired of players saying that Warzone is all luck. It's all. I highly disagree. I highly disagree.
You can add like a little line to that. If it was a one match and one match only, like a solo YOLO, 100% we can debate the argument of whether it's random. But they had 6 matches, over the course of 6 matches, it is far less random and far less like RNG. There are elements, and like you said, it's how people handle it. If it truly was a one and done, if we ran the solo YOLO 5 more times, we'd get a different winner every time. Top 5 would look different every time. That would not happen. We could run this tournament another weekend, and it would probably still shake out similar. Obviously, there'd be some like differences because sometimes things go different. But realistically, it would end up the same.
I think, look, man, there needs to be a shift in the competitive environment, in my opinion. Like, the players say, oh, like, if only we had a league, Motherfuckers, we practically have. We have a tournament every fucking week. We dead ass have tournaments every shit. Bro, for the last 2-3 months, we've had a tournament almost practically every day. It's reminding me of like Verdansk back in the day. Again, in my opinion, I think some of these players need to get out of their own heads and keep putting the excuse that, and I'm not Blast. Guys, leave Blast alone. I love him. That's my boy. But I'm saying in general, like, Warzone is not all luck, right? Falcons are where they're at because of their skill and their dedication and their hard work. They don't get pop off for free. I'm tired of people saying, they have bullied every single team, and that's why they go pop off. That's why nobody lands them, because they're so good that they've bullied all of y'all out of it. That's why if they were not as good as they were, that's not RNG.
Even the rotations, bro. I asked for that map. I went back. Obviously, we didn't show it too much on the Pullze Check watch party stuff. But I actually went back and watched the VOD of just the last match, and it has the overhead view of the map, of the entire map, and you can see. And it's like it's a dead zone. Like, nobody goes near there, and anyone who does, they lose 1 or 2 coming out of there. Because you seen Bread was trying to rotate through there with his team. They end up losing 2. They back off, and they're caught off, and they get trapped by another team that's also just on the outside of the area, just staying away. There's somebody who flies a helicopter. They fly from the left side of Pop-Off to the right, like across the water to military, and they kind of go towards the edge of the map. Just to stay away, bro. Like literally fucking everywhere. It's just crazy to watch. I watched the whole POV.
I broke it down.
All the POV. It's sad.
I did a video today. Breaking down their winning stuff, right? And I'm not kidding. Teams pulled up on Pop-Off, saw it was them, and no troll just ran away. Like, they barely fought in Pop-Off the entire time. The only time they fought was on the bridge when people were forced to rotate to them. That I get it, man, but like, there needs to be. I saw Aiden put out a tweet, man, and I was so proud of what he said, and he pretty much did not make a single excuse and said, I am so happy and thankful of how Falcons played, and they made me realize how much I need to improve and how much I want to get better at this game. Like, that is the mentality here. I'll have it right here. That is the mentality I think everybody should be having, bro.
While you're bringing that up, to go back and add on to like kind of what you're saying too, with them having Pop-Off and bullying people out, Aiden's team's another team that bullied 3 or 4 teams out of Superstore because they're just better. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. I mean, the teams that are good are going to bully people out for the best POIs on the map. And obviously we saw Aiden, once they got Superstore, they literally just leveled up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if your team is good enough, you will have better starts. Why? Because people are scared to fight you. And again, I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Like that just shows that it does take skill. It does take it. It's not just all luck. I really do hate that people continue to use that as an excuse, because it isn't. Because if you had the skill of Falcons, you would be doing the exact same thing, in my opinion. Right? Like, again, so reading this, watching SSD dominate these last couple months has truly been inspirational. Never been more motivated to get nerdy and grind the fuck out of this new Warzone and try to be the best again. Like, I wish more people had that mentality. I really do. Go ahead, Rampage. Sorry.
No. I saw the same thing from like Jukies and Lennon. Like, they're more passionate, and just in general, bro. Like you said, I don't understand where like there's no contest on that. Like, there's a bunch of scrims where people could have practiced. I mean, we had FIFA. Yes, they were dying, but there'd be like Super Evan, the Wolf, like, who would rotate Pop-Off and would find like some success wiping out. Not all the time, but sometimes, and eventually you keep fighting the same team, you will find a pattern. And like a little opening. And if you're not contesting them, it makes it even so much easier for them to win it because they got that whole POI. They're gonna go out there with so much money to regain. You wipe them out, yeah, they come back, they get a loadout, and they're back where they were. So I don't understand where it comes to a point where you at least try to fight them, and then like where it's a little bit harder. I know obviously like it's gonna be hard, but I don't understand as a competitor, how can you just accept that, you know? How can you not like just try to do it, you know?
So
like, who gives a fuck?
Go ahead, Andrew.
The other interesting thing too is that like even like when I talked to Shifty, it was like, how do you feel about like being said that like you're being given pop-off for free? I think there were so many teams this year who tried to put an emphasis on early game eliminations and didn't realize it didn't give a fuck. You didn't have to get an elimination before third circle to like have good games. And that was like their whole mentality, right? Was that, yeah, they get pop off, they hit the contracts, they're walking out with fat stacks of cash. Sure, if you do find a random team or two, great. But like they usually didn't have kills until like that third or fourth circle, till they could pop the advanced UAV. And that's when you saw them get active. That's when you saw them set up basically like the feeds on edge of zone where they catch all of those teams. Dude, that game, I think it was game 1, game 2, right? Where they are able to set up Academy. They didn't have like anything going into that. I think Shifty had like 1 kill, and then coming out of Academy, I think he has like 8 rolling at him, right? Because they just set up with triple advanced UAVs. They're like, all right, sick. All of you guys have to come to us because they're able to make that read. And so there's like so many people who are like, I would talk to and they're like, yeah, man, we're really trying to focus on like getting our early game right, like get those early elims. And I'm like, why? Like, no, like you don't have to. Like, you don't even have to do that. Like, it's not even what the best. And it's like, that's been the thing forever. That's exactly what TBE did, right? They land hospital, just beat everybody, get in a heli, and then set up power positions, let everybody roll into them. That's all they did. Every set. And that's how they were dominant, right there. Same thing. So it's like, it was just like, I think just some competitors put a little bit weird of like a importance on like the wrong area and didn't actually do research on like, how are they getting these kills? How do we actually set up for our POI? And that's the thing, is like you have to take what they were doing and then like apply it to what you wanted to do in your team. And it was just something I noticed like over the last like basically 2 months. That I was like, why is nobody actually changing this? Like it was, weird, man.
Yeah, that goes to sorry, Hector. That goes to show like the same thing in Saudi, bro. Whenever they had stronghold, nobody was going stronghold, so and they weren't finding kills, and that's why they had to go rotate through the whole entire map. I see that that play, Dandro. Dude, that just goes to like VOD reviews, you know? Like you said, some people just watch the VOD, but like you could actually break it down like play by play. And exactly like you said, only Zach Hollow was going there. I mean, FIFA was going there a little bit too, but they would just loot up and then just go somewhere else, you know? They weren't like actually trying to take the fight. So I see that.
Yeah. I mean, look, bro, I think let's have this conversation, right? We know Diaz is not retiring, so this team is staying, right? What now? We're gonna get into the specifics, right?
Wait till they announce quads.
Oh no, my! Don't even say that. Don't even say that.
Imagine.
Don't even say that. Holy fuck!
Crazy.
Oh, quitting, yeah.
So what now needs to happen? Because this team is not going to get worse. They're not. What needs to happen for the competitors to push the needle forward and make this shit competitive? What needs to change? Because there's so much to discuss here, right? There's so many things to kind of break down. But I do think a lot of teams had the mentality. I had a different mentality than what I think they should have. This is no longer, you can no longer not play scrims and expect to be good. You can no longer not practice and expect to just show up on game day and be good. That day and age is gone. That was the first ever World Series of Warzone, second year, maybe, right? Now, you can't do that no more. You need to play. You need to practice. You need to get better. You need to put time and effort into it. So, boys, what do you guys think going forward? Ebatez, JGod, I haven't heard from you guys, so talk to me.
I think so. I think starting off, this is kind of a little off topic, but it's a part of it. I think that this year will be different in the sense that we usually start the year with good players playing with content creators so that they could get guaranteed invites to tournaments. And I think with Warzone Total Frenzy, they've kind of changed that. So I'm hoping that starting off the year, teams can form teams that they want to play with, not because they have to. So I think that will be a huge push to start the year off, is that players will be playing with teams that they actually want to, and not just being like, hey, let's talk back in March or April, but for right now, I have to play with X and Y because they get the invites and I have to just, I need to get in a tournament. So I think that'll be a good start. I think teams in general will start to see some super teams. You know, I'm sure that some talks have already been happened. I mean, I know Braxton came in my chat yesterday and said that Youngsters will probably IGL a different team this year. So, I mean, that's already a roster that's being moved. I think Youngsters is a great player. So I'm sure it's already in the talks. I think one, strength of rosters. I think that's a huge part. And two, longevity. I mean, we saw Gary, Scummin, and Dongi, probably the longest trio this year, besides obviously.
Yeah.
Actually, who else? I don't even know.
Oh,
They started off the
yeah.
year together and they ended in second. So I think that'll be super important. I think that team's a testament to kind of what I'm hoping happens. But I don't know, man. I think VODs is more important than people think. I think that playing the game less and watching more film is really, really important. And even getting a second opinion. I mean, I'm not going to take any credit for Aiden and them, but they were struggling. And I gave them some opinions a couple nights in a row, just sat in court with them for like probably 12 hours, just told them what I thought. And then they took that advice and just built off that and got crazy good. And that's not time in the game. That's just getting opinions and just being open to feedback. I think a lot of players need to drop egos, man. There's a lot of egos. You know, I'm going to call somebody out, man. I'm going to call somebody out. Somebody that's talented, I think, is probably one of the best players, in my opinion. I think one of the best players in the game. But I think he's not open to feedback. I think Prospect is probably one of the better players in the game. But I think he's a bad teammate, man. And I've talked to him about feedback and stuff, and I think he's very stubborn. And I think that is somebody who, in my opinion, just there's so many more people like Prospect. I'm just using that as an example. But there's just people need to be less egotistical and be open to feedback. And they need to reach out and actually put in the work and be like, what am I doing wrong as a player? How can I be a better teammate? It's just not about individuality anymore. And I think people need to be creating teams and not best players on paper. We need to be creating teams. People like you look at Shifty, BIFFLE, Ahsoka. I'm yapping right now. Those guys like each other, and you can tell they like each other and they trust each other. Soka will die for BIFFLE anytime. He said if BIFFLE told him to jump off a bridge and die and break his legs in the game, he would do it. There's just a trust there. There's a trust level. So I think people need to start building teams and not just putting on paper what might seem like the best. So that's what I'm hoping.
Just to add to that, because I know JGod's about to go hard. I don't want to stop him, but I just wanted to add to that. I think yes, so many times, and I think it comes like from the public. It comes from everybody watching at home. Oh, what did this person's KD? What is this person's KD? How many kills this guy? Who's top fragger? Yes, that stuff is great. That's fine. Like that is a pretty decent rule, a metric to kind of determine if somebody's good or not. But it doesn't paint the whole picture. And I really want everybody to know, and I want all the competitors to understand that, bro, you could have like a shittier team. A shittier team could place way better than you because they have their fundies and they're way better than you at fundamentals. They're way better than you at playing their life. They're way better at team chem. Like, it's not about raw gun skill. It's not about raw skill anymore. That is why you see certain trios be formed that are on paper, oh my God, that team's super good. They're the best streamers ever. They're the best players ever. And then they got shit on because it's not about that. It's not about individual talent anymore. It's about how well you play with your trio. It's about how so many people, for example, Sage, Adrian, and Swag, were talking shit about that team all year, and they placed better than 95% of the fucking the player base. Why? Because they clicked on game day. They clicked, right? So those are the things that I want people to understand going forward. And it's like these players need to drop their egos and pick up somebody. Right now, there is one, maybe like two good IGLs in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
And there is,
I agree.
I'm telling you right now, there's very few IGLs that are actually good. Like I'm just being so blunt right now. And a lot of these players, in my opinion, if you are an IGL, you have the most sought after spot right now because again, we're past that whole raw skill. I don't give a fuck if you drop 7 kills the whole World Series of Warzone. Don't give a fuck. If you can get your team to end game, that is more valuable than somebody dropping 30 kills. That's the way I feel. But go ahead, JGod. Cook.
So I think a couple different things happened. I think last year was a little bit deceptive to people because the gap between first, second, third, fourth didn't feel as large, even though not SSD, but Sage, Shifty, and well, still SSD, right? But different SSD. But whatever you called them before, the gap didn't feel quite as large, so I think people didn't take it really seriously. And by the time people were already taking seriously, people had already locked in their teams, and it was kind of too late. So they really couldn't switch it up because that's just kind of how the timing of everything worked. Obviously, if World Series of Warzone starts way earlier, then it's even a bigger problem. It's kind of like these people are locked in and they really have no tools to change it. Like even in the example where FIFA and them, where he's saying basically they need a split, even initially we felt like after we'd watched them a bit, like, the team just doesn't work. What the hell are they gonna do? They qualified. Like, what are they supposed to do? Just like switch it up to form a better team? You really couldn't. I think there's certain benchmarks where maybe people are gonna take it a little bit differently and take it way more serious, way more early. And they're gonna be able to form teams and identify weaknesses to feel how people are gonna fill into these roles. Because obviously roles do blend at times depending on what you need and how that team chemistry is going to be. They're going to be way more locked in on what that is because now they know where the benchmark is and they know it's semi-attainable because if you give like one match just goes a little bit different, Aiden and Unrational are in the mix for the match point and we get a really crazy ending.
Right.
It could have been totally different. There is that gap. And then it's kind of like once you get past that, a bunch of people can compete and they're good and they're coming in for top 5 or something. They're not going to win, but they can kind of see where that gap is. So I think that's going to change it a little bit is the urgency around those elements.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, I think this year, in my opinion, this year, and people can say, oh my God, Falcons made it boring. You could say whatever you want, right? But like this, I think proved and changed a lot of players' mentalities, in my opinion. I think going forward next year, there will not be no more friendship league. In my opinion, there will not be. Oh, we're best friends. Again, that's fine. Like again, I'm a big advocate for playing with people that you're comfortable with, but you need to click. If you're best friends and you're not clicking and you're not playing well together, then find somebody else. It's all about team chemistry, right? So I hope that next year people start to prioritize and try to make the best teams possible, not on paper, best teams, not individuals, best teams, right? So, boys, let's kind of go over. So,
Dandro looks like he wants to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I listen. I've had so many thoughts on this all year long, so you're just really getting my thoughts.
Talk to me. Go.
But this was the first year that, like you said, you couldn't just form a super team on paper. I honestly think that Falcons were a step ahead of everyone, and it's like, I think their gun skill and like game sense wise is actually closer to a lot of other players than people realize. What I think separated them was their work ethic. It was their ability to sit down and actually like work through stuff. Dude, there were top teams who told me that like they had players who weren't VOD reviewing, like Ethan said.
Oh, hell no.
I'm like, that is insane to me. And it's like they were teams with big streamers on them. And they were teams that like had these people like, oh, well, I watch VOD review and then I bring it to the team, right? And I'd be like, that's just like unacceptable. Like they're the only team that actually treated this like an esport because they looked at it and they said, wow, here's all this money that we can earn. But to JGod's point, I think going into next year, you have to like, it's this weird ends of the spectrum where like, you have to know your role and like know exactly what you need to do on the map, like those fundamentals to be able to get there. But you have to also be flexible enough that like, you have to be able to morph and shift into it because that's what we saw a lot of the top teams. It was people being okay. Like you're going to get into those situations where you have somebody regaining, maybe your entry fragger like is coming back in from the gulag and you two need to bang out a building to grab power position. If you don't feel confident being able to like flex into that role, you're a shitty teammate. And that's just like the only reality of it, right? You have to be able to like work with your team to be able to do that. And I think that's like really what the top teams, like Aiden, Z-Smith, DJ Moss, any of those guys feel comfortable filling one of those other roles, right? Same thing with Unrational, Scummin, and Dongi. Any of those guys feel comfortable, I think, having to temporarily slot into those roles. And I think that's like what people are missing. They like don't feel confident in the role that they even have, but then don't even feel confident when they need to go in and help out the team to do something.
Selfish players are the worst to play with, bro. It's the worst. When teammates feel like they have to, when there's a fragger who thinks that all they can do is frag, it's the most frustrating thing as a player who's trying to support a team and trying to do anything they can for the team. It's such a frustrating thing. I agree with you, Dan.
I mean, look, man, there's a lot that I think needs to change from the competitor side of things. And I'm curious, bro, like, yo, people think that there's going to be a big break between tournaments. Buddy, Total Frenzy already announced there's a tournament next week.
Hell yeah.
Like, we're going to see Roster Mania already next week. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that the competitive scene does not die leading up until the next World Series. Of course, I'm not talking fucking scrims every day, right? But like, a tournament or two a week, get ready, because this Roster Mania shit is gonna pop off already. So look, let's kind of go over. Let's take a pause on this convo and let's go over the leaderboard, man. There's so much to talk about. We have KDs, we have damage, we have KD day 2, we have overall leaderboard. I want to talk about the future.
Regions.
I mean, regions. Hey, we got regions.
Aw, come on, JGod.
Hey,
Come on, JGod.
you didn't even know what I'm
He's
saying.
factual. He's just
I know exactly
factual.
what you're saying.
Oh, we got region talk.
Chit chat. We gonna talk about regions, all right?
Come on, man. No.
Hey, yo.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go over it. Okay, so first and foremost, let's go over top 10. All right, boys, we're gonna start with that. Let's go over top 10 at the moment for World Series of Warzone, and let's go Huskers, Brawlic, and Jackal. There is two leaderboards floating around everywhere. This is the updated one. This is the official one for those of y'all curious, right? We saw 2 of them, and so this is the official one. So we have Huskers, Brawlic, and Jackal, man. I put these guys at 21st through 30th. We put them at 21st through 30th, excuse me. And so what do you guys think? What do you think this team did to just click on land and place top 10?
Man, I don't know.
I will say that after the first day, I had a combo with Huskers, and he said he saw somebody. I don't remember who he said. He said somebody else was using a sniper, and then he's like, you know what? Let me try it. And then he kind of did that. In the second half of their matches, he said he felt more comfortable. And going into day 2, I think he continued that because it looked like that's kind of what he was working with, and it kind of worked out. Luckily, the team at the end of one of those matches was one of the worst teams in the thing, so he was able to, handle that 2v1. So that always helps.
A confidence boost.
Realistically, they changed their game plan. He felt more comfortable in his role. He was able to experiment with stuff to see if it actually worked, and it ended up being more beneficial for the team. Reality is day 1 helped day 2. Even at being at a big point deficit going into day 2, compared to the top end, he still managed to. Like if we saw it, I haven't really seen a leaderboard minus day 1 points. That'd be another interesting. But
yeah, that would be a good one.
But he clearly juiced up compared to day 1.
Damn.
Yeah.
And his team. I'm sure that all the things, but one person on your team improving obviously benefits the other people on your team as well.
You know what's crazy about this team? They were the first team to die on day 2.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, bro.
Game
40th.
Game 1, they got wiped 40th, which is exactly what happened to TBE.
Yeah, they just bounced it back. I mean, I feel like the sniper approach was gas just for the fact of the lobbies were just super slow. It slowed down heavy. And then I guess their placements were really good. So they must have just rotated early and just were on top of rooftops getting those picks. 49 kills. Not bad, not bad. How many games did we end up with? 7?
7, yeah. I mean, look, that's what you just said. The games, I personally, and I don't know if the players are going to agree with this, and I think the dynamic of the game is changing, and I want to hear your guys' opinion, because so many teams thought they could just ride their way to endgame and be good. They're like, oh, we're good at endgame. Like, in my opinion, I feel like the dynamic is shifting. The teams that are good at getting kills are doing way better than the teams that are just good at getting to endgame. Obviously, you have to get good at both, right? Like the teams that are able to do both. Like the top 3 teams, in my opinion, have some of the best 3 slayers in the game, right? Like those guys are incredibly good at getting kills. And so many teams didn't prioritize trying to get kills. They just played passive, and I feel like the dynamic is shifting for Warzone competitively because of match point. And I do like that you have to be good at both. If you suck at one, you won't do good. If you are good at one or whatever, like it's you're not going to be as good as if you got to be nasty at both. That's what it is. And I think this shows me, even damn top 4, bro, had some of the best top 5 has some of the best slayers in the fucking game. And I hope this shows teams that you can't just be good at just getting to end game. Like you got to be able to fight to get the power positions that you want. And I think that's the sole thing, the win cons. That's the one thing holding a lot of teams back. So yeah, if you guys want to add to that, you can.
Oh yeah, I'm really the same. Like I feel like if you're a team that knows how to fight, like I feel like it'd be easier a little bit more on knowing like the VOD review of how to get to late game, especially like I feel like I don't know. I feel like if you know how to get to late game, and then let's say Gulag closes, you get into your first fight, you go into the game with like pretty much like 0 points, and that's like a major setback. It's like you didn't even play the game. But at least if you get some kills and you got wiped with the placement that you didn't want, you at least get 15. You fight a little bit early, you get into late game, and then you get that placement points. It's overall good. I think fighting is way better. I think, like you said, like a lot of teams got to be able to take criticism, not selfish, and just like know their roles. And even so, like put in the more time, like, oh, what else could we do to like, you know, like get those team kills. And on top of that, bro, you gotta have teammates where they're like they yap, you know, because sometimes, like you said, you can't just frag, bro. Like, say for example, he goes in for the fight. He's an entry. He doesn't even tell you that he went for the fight, and you're over here like, what the hell? Like, I thought we were gonna like 1v2. Now you're in a 1v1, and you get 2-piece. You get 1v2, and then like, oh my god, bro. Like, it's gotta be yappage. It's gotta be like, you know when you did a mistake, and just in general, like, I feel like this next year coming up, bro. Like, every year is always getting better and better, but oh my god, it's gonna get nerdy.
Okay, let me continue on to the next one.
Bad,
I love
All right, we'll make a
Rampage.
point really quick about
go
that,
ahead,
though,
go ahead.
just really quick. Those people, there's not that many out there. We could name a bunch of people in the Call of Duty. Like, if they were out there, they'd already been found, or they're barely going to be turning 18 and they're barely going to be able to compete. So that's who you're going to have to look for if you don't really feel like that somebody's in the scene that's going to do that. It is a very small pool of players that you would consider slayers that are just absolute demons in a competitive lobby. It is so small that you could probably list them. Like, you know what I mean? That's even though you could say that so-and-so is the slayer on that team, the reality is if we stack them up against the other slayers, there's a gap.
Right.
And it's not easy to find. It's not going to be easy to find. Like, the best teams already have those people, and you're really going to have to go out of your way to find a diamond in the rough somewhere that is nobody's ever either heard of and couldn't compete, or maybe they all of a sudden they hit final form because of the game changes or something. But it's not like all of a sudden somebody's going to become something different next year that wasn't, like, you know what I mean? We kind of have an expectation of where they're at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree to that. Like, I don't know. I hope that things change, and I hope that we get some, you know, maybe it's the players just turning 18. I don't know. I think the only one that I know of is Criminal God. That's the only underage player that's going to be 18 next year. But apart from that, there's really nobody new. So unless, again, which I hope we get challengers player or an ex-CDL player or somebody that wants to come into the scene, that's the only way I see there being a new quote-unquote slayer coming in. But hey, we'll never know. We'll never know.
And to take it a step further, last year's Rookie of the Year, new Slayer. He's in the top of this leaderboard. What's the other two that we were talking about?
Gabe.
Enkyo and Gabe. Both at the top of this leaderboard as well.
Hell yeah.
Well, Gabe is. Enkyo, they played really bad.
Well, but you know what I mean? In the first day, they played much better.
Yeah.
And he was frying. But to that point, that is like where those players are. They are in the top. Age becomes a factor too. I know people don't like to talk about it, but it is facts.
What is that? Nah, I'm getting too old.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, I could continue on this. I do hope that some teams I hope there's new talent somewhere, right? I don't know what it's going to take or how we're going to get there, but I really do. So let's go to number 9. Prodigy, Oki, and Echo. This team, they honestly, you want me to keep it $150 with you guys?
Let me see.
These guys got 9th off talent alone. I genuinely think this team got 9th, and you can take that as a compliment, or you can take that as a diss. You know, whatever you want to take it as. But these guys, I feel like they didn't scrim as much as a lot of these other guys. They are one of the few teams that have beaten Falcons, right? In the EU tournament. And again, one of the few teams from EMEA that made it into the top 10. These guys, if they put their heart and soul into everything, and practice as much as they could have placed way better. They are a team that I thought genuinely was going to be top 5. So thoughts on this team?
Dude, this is a squad that is so interesting to me. Leading in, I saw Echo on Thursday, and he's like, yeah. I was like, oh, like, how you guys doing? He's like, oh, Oki's IGLing for us. I was like, wow, all right. Okay, cool. Day 1 happens. He's like, dude, our average place was 14th. He's like, I'm IGLing now. And I was like,
Yeah, it was really
Okay,
weird.
that's
I
not what
agree.
you want to be
makes
doing
sense.
between day 1, day 2, but all right. And then off of that first game, I got super excited because they almost basically completely obliterated the lead that Falcons had over them off of game number 1. I'm like,
Right.
oh, holy shit, they're about to like actually be like a team here today. And then as you see, 12.4 average placement and still like are trying to figure it out. So it's like I completely agree with you. I felt like it just was talent. Echo was their top fragger, also as an IGL that was there as well. And it's just kind of like I feel like it was just like they were trying to figure it out every game. There's like that one game too where like Prodigy lands on the roof like randomly, like he jumps off their height and then is on a roof, and then like Almond's able to just completely gatekeep him, and they're just like watching their teammate die down below. It was like you're all really good players. And that's what pissed me off. So like you're all super good. Just like get it together, please. So because they were the squad, and then when I were talking, they were like our actual EMEA like squad that we thought was really gonna actually do something coming into it.
Yeah,
I agree.
agree.
I think that's weird. I mean, and maybe it goes back to the scrims thing. Why are you guys testing new IGLs like the day of? Like, I just think that's insane to me. Like, how do you show up to the event and you're like, you don't even know who's IGLing? I just think that's crazy. So
I think they knew. I just think it was after day 1. It was just how the lobby was playing and stuff. It was like, let's revert maybe back to Echo IGLing.
At least the conversations I had, it's that Echo was IGLing, and I guess Oki wasn't really listening. So then Oki was like, I'm either IGLing or I'm not listening. It was like, so he kind of gave the keys to Oki. And I just
That's
feel like
so wild.
I think it's some stubbornness. There's some stubbornness there. I don't know who it was between, but you know, I'm not going to put any, I don't know the whole story. But again, one of the two was being stubborn. And they didn't want to listen to each other. So it's like,
oh man,
there was just some weird dynamic to that team. Yeah, just trying to make it happen, hoping they could show up and things were clicking. It's like, I don't know. So again, going back to what I was saying, you know, we need some rosters that trust each other rather than just like, you know, the egos. There's the egos that are running these teams, man. This team is so good. Prodigy's been doing his thing for years, man. That kid is so talented. I remember him and Prims or a duo back in Caldera, and those guys were like insane. They were the best in EU in my opinion. So I know those guys are good, man. It just, I don't know. I'm sure Echo and Prod, and I mean, they'll be fine. You know, I'm curious though. I don't think that roster stays together.
I mean, look, look at this, just to show you guys, like they're the only team that has double digits average placement in the top 10. So like they were doing pretty decent in kills, but their placement was just horrible. And you can that's all team chem right there. Like, you know, they just didn't have it. And again, maybe that's lack of practice. I don't know. They were in tournaments every once in a while. You know, I don't know, but
I do see your point.
I am happy. Go ahead, Rampage.
Oh shit! I thought the way you're saying it felt like we're gonna skip the segment, and I was like, no. I want to get trying to send something in there, but like I literally, I see your guys' point because like literally on day 1, bro, it does. I was like, God damn, bro, they were in the feed, they were getting a lot of kills, and they were very fast, and I'm like, okay. So now that's where I see where Dandro is saying. And then the second game, Echo, like the way he adjusts, it always seems like he's always rotating late and against the storm, which like you said, like their raw sleep power is like they're mowing through the teams, getting into the zone. But like what you guys are telling me, man, that's fucked. Because literally any fight they're going into, and they're not like pretty much listening to each other. One's gonna try to force a play. If that doesn't happen, if he doesn't get a knock there, then you're sitting at a 2v3 and you're already at a disadvantage. So in general, like, from not being like fully trusting each other and 9th place, god damn. Yeah, like you said, like I think that's
why pure skill. Like going back, like, you know, I think that team made it off of skill alone, and I hope that moving forward, that team, whether they stick together or not, which I mean, I feel like we rarely. There was one team from last year's World Series to this World Series that stayed together. I think it was two.
Samir
like
and Stukex.
Yeah, like think about that. You know, so. Hey, I again, the likelihood that these teams all stick together, very rare. Probably just going to be Dia, Shifty, Soka. Now, moving on to number 8, man. Let's talk about Dark, Mr. Amir, and Castillo, chat. So these guys, I had a talk with all of them at the end of the tournament. I just told them, I was like, look, man, like you guys are a team that I told them, I was like, I put you guys at what we have 11 through 20th, or was it 21st to 30th? I think it was 11 through 20.
Yeah, we put them low.
I think we put them 11 through 20.
11 through 20.
Because of their play style.
Yeah. And I pretty much said, I was like, look, bro, I will never doubt you guys again, because you guys have that factor to whatever it is. On LAN, you show the fuck up. Whatever it is, I will never doubt you guys again. And I mean, I asked them, I was like, you guys happy? They're like, well, we're not happy with 8th. Like, you know, it is what it is. But to be fair, what they had to do to get to this point, to where they had to have the most perfect run during qualifiers, which they did, and made it in. Absolutely absolute cinema out of them. And to come out and place top 10.
On top of the overall competitiveness of the entire, like, getting even harder for them to stay near it with the same roster is insane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about it too, but this is also the only team that made money in LATAM, period.
Oh.
That's actually insane.
And one thing I know he's a lot for, I'll segue this into the other conversation probably, is that he thinks more spots should be to LATAM North. Maybe if we actually, you know, take a look at the actual numbers, maybe NA needs a little bit more spots.
We'll take a look at it later.
Yeah, that definitely.
I'm telling you, bro. Some regions are not going to like us, but it is what it is, bro.
Hey, man.
I mean,
it should be.
At least we have the statistics to back it up.
Yes, it should be like not Champions League, Premier League, I think, right? Or is it Champions League? It should be like that. That, like we said this last year, depending on how you place in the finals on LAN should determine how many spots you get. Like that's the way I see it. Right, which we'll get into because that's gonna get fucking juicy. So again, Rampage, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just want to give the team the flowers, man. I watch Fairy Tale anime, and it's just the power of friendship, and that's exactly like how JGod was saying, bro. This team has been over for like, is this the only team that's been together for a year? Like besides the other.
Rampage, you just checked me with that question.
Oh,
there's
okay,
two.
We literally just said that. We literally just said that.
Yeah, but just like you said, like the team was struggling for a little bit, and just to see them qualify with the last game, to even qualify, and just in general, like peaking at the perfect moment, bro. Like I don't know, it's just so surreal to me, man. I mean, it's because I talked to Dusamir when I was getting some food, and I think bro, I had to dab him up and just absolute masterclass out of him, bro.
Well, you know what? I've talked to him before. I didn't get a chance to talk to him at the event, but just in general, he's definitely one of those people that IRL, he's probably super chill, all that stuff. Like he's just a good person, which is kind of nice to see good people do well, you know?
Yeah, I love that. Yes. I love Amir. He's a great guy. Man. So, I mean, look, they had 7.5 average placements, 60 kills total. So obviously we knew that team struggles in the kill department, but we knew they would show up as far as the average placement. So 7.5, not bad at all from them, man. And then we have Braxton, Youngsters, and Juju, man. So I'll give you my thoughts on this team. And I think it's pretty apparent, right? We knew it's kind of the same thing as Amir and them. They probably just 1 point difference, right? But they are very good at getting to end game. Very, very, in my opinion, very good with fundies. But that team just, in my opinion, they didn't have the slay power. And I think that showed on LAN. I don't know what happened. They started off very slow and then they were able to bounce back. But this is a team that, I mean, 7th is not bad. That's kind of where we thought they would be. That's kind of where I expected them to be. But I do think that they probably struggled a little bit on the kills department. 64 when the top Slayers had 91. Obviously that's a pretty drastic difference. So I don't know, talk to me, boys. What do you guys think about that squad?
I mean, I think it's just kind of like where they're POI, bro. Like there's so many stairs. One fight we saw it whenever it was the Falcons versus Chris's team, remember, where like they were fighting in the outskirts, and there's like the elevator, like wherever he was landing. I feel like the fights take too long. That could have been a play a factor. You take too long in the fights, you rotate into the game. I feel like whenever it's 4th, 5th circle, you don't want to get into a fight really, because then you're going to get third partied. But overall, I mean, they played really good on their placements. And just in general, I mean, I don't know. That's probably what I'm thinking of right now.
Okay.
I got really excited watching them because they were trying to third party, I think, a lot of known fights that were happening very early on. And I was like, ooh, this is smart, right? Like, you know that market contest is happening between Panda and Robstar. And you saw that, I think it was like the first game or two, they tried to wrap on in and then unfortunately got reverse chokeslammed when they tried to make that fight happen. It was like, damn. I was like, and I know that's like, you want that to make that happen. My only complaint about this team all year long, and it's exactly what we saw, was just they couldn't find kills. I'd watch them sit in a building for like 3 zones, and I'm like, you made the right play call, but like Please, you have Juju, Youngsters, and Brax is nasty too.
Yeah.
Brax was 1v3 in Kids in Caldera. I remember that, dude. And I just like, it's all I wanted him. I want him to be this like trio that roamed the map and would just like 3v1 everyone, just like they just triple stack. And it's just not, it was like a little bit too mind gamey for me. I'm glad, don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see them get 7th because I didn't think they were going to. So I'm glad to see they did what they did. But I just think I think they could have played more aggressive. I just think they didn't have the confidence to play as aggressive as they wanted to.
Bro, that difference from 8 to 6 is just insane. One kill, 2 kills. Damn. Go ahead, JGod, Ebatez.
JGod, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have much. I think I had a chance to talk to them before. They kind of had an idea that they were getting enough kills early game. Their just placements wasn't as good. I think they improved on that, but they didn't necessarily accelerate. Maybe they had one bad game. I'd have to see all 7 placements or whatever back to back to see if like there was an outlier that really hurt them. But in general, I feel like from day 1, they wanted to improve. Day 2 seemed like they held their own, got top 10. Yeah. Obviously, for them, though, they're a team that feels like they should be a top 5, top 3. So it's just more expectations of where they are, even though they can finish better than, 33 other teams.
Yeah. Yeah.
This team started off, their fighting was really bad, and their placement was super good. And then their fighting got really good. And then, I don't know, out of nowhere again, their fighting got really bad leading up to LAN. And I think that's why we didn't have much confidence in them. But I figured that, with the slower playstyle, the kills would kind of come more naturally. And I think they did. I think we put them like 7th or 8th on our ranking list because we kind of knew like they would probably just do enough to kind of get a top 10 finish, but not do enough to win the tournament. I think this team, from what I've watched from the VODs and stuff, their spacing is really poor. I think they play very tight and they're all looking at the same thing and there's not a guy, if Braxton and Juju are looking at something, Young's not looking behind them and playing info. It's always all 3 of them are on the same page, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is if you're, if you're trying to close out games, because there's a lot of times they get stuck up on where one guy's just not playing spacing right. And I think that these guys were scared to play spaced out COD, because sometimes you need to set people up like a triangle. You kind of have to be distant. And I think that there was a lack of trust to send either Juju on an island and go let him play info or get a blood or something and just kind of maintain an area. So this team was good though. I mean, throughout the year, I think we expect them to be a top team. I think at one point in the year, I had them as like a top 3 team. So not a bad year out of them. And also Youngsters' first LAN, I think Juju's first LAN. Yeah. To get top 10 it's super impressive.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
bro.
To summarize that team, I think they are exactly where they should have been, in my opinion. Top 10. I think they placed last year 7th, Braxton. So I want to see maybe, I don't know if they're going to stay or not. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but I do think Braxton is a pretty decent IGL. Now, I do think he needs to change his play style because I think Warzone is changing. They play a little too passive.
I think he's teaming up with Sage and Adrian.
Oh.
What?
He's saying that just because Sage just said that kid's dirt in the chat right now.
No. I was more joking because he kept trying to yoink up Swag's teammates.
I see.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I will say, Brax did say in my chat last night that Youngsters was going to IGL a new team this year. So I think they've already either had that conversation or I don't know if that was like, I don't know. But he did say that Youngsters is probably going to go play with a different team.
Okay. I just want to continue to reiterate, in my opinion, I think the dynamic is shifting to where you have to be good at getting kills to place high. But again, that doesn't mean you have to be, you also can't play like meatheads either, right? But
yeah.
Well, I won't say you need to place high, but be in contention to win. Because I think there's plenty of people that'll place high perfectly well with just getting some average kills across the board,
right? And
then jumping it up with some good placements. Yes, but they'll never be in contention for match point, and which means they'll never be in contention to win.
Yeah, facts.
I'm gonna throw you guys a question. Like, do you guys think there should be like multiple like IGLs in a team, like, or is it better to only just have like one IGL?
I don't think that matters, in my opinion. I think it's what, like, are you getting to end game fine with one IGL? And then 2, how good is that second IGL at getting kills, right? Can he do both? Is he a Shifty, right? Is he that co-IGL that's able to do both? I don't think you need it. I think that's a per squad basis. Just depends on how good your squad is. My opinion.
Just because like I feel like sometimes they could be like a little bit too much voices, and then whenever like say for example you're like okay let's do this, but then somebody else like I feel like we should do this towards the end game, and then the end game you have to be like okay there's no hesitation, we just got to commit to something, or else like one split second you're already getting third party, you're getting flanked, or like I feel like sometimes there's a lot of timing into COD but if you're like I mean, I feel like it could go either way. If you have one voice like Soka, you just fully trust Soka, the closer, and then you have the support like Diaz, who's like always getting your trade, and then Shifty, your fragger. I don't know. I mean, it just comes down, you know. Sometimes I do feel like it could be a lot of like voices.
Yeah. Again, that's another thing. Team Chem, you just have to know when to shut the fuck up and when to like let your IGL do his thing, you know. So okay, moving on to the next team. Moving on to the next team is Clavson, Gooey, and FLS. Bro,
This team.
bro, look, bro. So many people, bro. Did we not say, dude? We looked at this team. I said, look, bro, these guys. It's like you can tell a pattern when a team is about to pop off. You can tell. And that team was hitting every pattern out. We were like, yo, this team's about to do good. You know, Shifty said he called it the team was going to be top 10. And sure enough, that team.
One thing I will throw out there, a little disclaimer, it is kind of elephant in the room because apparently they had tech issues on that last map.
That last game.
No.
And they we saw it even on our section of the broadcast where they tried to do the joining late because their computer or whatever the hell happened. I've seen clips now, and essentially by the time they rejoined the match, it was already over. So that game kind of got chalked, and they were very much in contention to go up or down, obviously not to win by match point or anything like that. But that is an unfortunate element that happened. Obviously, we didn't run the tourney. We're not in charge. So we have no, I guess we're not at fault, but it is what it is.
I'll say how it is. It was bullshit. It should have been reset. I
I
watched
agree.
the guy, the tech guy, they were in the plane saying, hey, like, we're having issues. And the tech guy literally reset his PC. Out, like in the plane.
In the plane, which is insanity.
Wait, what?
Insanity.
He reset
You didn't see the
PC.
clip, Hector?
Hell no.
He turned off his PC.
Yes, I'll send
Reset it,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, bro, it's actually ridiculous.
While they're in the plane.
Actually ridiculous.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I'm bringing it out because you didn't
No,
see it
we were
maybe
gonna talk
with
about it, yeah.
travel, but like that was
Chat.
like it's in my opinion it's unacceptable. Maybe there's more to it, and somebody could tell me something different. But what we see there, it don't look good.
No. It
is
doesn't
bad.
sound good.
Yeah, let me find this clip. Keep talking, boys.
I put it in the group chat.
I mean, bro, because like I think this team is a scary ass team, bro. I really feel like they didn't get that much practice. They showed up on land, and on top of that, bro, top 6 with a KBM. You know, like
Yeah,
Also,
I think
the-
he was shooting.
Also, I think it was awesome that we got good timing to actually spectate them as they 3v3'd the Falcons.
yeah.
And it was just impressive that they were able to hold it down, keep their composure, and essentially,
Dude.
you know, handle business in that 3v3, which was just awesome to see. So there's teams that can do it, and it'll be interesting to see.
I'm gonna play this clip real quick, boys. Give me 1 second. They're gonna disappear.
Just checking me.
They're gonna disappear.
All right.
I mean, can we not get a restart?
Bro, and his teammates are like, yo, can we please get a reset? Like they're in the plane, bro. I was watching it. It's actually absurd, bro. Like, I'm not.
Sorry.
This is unacceptable, bro. This was unacceptable.
Top 6. I mean,
What's weird too is they had reset the matches twice before this
What?
because of another tech issue and a nosebleed. And
What?
this-
Yeah. What was okay? So what was Gabe's in their score before going into that last game?
Well, you could see on that thing if you click on it. Give me a sec.
I mean, hopefully good.
FaZe Black, they had a really good game.
Yeah. So
Or
okay.
wait,
so
no. Sorry, map 6.
yeah, map 6. After map 6. Side note, just want to clarify, right? Like they gooing them. Clavson lagged out. Right? Or no, he was having issues, right? They reset his shit. And his other 2 teammates were still in the game, right? By the time Cloudson was able to get back, Goo and FLS were already wiped, correct?
Yeah, Gooey was last up. He's talking to the admin while he was in the gulag last up. He's like, yo, we need like a fucking reset. Like, what are you guys doing? And he's like, he's literally like in the gulag, not moving. Like he was, I mean, bro, I would have stood up and started fucking screaming. I'm not kidding. I'm surprised they kept it together. It's actually bullshit. Because at the time, I didn't know like what happened. But seeing it all back, dude, I'm telling you, bro, I would have been fucking screaming if that was me.
No, yeah.
Oh my God.
It was bad.
Yeah. It was bullshit, bro.
Bro, you know, it's crazy how like, obviously when we were there and they were telling us, we're like, bro, like even we said, like, why is there no reset? Why are they not resetting? And
especially for how early it was.
I think the reason why they didn't reset, no troll, was because they had just had 2 resets. Is that fair? No, not at all. I think that's probably why. I don't understand why they couldn't just, I mean, they have the means to do it. They could have just reset the lobby. I mean, they're in 6th place at the time, right? Like, I don't know what the score was for Gabe and them, how far ahead they were or who was even in 5th, but like, that's a difference. I don't even want to know.
I will also argue this point is that scenario is entirely, even though it's still shitty for what happened with Aiden's team earlier on in the tournament where his 2 teammates DC'd at the end of the match.
Yeah.
But they're totally different circumstances. And like placement should be irrelevant. Like points should be irrelevant. The fact that people are still on the plane is insanity.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I think it's definitely like a bullshit just for the fact of like, bro, they even had a game where they had like what 24 with a dub, bro. Do you guys remember that? They had like a 44-point juicer.
Yeah, it was like the 3rd game.
19 ended up.
19, okay, never mind. 19 with a dub, but even still, bro, we all said it, bro. Like this team knows how to win, and just for the fact of if they hit match point, yeah, like they could potentially win it. So the fact that they didn't reset on the plane the very beginning is crazy, bro. They reset the day 1. There was a 1 hour something downtime. So like, why not just do it? You know, like.
Yeah, I don't know why. I can't tell you, right? We all agree that shit should have been a reset from the start. I don't know. I think there is some misinformation going out there about Soka. That same thing happened. What happened with Soka? Soka had sound issues and then they reset. He didn't crash, right? He had sound issues and then they forcefully reset ended the lobby, right? And then from there,
for Soka closing.
Yeah, you guys act like Jasper. You act like I'm like, yo, Activision, reset that lobby right now. Like,
no, guys.
Also, on top of that, there is probably misinformation that gets spread. That's the other part where you got to be careful on those details. Like, obviously, we look back and seen the clips, so there's a little bit of context. But I think there are instances where misinformation can get spread really easily. So you kind of got to be careful with, like, in that particular instance where they're saying, oh, they reset it for this or that. I mean, we thought somebody crashed and then it turned out to be a nosebleed. So it's those are not the same either.
Right.
I mean, I feel like that's going to be later on whenever COD is going to hopefully be able to do where they could pause feature. That'd be dope, you know? Like,
maybe next year they implement that shit. I don't know.
That'd be fire.
I hope so.
But look, man, I do think I feel for these guys. I mean, imagine if they would have gotten like, even then, that was one big game. I don't know what the difference was in Gabe's even the points, right? But if they didn't get that 1 kill, they would have placed 7th. I think at the end of the day, in my opinion, this team should be very fucking proud. They should be very fucking proud. They are the definition of underhorse this entire year, and I hope that they know that they made a name for themselves this year. Obviously, it does suck what happened to them, and I feel for them, bro. But I just want to tell, if they are in here, I know a couple of them are. I'm very proud of you guys. You guys did fucking amazing, and I think next year, you guys are a team. You guys are the #1 EMEA team. That is your title.
To add to that point, I had a chance to talk to him after the event. We're kind of out in that little front area. And I was saying, like, I know it kind of sucked that those things happen, but that it's kind of awesome that you brought like so much awareness to your team. Because the same way, like, even though Dusamir is huge for his community in the LATAM area, it wasn't he didn't really get that name recognition in NA. From English speaking until World Series of Warzone. And I think they're going to have that little bit where it's like, okay, now they're participating in tournaments that maybe they wouldn't ordinarily do because now we know who they are. Yes. And I think that plays a role.
that's like the definition of why I love World Series is literally teams like this who nobody probably would have ever known about them. They may have never gotten invited to a tournament, but because they came here, showed out against the best of the best, now people love it. It's exactly what happened with Dongi, right? Nobody knew who Dongi was. And even Dongi placed 22nd last year, but still was able to make it through, made a name for himself. Hey, look, it comes back this year. It comes in second in the entire thing, right? That right there is why World Series is lit. This team is like the poster child for why World Series needs to happen every year, in my opinion.
Bro, like think about Dongi. Side note, Dongi stocks are through the fucking roof. Side note,
Already hit him up.
Dongi stocks are through the roof, bro.
I mean, bro, he like just to touch on him a little bit. He kind of went through what a little bit, not extreme, but a little bit what Shifty and Soak had to go through. The accusations, the Monty cams, everything, bro. I thought he was cheating when I first met him. I met him back in like Rebirth or Caldera era, and like somebody told me to play the 100K Fortune's Keep with him, and me and DJ watched his VOD, and I was like, bro, I think this kid's hacking. He had like 2 different accounts. I was like, this kid's cheating. I'm not playing with him. So he had to go through all the freaking accusations and Monty cams and whatever, bro, and you know, fucking went through the ringer. And now his mentality, like he's probably, you know, he's not fazed by anything. It's the same shit Soak and Shifty. Like, you got accused of cheating and you're not cheating, like that's got to boost your ego insane.
That's hella gas, yeah.
All right, I do have to take off at this point.
Okay.
I'm guessing you guys will be yapping by the time I get back. Hopefully, maybe we'll see. And appreciate everyone.
Yes, sir,
I'm gonna
Bobby.
Go ahead and
I'll see you right now, baby.
Bye, JGod.
Somebody said I thought Shifty was cheating. That's not true. You can ask Shifty. I never said Shifty was cheating. That is cap. It is live.
Oh man. All right. So look, man. Let's move on to the next one, bro. And now we're getting into the top 5. Let's get into the juicy ones, right?
I like the names. I'm Dandro now.
Oh shit! Whoops. Hold on.
Upgraded.
Hold on. Let me switch these.
This is your opportunity to make the upgrade joke in reverse if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch them on.
Major upgrade.
Rampage.
5th, Gabe.
And then give me a sec. JGod.
No worries, baby.
Andrew.
I'm getting a little thirsty though.
All right. Forgive me. All right, we'll leave it at that for now. Okay, so let's get on to the number 5 team, man. This is Gabe, Flanked, and Blast. This team, for me, I'm gonna say I did not expect them to place this good. I'm going to keep it $150. I thought they were not playing the greatest leading up into the World Series, and I did not expect them to play as good as they did. Flanked surprised me hella this year. Flanked, in my opinion, impressed me so much. Blast, meathead, and they like 7.6 average placement.
Is insane.
That is tippable. So I want to give these boys their flowers because I genuinely did not expect them to do this good. Top 5, insane in my opinion. Insane. I think they were like formed last minute too. So yeah, boys, go ahead. Tell me about this.
I feel like for me, like if they're, I put them at like the top 10, but they did even better, you know, which is even more amazing. Obviously you seen them when in the very beginning, their team fights were struggling. They were doing a lot of things by themselves, and the Gate would be like the last one, you know, trying to recover. But just in general, man, like, wow, bro, they just peaked, and especially to get pretty good placements, super mixy, and just like you said, bro, Flanked. I think he was top frag on that team, no?
Flanked. I don't know if he did top frag. I mean, if we have the stats anywhere, boys, do you guys have that?
Somebody just told me. I don't know who.
I know he did top frag one of the games. He had like 11, 12 kills, something like that.
Oh yeah, no, he popped off one game.
Blank top frag by 2, but relatively it was 24, 22, 20. They all had pretty similar kills. It wasn't like crazy.
All around the team. I mean, do you guys think this team stays together? I mean, they did. Really
I don't think so.
Oh shit! Damn. Never mind.
Tell me what. So Ebatez, tell me. Ebatez got some intel apparently. So why do you say that?
No, I think Blast probably wants to play with other players. I think he showed some frustrations throughout the year with his team, and so I think he just wants to play with other people. In my opinion.
Gabe said no.
Yeah.
So
I don't think this team will stay together.
Okay.
I think this is a team that I do like, that if you're looking at getting in comp Warzone, that you got to realize, like, sometimes you just have 3 people who are just grinders. They just grind it out. You just like, it was not clean, it was not sexy, it was not good, but they just like put in the work, and you get top 5 at World Series of Warzone.
Yeah.
Pure passion off 3 people who all just want to make it happen, right? And nobody can take that away from them. Is It's like you can work through someone being maybe not like, maybe you don't like them as a person, but if you can get along with them as a teammate sometimes, you can grind it out, man, and you can make it happen. I think that's what I like about these three. Like Blast, I think Blast stocks are on the rise, and I like that a lot. I think he's I know it's just like he's been around forever, right? And I just think his reputation has been like kind of always been like, he's been that mediocre player, just from what I've heard from a lot of people, and just even from like the CDL days and stuff. I don't think he's really gotten his flowers, and I think he's really, really, really smart. And I'm just waiting for him to find like that team that it like unlocks and clicks. That's what it is. That's not like a shade or anything. It's just like I just think he hasn't really put on a team that like utilizes him to the best of abilities. That's all it is.
I like that.
I just think that once he finds the people who like really want to buy into what he wants to do, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah. I mean, look. Shifty said, I mean, I know it doesn't mean anything now, but Shifty said his number one pick, if Diaz did retire, was going to be Blast. Yeah. So, I mean, L1, R1, I'm not going to lie. Blast can be a meathead.
Good call, dude.
I think Blast's gunny is fucking insane. The only thing, in my opinion, he just lacks sometimes his discipline in certain situations. And honestly, I think that's what he's gotten better at recently this year. And he's taken that feedback, I think, from a lot of the players and a lot of the people watching. And I think he's gotten way better. So, again, that team. Let's talk about Gabe, man. I think this is a conversation for whenever we have our actual Rookie of the Year actual awards for Pullze Check podcast. We're going to do an award for that. But I don't know. Here is kind of like, I want to hear in the chat what everybody has to say about this, because I know, I think all of us four might have different opinions on this. And I think the only two people that are Rookie of the Years that are in contention right now are Gabe and Enkyo. And here's the thing. Enkyo played incredible day one. Right? Incredible. Has been playing pretty good all year long. Has been the rookie of the year. And then last day, they don't show up and they place horrible. Gabe, in my opinion, has been pretty mediocre. Not mediocre, I don't say. He's been good, but like not that all-star potential, in my opinion. Right? All year, but then shows up and they go crazy on Sunday when it mattered. Right? So then it's what do you take more? What takes more priority? Right? Who do you guys think should be Rookie of the Year? This is all, again, we're gonna have an official ceremony for this, right? But like Enkyo's been playing really, really good the entire year, but then Sunday doesn't show up, right? Gabe, opposite, has been playing not bad, okay the whole year, and then shows up on Sunday and places better than by a good amount, right? 13th Enkyo, 5th Gabe. So what weighs more in your guys' eyes?
I just have a question. First off, like, doesn't CDL do it that technically like MVP or Rookie of the Year are for the season and not for champs? I think
they have both. Unless I'm faded.
Do they do both? I'm trying to wonder, like, because I know a lot of other places, because it's like people will do like, it's not a award, but they're like, why does this person win it? They weren't even playing good at champs. And it's like, well, they played well all season long type thing.
Right, we even have like Enkyo was 3rd for day one in what's it called? In KD. So like he popped off. He popped off day one.
What's the second one?
Like day 2 here.
Day 2.
Day 2 KD, he had a 1.85.
Where's it at?
Damn.
Day 1.
That's still really good. What the hell?
So day 2, Enkyo had a 1.85, and day 2, Gabe had a 2.
Oops.
Oh shit.
While you're doing that, I'll just say I think Enkyo is the clear Rookie of the Year in my opinion.
Okay, so tell me why.
Longevity
I
wise,
think just throughout the year, man. Like it's not Rookie of the LAN or Rookie of World Series of Warzone. It's Rookie of the Year. We got to consider the whole year, and I just don't think it's even close. I think Enkyo had a way better year as far as what he did throughout the year, and he also had a great day one, man. I'm not gonna just put so much emphasis on day 2. Obviously, yes, day 2 was the most important tournament we had of the year. Or it was the most important day of the year, and but it shouldn't outweigh everything that Enkyo did all year. And also, to put in perspective, man, Enkyo had 24 kills still day 2, and Gabe had 20. He had 24 kills, and they had horrible placement. Like he was still frying and shooting his gun, and his KD day 2 was also a 1.85. And I mean, to have your team struggling, I know Grom and Heeds didn't really have the best day, and things just didn't really click. I think it's very obvious that Enkyo is the Rookie of the Year, in my opinion.
Okay, so I mean, here, I think last year Adrian got Rookie of the Year. He won stage 1, I believe, and played really good stage 2, then got to LAN, and then they did horrible, right? So I think what do you think matters most, right? Because we gave it to Adrian last year. To be fair, there wasn't, in my opinion, any other, like, no other rookie even came close to what Adrian did last year. This year, this is a hard one, I do feel. Hey, Rampage, tell me what you think.
No, I mean, I wanted to say, like, that day from Gabe has just shown, like, he's 1v3 the Falcons, he's 1v3 like a lot of people, and whenever he gets in that flow state, but on Ebatez, before he puts a gun on behind my head, it is Rookie of the Year. And then Enkyo has been pretty, like, consistent, and like you said, like, he popped off day 1, and on top of that, what you said, he got 4 more kills than Gabe. But I mean, it's just like, it's not like about placement, it is about the single individual player, right? So I would say, based on that fact, it would have to go over to Enkyo.
Okay.
Yeah, because Gabe had a better team day 2. Like, I just feel like, you know, not to put anything on Heats and Grom, but like they just played bad, man. They played bad, and we saw what Enkyo was capable of day 1. You know, he still did it on LAN. He still did it in the best lobby we've ever seen. And to, like, discredit what he did all year because his team didn't place as high as Gabe's, even though he had more kills, you know, and 1.85 KD still. Gabe had a 2. Like, I just think that's crazy. That would be it'd be insane. Not take away anything from Gabe. It would be insane to give Gabe Rookie of the Year over NKO, in my opinion. NKO is, to me, just it wasn't even a conversation.
I think Shifty has a good point, and I think that's kind of my. Obviously, we'll figure out all that stuff, like the panel and stuff like that for the awards and stuff. But I do agree that Rookie of the World Series, we can give that to Gabe. Rookie of the Year, I think Enkyo has done a lot, right? One bad day doesn't define his whole year. I mean, they won everything over there. So, in my opinion, yeah, I do think that. I think the only reason why this is even a conversation is because Enkyo and them play so badly. I mean, bro, right. We'll discuss it after we go over the top 10, but it's like, how do you place 13th after starting off the day? It's technically in second already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they played bad. They did
Damn.
Great day.
Like, you know, yeah, I don't know. But let's move on. I think that team, in my opinion, played very, very well. Flanked, in my opinion, had an unbelievable performance, and I'm very proud of him, especially with everything he's had to endure. So really proud of Flank, man.
But even so, just for, like, fact of Gabe, bro, like, there's people who always say, like, oh, I'm gonna be grinding, I'm gonna be passionate, bro, but Gabe literally does it all, man. Like, he is always grinding, and bro, he's gonna be the top 3, top 2, bro. Like I would say his stock is high.
His stock is high, and I definitely think that Gabe going into next year would definitely, like, you know, he's got some people that probably are looking for him, man. I do agree. Chad, yo, real quick, Tommy came in here. He said he'll land on all the Falcons and shit on everybody except Biffle. Hey, man, yo, Tommy, get come over here, man. Come compete just for funsies, man. Just for funsies, bro. Anyways, okay, so let's move on to number 4, bro. I really want to give a shout out to this team, bro, because I'm so fucking happy. Like, again, bias aside, I don't give a fuck. These guys are my best friends, bro. Seeing these fuckers, man, perform as good as they did, and then seeing everybody talk shit about them all fucking year, and, like, I just knew that this team, when they formed, if they clicked at the right time, they were going to be unstoppable, right? I did say I'm going to stand on what I said. When we did the tier rankings, I said there's 2 things in these teams. They're either going to be one or the other. There's no in between. They're either going to place 21st to 30th, and they're not going to do good because their team chem leading up into the World Series was horrible, or they're going to click. They're going to click, and they're going to place top 5. Somebody get the clip, because I did say that. And I said either or. There's no in between. And sure enough, they clicked, and they on LAN got 4th place. I'm so fucking proud of these guys, man. Swag got 2 kills less than Adrian. the rookie of the year last year, when everybody calls swag shit, everybody says all this shit, and he stepped up when he needed to. He stepped up when he needed to. That entire team. Sage has been through hell and back to get to where he's at right now. Adrian as well. Hey, Unk of the year. Unk of the year for Chris, bro. Unk of the year, bro.
Unk of the year.
Man, I'm just so happy as a team, bro. Like, obviously, like, we seen, bro, whenever they would get those high kill games, but they struggled. Their fundies were absolutely not the best, man. But hey, whenever Adrian was over here, he said 2 weeks, bro. They did this in 2 weeks. They peaked perfectly, man. And they, I think they just sat, oh shit, they just sat down, and I guess they just told each other like, holy shit, we're ass right now, but this is what we got to work on. And then, bro, 5.5 average. They drastically improved.
Okay. They went from one of the worst, like no troll, one of the worst average placement teams. No bullshit. To the second best average placement team besides Diaz. If you would have told me that Sage, Adrian, and Swag would have had a better average placement than Braxton, they would have had a better average placement than fucking Joe, Bredman, and Jace, I would have said, you got me fucked up. Hey. Yeah. I would have said you're high.
Dude, that is crazy.
And for whatever reason, that team on land fucking clicked and had an average placement of 5.5. You can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, numbers do not lie. This team had a good amount of kills, had good average placement.
Yes.
They very well could, with a couple different plays, a couple different things, could have placed top 3. Like, again, I'm so incredibly proud of this team, man. Dandro, Ebatez, talk to me, man.
I don't think Swag gets enough credit for his role on the team, and I loved what I was seeing while we were there. Obviously, like Sage and Adrian, like coming online, being the shooters that we know they are, and doing kind of almost like what we expected them to do is one thing. But like I love seeing Swag just be that bait guy. He's like, do the dirty work. He's like, whatever we need to do, like I'm doing it, man. Like I'll bait for Sage, I'll bait for Adrian. I don't care. He's just like, what? Like, and I can imagine that conversation probably went very similar. Like, tell me what I need to do. Tell me where I need to get to like help make this happen. And I think this is really cool because I think a lot of people, not rightfully so, that's not at all what I want to say, but like we're looking at Swag as like the dude, you do not belong here type thing. But he's like. Fuck off, yeah, I do. Hell yeah, I belong here. And he's just like molded into that guy that the team needed. And I kind of haven't like feel like he specifically hasn't gotten credit for like kind of almost like getting humbled a little bit, right? Like humbling himself to be like, hey, yeah, this is what the team's got to do. Let's go ahead and let's get there as a squad, because he just wanted to win. He just wanted to do well, right? We've seen a lot of other creators I don't think would do that to like sit down and say competitively, what do I have to do, right? I mean, they would have kind of just tried to like figure it out.
Let me throw something out. And Chris, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, I'm about to opt the fuck out of you. Like, bro, no, I don't think you guys even realize this guy is doing it for the love of the game. Think about how many streamers in this top, whatever this, out of 120 players are content creators, right? Think about how much money those guys make and how sometimes they don't practice because they want to make more money doing other things. Swag is a fucking...
Come on.
That man is fucking loaded. Like loaded. And he still showed up to almost every single scrim, practiced every single time, and wanted to get better. He did not have to do that. That man can retire now. Like, I don't think you guys understand. Like, he can stop playing the game. That man will make way more money if he didn't compete, would have way less stress if he didn't compete, and all he focused on was YouTube and streaming. He could very well do that. Yeah. But he chose, for the love of the game, to continue playing and to prove everybody wrong. You know, how many people doubted him? So again, I will always continue to fucking gas my man up, because 4th place, brother. Yeah. Like, for the love of the fucking game, man, that man also makes...
Hey, also, I want to give some credit to Sage. I feel like a lot of players are scared to talk to people like Chris. You know, they don't want to say something that's going to, like, hurt their feelings or whatever. And obviously, Chris took all the feedback or anything that Sage coached him on or whatever. You know, the players that are coachable, those are the people you want to have in your team. And Sage also was probably confident enough to say, hey, I can have a conversation with Chris because this is how he is, and he's not going to take offense to it. And I know a lot of people that would just be like, oh, I don't want to say anything to Swag because he's a bigger creator, and I don't want to I didn't want to step on any toes. But at the end of the day, we're competitors, And so credit to both sides, credit to Sage for being able to talk to Chris
sure.
and actually give him feedback, and also credit to Swag for not being hard-headed and being able to listen. Because I mean, it's just a respect thing. I mean, obviously Sage is a world champion, and you know, I'm sure he respected his opinion and stuff. So I got to give credit to both sides.
Yeah, bro.
Everybody went, right? Everybody went on this team. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Rampage, you went, right?
Yeah, I just don't want to say
go
just
ahead.
like I love the fact that like the better thing is like whenever like I got the top 4, you know, because like a lot of teams like they just would leave him, you know, or just for example, JGod got dropped and he got picked up and now he's top 10. Like that's always like the best thing right there, bro. Like, you know, like it's just amazing to me, bro. They take the chance on each other and they perform so well.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Sorry, I just gotta feed my dog real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah. So going into next year, I think, chat, in my opinion, I don't think they stay, and that's not intel. I just think they don't stay because I'm gonna be honest. I don't think any team stays. Like transparently,
That was like second thing, yeah.
I think analytically, statistically, 2 teams stayed from last year to this year, and that's that. You know, like this year, DS Shifty SoCar are still a thing, right? So. I think every team.
Supermax.
I think every team is gonna shake up. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think any team stays apart from Falcons. Obviously, like Amir and them, he did say he wants to keep playing with them, right? So, but apart from them, I don't know. So moving on to team number 3, man. I know he just had to leave to go feed his dog, but that's Ebatez' team. Aiden, DJ, and Smitty, man. These guys.
Come on.
We talked about this a lot and about how teams peaking at the right time is so important, right? This team played really bad all month leading up, or all last 3-4 months, whatever, leading up to the World Series. And on the last 2 weeks, they started fucking cooking. And now, bro, literally they went the last 3-4 tournaments, third, second, and then went to LAN, got third. Like I'm gonna be honest. I don't, that team just cooked. Definition of peaking at the right time, 6.6 average placements, 69 kills. Yeah, bro. Wow. You know what's insane? Side note, Sage, Adrian, Swag had better average placement and 2 more kills and still placed worse. So that just showed that like they had some probably outliers that really brought them down. Side note, but go ahead, Rampage.
Wow. I mean, that team right now, like, Ebatez's stock for coaching is up, bro. Because, like you said, like, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's just another go, like Aiden, like you said, like he just put everything aside. He just has pure love for the game. You know, he could do way more money doing content creation, but Aiden is just that passionate, bro. He's always been a competitor, and just like we would always say, like Aiden would get too horny, but when he's shooting. But he's like took a step back. He knows like. He's become such a great team player, man. And I think like that's the biggest thing. And like you said, like DJ, like nobody really talks much about DJ because he does the dirty work.
The unsung hero, man.
Yeah, but like how you basically saying, like you plug that guy in any team and he just made it phenomenal. And then Smitty, bro, I would say like very, very tactical. He's so smart, man. That man is so smart, nasty with a sniper. Anything you want him to do, he will do. And just overall, I'm just so happy that I mean, we saw it 2 weeks prior, man. They started getting second, and then, bro, unfortunately, they went hot on Dong and Rational Scumming, but still overall, man, top 3. Very, very amazing work right there. And then, bro, over at Ebatez, Dandro, what are their insights? I know Ebatez about to yap it up.
Let's Ebatez go last. Let Ebatez go last. Dandro,
Okay.
go ahead. Talk to him, Aiden, DJ Smitty.
I mean, I spent a whole day talking about these 3 live on main, but the thing I want to say is like I love that Aiden kind of fell in with the team. I will say the thing that made me really happy was that I think Smith got a little bit of his stock back. That kid's been getting hoed for the last 2 years on out of teams, and I think he kind of showed that he is this player that people know him. It was like people knew he could be this caliber player, but nobody like trusted him to be that caliber of player. And I think he's like finally coming back. I mean, and if you didn't see the tweet, like, you know, he also was all about, you know, trying to he was gonna quit, man, and he was able to come on back.
Yeah, I love that.
We did see that too. Oh, go ahead.
I had to drag Smith out of the retirement home last year, bro. Me and DJ were looking for one for World Series, and it was literally like a month before. But this team, man, like I know DJ was on a bunch of different rosters this year. And somehow this team formed like I think a week before or like the day of signups or something. I think it was like a few days before. I think Aiden was like on vacation at like Toronto Ultra, the major, and like I think Adrian was like on a break or something. They were talking about playing, and then somehow like it was just a very last minute like, yo, fuck it, let's just like put the team together, see what happens. So I'm proud of these guys, man. And I think Aiden is easily the most improved player on this team. I think he is obviously just a generational talent, no matter what game he's played. And he was a fryer, but he was a meathead, a little bit of a meathead. And I think that these guys worked hard to make sure that they could utilize Aiden's talent as much as possible. And you got to see a little bit of that this past month, honestly, is that Aiden was just disciplined. He'd get a kill and he'd be like, I'm coming back to you guys. I'm bringing him back to you guys. Or something. You know, I mean, he wasn't always going for the 2-piece that we see a lot of these talented mechanical players do. Like I talked to Von Bot about it. He's like one of those guys that will get a kill and go for the second kill. But it's sometimes, man, you got to be like disciplined. And Aiden really honed in on the discipline this past month, and he really trusted his teammates. You can see the growth. So yeah, huge shout out to Aiden, man. I think this team obviously just got incredibly good, but I think a lot of it, yes, DJ and Smith were making great calls, being great players, or being great teammates, but they were fully utilizing Aiden because he was just being the best version of himself. Aiden really found his stride this past month, so I do want to give a lot of credit to him. But yeah, man, I don't know. These guys were contesting Panda, getting shit on, and I told them, hey, there's some really weak teams at Superstore. You guys should go there and bully them out, and they did that. It was FIFA's team and I think Showstoppers that were landing there.
Oh yeah.
And so they did that and just kind of took that POI. I know we talk about Popov a lot, but I think Superstore is probably the second best POI in the game. Honestly, I think it's probably the number one POI in the game. I think it's probably better than Popov in my opinion. Besides the recons, I think recons are really good for Popov. So, but other than that, I mean, these guys just they fried, bro. They fried.
Also,
through and through.
I want to say when we went to that listen in with them, I think it was game 5, and when we did the listen in, and the first thing I hear is like DJ getting loud, I was like so happy.
Yeah,
I was so happy, dude, because he's like you know, everybody who knows DJ, like he's not like a vocal guy. Like in that moment, like they needed to clutch up, they needed somebody to do it. I was like, oh yes, like thank God he's finding his voice because he's super smart, dude.
I'm sure DJ will admit to this. I had a conversation with him a couple months ago when I was watching their VODs, and I was like, look, bro, you're talking to Aiden like you're a fan. I told him, I was like, look, you got to be a teammate. You can't be like, I know it's Aiden, bro. Like, I'm a fan of Aiden. I'm a fan of Aiden. I'm a fan of Joe. I'm a fan of Hector. There was a day, you know, Hector didn't know who I was. I was watching his streams. I'm a fan of, you know, like, but eventually we became friends. And I told him, I said, look, you're teammates with Aiden, bro. He respects you enough to play with you. You got to stop talking to him like you're a fan. And he was like, all right, like, you're right. And I was like, you got to be assertive. You got to tell him what to do. He's like a puppy, bro. Aiden's literally like a puppy. You got to tell him what to do, bro. You got to be assertive. And I saw DJ. That's the thing I love about DJ. He's a very coachable player. He's so coachable because I can get in court and I could tell him, this is what you need to do. Stop being a bitch. I could literally tell him like, you're like exactly what he needs to hear and he'll do it. And that's the type of player you want on your team. And he did it. And so like, yeah, we started seeing DJ getting lippy. I told him, I said, bro, the small comms, start stress calming. I told him start stress calming because a lot of times he'll be like, yo, there's a guy here. And I'm like, bro, tell him there's a guy like here. Like start like stress calming. So we saw DJ do that a lot. And yeah, man, DJ's a great player, bro. Like I said, I played with him. I had the pleasure of playing with him for a couple of years. Probably one of the most coachable players I've ever played with. And
yeah, dude, that's crazy. You see that?
Aiden's on the wrong account.
Bro.
Oh wait, no.
That's Danny.
Danny said Aiden's his dog. Danny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I get it now. Oh man, no, yeah. So again, man, this team was a team that definitely was formed last minute, right? And so them pulling off a top 3 was fucking unreal. Peaked at the right time. Very proud of these guys. Smitty as well, man. I don't think Smitty as well gets enough credit for how good he is. I think he kind of is a slower player, but damn, can he fry out, bro? Damn, can he fry? He's very positional player, not flashy at all, but this motherfucker's like good.
Composed, tactical.
He is good. A tactical player, I would put him in the same category as like OP Mark and like that, but like just way better at getting kills, right? Like not Mark, I love you. They didn't mean it like that. I just meant like, you know, he's good, bro. So seeing them 6.6 average placement, 69 kills, they played incredible, man. I hope they're proud, bro. Again, next week, it's a big question. Next week we have another tournament.
Battle Frenzy, yeah.
Who plays with who? Do all these teams play together like next week as well? There's gonna be tournaments coming up soon. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
That's insane, bro. The little sneak peek of Rostermania.
Yeah, well, we'll see, man. Now, moving on to the second place team, bro. We have Donkey, Gary, and Scummin. So now these guys, we talked about it right before, and we said Donkey, Gary, Scummin. They've been playing horrible, like horrible leading up into the World Series. We said this about a lot of teams, but
yeah.
But these fools, I don't know if any of y'all agreed with me or not, but we were talking about it. I said this team, if there's any team that I thought could beat Falcons, it was going to be them. With how they always just pop off. They have the world record for the most amount of kills in custom, and they just have that factor. They have that it factor, and their kills, bro, they can just go crazy. I don't know. This team, they have two of the best players in the world on their teams, Scummin and Donkey, and Gary is the most selfless player in the world. Oh man, what could have been if teams would have landed on them on Falcons last game? What could have been? I don't know, because I do think, in my opinion, this team was on fire that day. Like, it was like their flame was lit, and Diaz and them were just like, if they didn't win that last game, I genuinely think things would have gotten real mixy.
Oh yeah.
Donkey stock through the roof, in my opinion. Yep. I think Shifty and a lot of other people thought that, he doesn't show up on LAN. He doesn't show up on LAN. I think he proved to a lot of people, Donkey is the real deal. Donkey is the real deal. Go ahead, Rampage.
Go Rampage.
I think for me, like, this team, towards the end, I got a little scared, I got a little scared. And whenever I heard, like, who was the IGL, from that point, I was a little bit worried. And then on top of that, like, they were dying all the time to Stuo, man. They're dying a lot to Stuo. They're going to different POIs, and they weren't finding that much success. And so, like, I was like, okay, I was a little scared. But, I mean, to hit the biggest Uno reverse card, at least for me, man, like, I'm very gullible, right? So I was like, so they they won against 2-0, and then from there started getting those big kills. I mean, from what I'm looking at right now, 91, they got the most kills that we know. Yeah. They got that V12 engine, and with that phenomenal placement, I think that was the biggest thing. Like, they took a big chance. They went against 2-0. Patuca, noobs. I mean, that's a scary ass team. They beat them. And then from there, they were able to activate, man, just control all of downtown. And on top of that, they had to go rotate deep. I feel like they were killing everybody. They made sure not to leave downtown without killing everybody in the back, and then just started rotating heavy. They had phenomenal pacings there. They were always on the move. So overall, insane. Like, that is the number 2 team that we expected them to be. They showed up at the perfect time.
This team, pop-off potential was just insane. They were on fire, in my opinion, that last day. We called it. We said this team, if there was any, I genuinely thought if there was any team that could beat Falcons, it was going to be them. Just with their ability to you never know, they're hit or miss. But when they hit, they fucking hit. Dandro, talk to me, man.
Yeah, I actually think EWC, even though I know Irrational and Scummin didn't play, I think that was a little bit where it was almost like started the turning point for this team for me. Because I think Donkey, like, we knew what Donkey was capable of, but I think it's like, he kind of gets thrown into EWC at the last second, right? Playing with Tekka and Believe. And he slammed, right? In that event. He slammed. And I think he was like, oh, wait, okay. I kind of got a little bit of that confidence back, but I kind of was just curious because obviously their average placement was a 6.3. So it's like, if they had been able to match the Falcons and at least make top 5, get that average placement in top 5, they would actually have a higher score.
Oh, man, thanks so much for the follow.
Of 197. So I think that's something I like to think about, right? This is a team that, like, I would watch them on our mini map feed, and they would cross double digits every single game first, and then go down in like 26th, and it was annoying, right, for all of us to watch. Right. So I'm glad they figured it out, and I'm glad that they figured it out here. I think they just had one too many games. There's one game they went out in 27th with 16 kills, and I actually think it's that one game. If that one game they get into the multiplier at all, we probably were going at least one more game total, or they would have been in the same match point game with Falcons.
That's Falcons, yeah. And that could have potentially changed a lot. That team just like it was like, yo, it was gonna be the Emmer Falcons, man, going into the weekend. Ebatez, did you talk about these guys?
Not really. I mean, I don't know if I have much more to say. I mean, these guys didn't get a single top 5 placement, and the fact that they were this high up is just insane. It's a true testament to how good those guys were at fighting. I feel like kills came very easy to them, especially in City. They just figured out how to work it. There's different pacings to different POIs, and those guys obviously figured out the pacing perfectly in City.
JGod has a good point. I wonder, did Tommy, and I saw Dongy in the chat, did Tommy help in any way? Well, obviously, like, he helped, but like, did they have a talk about something that just changed the way that team play things?
Before Dongy responds, I think Tommy helped, but I don't think it completely changed. You didn't take this team from, a bad team to a great team. They've been the second best team all year. I'm sure there was just little things that they were fucking up on that Tommy probably noticed and said. But I mean, I'm curious to see what Dongy says. I just feel like my initial impression is that this team was great all year. We knew that they could get the kills. Their placement was just kind of lacking. And I feel like, they didn't get a single top 5. Yeah, their placement was pretty decent. Or it was actually really good, wasn't it? It was like 6 or something. What was their average placement?
Average.
Yeah,
6.3. Yeah,
6.3.
That's incredible. So, I mean, I'm curious to see what Dongy has to say about it. But I mean, I'm sure Tommy helped a lot, but I don't want to take anything away from what this team was before Tommy. You know what I mean? It's like this team was very, very strong. So I'm sure Tommy hopped in there and just kind of helped out on the little things, which sometimes can take a team. The little things can sometimes make a team a top 15 to a top 5 team,
Easily, yeah.
Things, so
yeah, we saw them placing like top 15 in tournaments and scrims, and even like the big ones too. So, but super happy that they were able to kind of lock it in. I am curious about if there's another team that might stay together. I think it could be that team. I don't know, right? I don't know if
Dongy's coming to National.
Yeah, I don't know if they've discussed that at all. If they're changing teams, but I don't know. And then
here's my take on that. I think ethically, the morally correct thing to do is that they stay together. I think selfishly, Dongy should go play with.
Wait, hold on. Pause. We're gonna talk about after this. We're talking about potential teams that could be formed. Pause.
I like that.
All right, that's fine.
Save that thought though. Save it though.
I think Dongy's the best player, one of the best players in the game right now, and I think if he wants to win, he needs to make a roster change. It sucks. It's hard to say that though, because these guys just got second and they did show that they were close enough to winning. But like I said, we got to start.
We need a closer.
Super teams. We need some super teams, and we need some closers. If they didn't get a single top 5 on day 2, and it's a match point format, you're going to need some teammates that can help you close out games. My opinion.
Oh, this is getting interesting, boys. This is getting interesting, boys.
Hypotheticals.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. And now to wrap up the top 10, man, Diaz, Shifty, and Soka with 89 kills, 2 under this pretty much the second best team for kills, and then 4.9 average placement, which meant they were the best team for average placement. And I mean, what else is there to say about this squad, man? They are the jack of all trades. They in the perfect world, they would have been top fraggers as well, but first in average placement, second in top frag, and just overall we're up by 30 points, even going into match point with not a lot of kills in the last game. So that just kind of shows you, I don't know. This team played, and I said it earlier, this team played not even their greatest, in my opinion. You can ask them, you can ask Shifty, you can ask Soka, you can ask Diaz. They thought that they were playing bad the first 2-3 games. And they still won. My opinion, I do think they were beatable that day on Sunday. They were
100%.
But I don't think there was a team close apart from maybe Gary and them that could have done it, right? And what teams need to do to get to that point where they can beat them, I don't know. But Diaz, Shifty, Soka, undeniably the best team in the world right now, and now they're gonna reign terror for another year, right? Diaz had an absolutely fucking crazy day, a 9.5 KD. He's doing his
Day
job.
one.
L1, R1. Day 1, 9.5 KD was the number 1 KD for day 1. Day 2 had a 4.63, number 1 KD in day 2, and which
he's-
2 points above second.
It's ridiculous, bro.
Oh my
It's
God.
ridiculous.
A whole 5 points above second, which is his teammate Soka. Like,
Yeah, he's MVP.
I don't even know what to say to this.
100%.
If there was an MVP, it would have been him.
So thoughts on this team, boys? I don't really know what else to say other than
Yeah, I think majority we just talked about them all year, but I think they're just a well-rounded team. You know, you have those teams where like, yo, what if they do bad? You know, what if they don't perform? But even in their bad days, they were still the first for the majority. And even so, whenever a team whenever the Falcons are doing bad, that's where obviously like the other teams need a blow-up game. They need to finish it right there, because if not, bro, the Falcons are going to activate either the next game or just, bro, I knew as soon as they won that they weren't clicking the very beginning. I was like, wow, they're rotating very, really late, bro. You know, we're used to seeing them rotate early. You know, they took a long fight with Sage, and then they held out Little Mario for 1 kill. Do you guys remember that? And then I was like, wait, what? I'm not used to seeing this right now. But then after, bro, they found the rhythm. They won the game. And then I was like, oh, it's over, man. That's why I had to start the Falcons chat, bro, which I lost my voice. But just in general, man, like Diaz, man, with the 9 AD and then the 4, they're the best gun in the game. Nobody can argue with that. And just Soka, bro, the closer in, bro, it's very hard to ace that. According to the stats, they had a 50% like closing. You know, 50% closing. They've won games back to back. Every time you think of impossible, they make it possible. And whenever you think about like, oh, how'd they do that play? They're just like the masters, they're senseis. Like, you know, like they just start teaching. Just in general, I mean, besides that, like you got other like phenomenal players like Elman, Noobs, like who also do that. Sage is really fucking nerdy, but like that team is overall just. Is whenever you get a pair of jeans and it's wrinkly and then you get an iron, they're fully like they're always nice jeans ready to go. No wrinkles on that team. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you. And they're all young. They're all young.
I love you so much, bro.
You know, they got their reaction time. It's everything, brother. Like,
Oh man,
they need a water boy. Nah, I'm just kidding. Nah, I'm just kidding.
The only 2 things I want to say about this team is, one, exactly what you said. Like, we had a thing where we were talking on the desk where someone's like, oh, we should talk about how it's been a slow start. And then we were like, how are we going to sit here and say it's a slow start when you're still in first place? Like, oh, they haven't won a game. Ooh, and that's why, like, that was the point we made where I was like, we've seen like 8 tournaments this year where they did exactly this, where they didn't win a single game until they hit match point and then close out the tournament. Right. So that was kind of like the number one thing. But I think the other thing is, though, is that you love to bring up is that it proves how having to be consistent really matters, because those games that they weren't doing good, nobody did well. And all it took was one of those games for one of the other teams to do well for it to be completely different, right? So I have to commend, the biggest thing I got to commend them about is their consistency, because consistency will always win you every single Warzone tournament you ever want to play, right? And that at the end of the day is what makes this team so good. So I was happy to see him there.
Yeah. Side note, before Ebatez, I want you to go right now. This just to add to that is like, bro, if there was any other team, and I really do hope there's another super team that can be formed. If there is something that you know, if there was another team almost as good as Falcons or equally there, right? That was maybe, let's say if Falcons were winning 2 tournaments and that team was winning every 3rd one, that day they were beatable. And so like, I hope teams start to make some crazy rosters and make this shit hella competitive. Who knows where Almond, Skullface, and Noobs are going to go, because we know that team's probably splitting up.
That team's splitting 100%.
Who knows if Donkey goes with any one of them? I don't know. But Ebatez, go ahead. Just thought I would add to that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have much to say about this team. And I know it sounds like crazy because they're just the best, but I think everyone kind of knows at this point they're just the best. And we all know what kind of roles they play. BIFFLE's obviously the GOAT. This guy was MVP of the tournament, played great. Soka called a great game. I mean, to hit match point and close it out the next game is a true testament what kind of IGL that Soka is. And I feel like Shifty's probably the hardest kill in the game just the team is just disgusting, bro. It's disgusting, truthfully. So
Yeah.
not much to say. I mean, bro, we know how great these guys are. I mean, it is what it is, and it's absurd
Dude.
that we just got BIFFLE for another year.
Yeah, which again, I'm ecstatic. We got Diaz for another
without
year.
a doubt. I was ready to cry. I was looking for onions to have an excuse, you know? Like, nah, I was kidding.
Yeah. So look, let's go over a couple different things. We'll get into the damage and the KD. Here is the overall KD for both teams combined, or for both days combined for the weekend. Diaz BIFFLE leading the average KD with a 7.0 KD. Like fuck the kills, right? Like he was
Damn.
second fragger of the day. That's great, obviously. But like the fact that he just didn't die. Like Dongy, top frag, right? Was a 2.68 KD. Yeah, second top frag, 7 point. Like that alone helps your teammate out so much. Like that's big. Making sure you don't die for your team. 7.0 average KD. Soka 3.59. Enkyo 3.28. Aiden 2.9. Dongy 2.68 in the top 5. That's your top 5 KDs for this, which I wish we had these stats for every single custom, but you know.
I'm working on it, brother. I'm trying my best, because I'm like, dude, having like the amount of conversation we're having just around these numbers is so nice. And I'm like,
It also helps players.
It helps players. It helps us make storylines for these people. Like, it gets people invested, right? Like, obviously people know how good BIFFLE is, but when you see those numbers, you go, what the fuck is this kid doing? Like,
Right.
Yeah,
it's just
it's
wild when you're
ridiculous.
able to look at it comparatively. You like care more somehow. Somehow you care more about the best team in the game
Yeah.
that's won everything. You somehow do it even more. It's measurable.
Measurable.
I like how somebody said that. It's measurable now how good they are compared to everyone.
Bro, again, 7 KD in a lobby full of the best players from around the world. I mean, not even in ranked, right? Like, this just proves how good Diaz played that day. Soka 3.59, and then Enkyo, rookie of the year, right? Like, had a bad Sunday, but still 3.28. We even have damage here, so let's go over the damage. I mean, Dongy's damage was through the fucking roof, brother.
23K?
23,241 for Dongy. Gooey second, 22,705. Sage 20,000. Scummin 19,000. Aiden 19,000. What happened to what?
It's in the other spreadsheet too at the end.
Oh, this is
Oh, that's not damage. Right?
average damage across the board. Oh, this. Yeah, it's not in order, but it is damage, like as a whole, like how much damage they had per player. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh,
So like
that makes
Dongy
sense,
had the most damage out of anybody. You know. So yeah, I mean, bro, this is fucking insane, man. Damage was just. I mean, you guys can screenshot this if you want. Top 28 for damage. Day 2 here. Top 28. Sorry, right there. Top 27 for KD on day 2, which is the day that obviously mattered. Day 1 right here. If you guys want to grab screenshots or a clip of that. Just I don't know. Really, really insane. I wish we had these stats going forward, and I hope that some way, somehow, in all future customs going forward, we can get something like this for everything. Because goddamn, bro, Gooey, shout out Gooey, man, guys, keyboard and mouse, second damage. Yo, could Gooey be the best keyboard and mouse player in the world right now?
Yeah.
I mean,
God damn.
He was that
Bro,
day.
was shooting.
I already know he had a sniper, huh?
Could Gooey be the best mouse and keyboard player right now?
I don't
He's
know,
looking
bro.
like
that
it.
Guy, that guy was in my chat earlier saying he's retiring. I'm like,
What?
What?
yeah, he said that
Why?
like the new movement or something. He's like, I don't want to deal with it. Like aim assist is
Nah,
this,
he lied. He
that,
lied. No
this.
way.
I swear, man.
He better be fucking trolling, buddy. He
Yeah,
better be
I hope he's
fucking trolling.
I
Yeah.
hope he's trolling.
Hey, man. Chat. I don't know. Gooey's performance, the best keyboard and mouse player on LAN this weekend. He placed 6th, got the most damage. What was his KD like, bro? Day 2.
I mean, he was probably the best keyboard and mouse player, period, in competitive this year.
Wow.
Like they played pretty well in scrims and everything too. I feel like we knew that they were going to be a good team.
Here. Wow. Yeah, man. Did fucking unreal. Outplaced every other keyboard and mouse player. Shout out Gooey, man. And then on top of that, which let's have the convo, right? Ebatez, can you You know what? We'll say that. We have one more thing. Let's talk about. Let's go slow, not slowly, but let's go through the teams kind of outside of the top 10. Was there anything here that kind of surprised you? I'll go through 11 through 20th here. Colony, Waldo, Nicole, we've seen their underdog story. Literally, like they are insane. Excuse me, underhorse story. They are absolutely fucking. It went absolutely insane this weekend. 11th for them, barely formed. Right, and then for them to place the way they did, an hour, not even like 5 minutes before the cutoff.
Not even. It was so last minute.
Yeah, that's insane.
Then
those guys have a crazy story.
Nicole winning the solo YOLO.
Nicole winning solo YOLO.
Dude, that was insane.
Yeah, this team. There's a lot of teams here in the top 20 that I'm surprised, good and bad. Like Colony, I think I expected them to place kind of there. Nate Dogg will destroy. I put them at 21st through 30th. They did really good on land. I mean, again, like that team.
For that team.
Yeah, for that team. I thought they would, like when they first formed, I'd say, ooh, this team could be a top team, like at top 10, top 5, right? And I think they've had their ups and downs, but top 12, not bad for them, man. Heeds, Grama, like Enkyo, probably my biggest disappointment out of the entire tournament.
Sure.
The entire year,
top 5.
The entire year was the number 1 EMEA team, right? They won everything in the EMEA quals.
Yep.
For them to have a 30-point head start on teams, right? Technically second, because second through 5th, and they got 13th. How that happened, I genuinely don't know. And we can talk about the team if you guys like, boys.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think happened? Like, you think it like they kind of ended up changing how they were playing? Because you said like they shouldn't change anything. The day one, what they get, like top 5, top 3, like they did really, really good. Maybe they were just, I don't know, man. I'll be honest. I'm trying to think about it. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD.
It felt like this team is known for having like 2 or 3 kind of game plans that are going into it. And I think they just like kind of got stuck in every single one of their game plans on this day. I think it's just, you had that fight that was going on at Manor between the one Latin American squad and I think the APAC squad, right? I think there was 2 teams who were already fighting there at Manor. So, okay, your normal Manor strat, they couldn't really do. Maybe you try and augment it so you can third party it, but we kind of saw that didn't work great for a lot of teams. And then it just felt like everywhere else they went, they were just getting cut down like every step of the way. Enkyo had a great day, but I think the question was kind of on Eads a little bit that day. It's just Grom and Heeds didn't have a good day is what it was. And I think that was the thing that we knew with this team is that like, you can have one person maybe who doesn't have an okay day, but have 2 out of 3 of your teammates not be playing well. Okay, well, it's going to be really, really hard for Enkyo's a fantastic dude, great player. You can't carry 2 of your teammates to a top 5. It's just impossible in a lobby like this.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, man, this is a team. I hope they bounce back. We will get into the discussion on EMEA right now after we go over just the final leaderboard. I don't know. There's a big language barrier here that needs to be broken. But we'll get into it. I again, probably my biggest disappointment is just they won everything leading up into the World Series on their respective region in EMEA and then got 13th, which is right. Yeah. So going on to the next one, Otter, Empathy, Evan. I am disappointed in them, man. I love Evan. Evan's my boy. 14th. In my opinion, that is not where that team belongs. In 14th. Javi, Daga, Cams. They surprised the fuck out of me, man. They surprised the absolute fuck out of me. I believe we actually had them at like 31st to 40th. 31st to 40th.
Wow. Yeah, we had them pretty low.
And
these guys were my underhorse day one, but I don't know. I mean, I've watched these guys play, and that Javi guy is really fucking good. Really good.
Javi's nasty.
He's composed. Nasty. He's so like I remember seeing him get like a 1v3. Like he just like it's nothing and no reaction either. Like he just composed. Just keep until the game is done. Boom. Other than that, he's locked in.
Yeah, these guys.
I'm surprised they didn't finish higher because I saw their stats, and I think all of them were above a 1 KD. And their damage was really good, and I don't know how they didn't place better. I saw like all their stuff. They probably didn't get a lot of kills. They just didn't die.
Yeah, they placed fine. They just only had 53 kills on the entire day.
They had a lot. They had a really high KD, so they just didn't die. They had good placement, but they just didn't get a lot of kills.
Yeah. So you won your fights that you found, but you just didn't find any fights. The entire day.
They were very. They picked their fights.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, these guys, a team to watch out for next year for EMEA, right? I think they proved how good they are. Next team, Juki's Land in FIFA, man. I think we all saw it. It's no secret. This team just didn't get along. Their communication was just horrible. They quite literally, and I don't think, again, this is a team where I talked about a little bit earlier. They are each individually fucking amazing, but together they got exceptionally worse. This team, 16th place, is not where they should be. Their team chemistry was probably the worst that I've seen in a long time. Like just teams in general. And so I do think that. Juki's I think tweeted, "There's no way they're playing together ever again." So
a heart.
Go ahead, Dandro.
Do we want to talk about the Juki's tweet?
Yeah, we can. I can bring it up.
What is it?
So first off, I don't actually hate what he said. First off, I think his intent is very positive in it, in that like, hey, we tried it and it didn't work. The one thing I'm disappointed about with this is that I'm not seeing any accountability from Juki's.
Yeah.
In a lot of that, for him saying like, hey, I didn't play to the best, or maybe like I didn't do what we needed to do. Like for him, because for him to have a lot of talk, and I love Liam, but for him to have a lot of talk is like your team's top fragger and top slayer, to come out on the day that it matters with a 0.57 is rough. Is very rough.
Yeah.
For like the role that you are trying to do. Like that guy needs to find kills for his team.
I don't think he said anything wrong.
No,
in his
I
tweets.
don't. I don't think
But
he said anything
agree with
wrong.
what you said. There could have been more accountability
like
as far as
going forward. I wanted to see him be like, hey,
he was
I
getting
wasn't
grilled.
a great teammate.
He was getting grilled for what he said. I don't actually disagree with anything that he said. I think what he said was fine. But I do agree that he should have added a little bit more, saying, I had a bad year. I did this. I had some attitude problems. I filled in for a sub. Dude, I was a sub for them for like one game. And this guy was so disrespectful, bro. So disrespectful. Like, I'm telling you, he's got an attitude problem. And like, so I know that carried over with the team that he was with. Like, so I do agree. There definitely was a lack of accountability on his side, but yeah, I don't think he said anything out of pocket.
I don't think people's problem was with what he said. I think it was the timing of it all. This was like directly after the tournament itself, and like it was a lot. Like everybody was just kind of like, wait, you guys just lost. Like it's so fresh. Maybe you could have waited a little bit. So I get it.
An hour, buddy.
Yeah. So I mean, hey, maybe you know. I don't know that obviously you could tell from the outside looking in they did not get along. And so yeah, I don't know. I think Juki's needs to play with somebody. Juki's needs to play with somebody, in my opinion, that they equally like.
That pacing, that fast pace.
No. Like mentally,
as far as their egos.
Yeah, like they like somebody that's just like either somebody that's way better than him that can tell him like, hey, like, and like Juki's respects him, because I just think there was just some fundamentally, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I mean,
What?
I for me, like, I thought they were they shown that they want to, you know, like, and on top of that, day one, they actually did pretty good for a little bit, right? And then they ended up slowing down. And I thought they're gonna show up more on land, but with 16, like you guys said, like there's I guess the team didn't really get along, and just the pacings were just off. So
Dandro said he knows his team. Dandro, what'd you say? You know his team?
yeah, I know his team for next year. He told me.
what?
You know
Any
his team
leaks?
for next year already?
Yeah, I already knows who he's playing with.
Any leaks?
No. We are not starting League Draw just over 24 hours of the season ending. I'm not letting that happen.
Wait, okay, so if he told you who's his squad for next year, then that means that another team is already broken up.
Whoa.
Yes. Correct.
Wow, I want to know.
Leak draw.
Okay.
It is September.
Apparently,
Is this where I be Benjay Nassim and say, just, I have my sources that were that told me, you know, but I can't,
Ben,
you know, I
three
can't
Ben,
leave.
man, three Ben, man.
apparently all the competitors in the chat are saying they know. Like
They all
Smixy
know.
said,
He
We saw
was
a joke.
very loud about it at the casino after World Series.
He tweeted out as a joke, like, or I don't know if it was a joke. He tweeted with Vision, said duo looking for one. So is it Vision and +1?
Maybe. I don't know.
It definitely is. All right, Vision +1.
okay,
In my
so
opinion, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Chad is saying Vision and AJ. Vision and
I could see
AJ
that.
with him next year.
That's not a bad show.
How were Vision and
Wow.
AJ's mentally? Are they able to like
bro, those guys, I don't like it, bro. I don't like it. I'll be honest.
Really?
King AJ was taking vacations before, and he doesn't play scrims because they're too late, and like he's tired or something. I don't know. And we know Vision. He's said a lot that he like doesn't like to stream the face cam because his mental's bad, and he's likes to take vacations and stuff like that. I don't know, bro. Unless I'm tweaking, but I feel like that team probably won't work, but we'll see.
I feel like the only way it works is if they just try to beast mode the map, because they're obviously like all great slayers. So sure, like all of them find their kills and they're great, but even like we just had this whole conversation about how that doesn't work anymore. So
I
it's
do know
like,
that Juki said that Vision's the best IGL he's played with, but that was before they dropped him for FIFA, so I didn't understand that either. Because they played with him last year. He said Vision's the best player I've ever played with, went to LAN, and then dropped him. And I was like, wait, how is he the best player you ever played with and then leave him? It just didn't make any sense.
yeah.
interesting? I mean, bro,
Wow.
like, go ahead. Oh, you said wow. Oh, like, I don't know. FIFA, in my opinion, is still one of the best IGLs, and I think for the last 2 years, him and his teammates just didn't get along. And if you are the IGL and players aren't listening to you, there's really nothing you could do, right? Like last year we saw with Abwiz, right? Like we saw that they just weren't getting along. Same thing here. So I'm hoping that next year, honestly, man, you know what I want to see? You know what, like genuinely, you know what I want to see is FIFA come to NA. Like,
Smart.
that's what I think FIFA should do is come to NA, move in with Bobby, and find a team, grind content, grind with the NA squad, because NA players are better than EMEA.
Is he allowed to do that though?
He can. They are better than EMEA players. And one thing I will say about North American teams, there's no good IGLs. I really do think FIFA could be absolutely fucking insane with 2 good NA players.
I see it too.
Now, I know Spam. I know everybody keep talking about Spam Gola. Spam Gola's not going to be
16.
He's young, yeah.
He won't be 18 for another 2 years, so that's, but I genuinely think FIFA should go to NA and play from there, in my opinion.
I like that.
That's kind of my two cents on that team. Any final thoughts on that team, boys?
No.
Okay.
I'm excited to see where all 3 of those guys end up.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Robstar, Vortex, Blade, 17th place. I believe the fights were kind of going back and forth between them and Panda, but I believe Rob and them won probably a good amount of them. But 84.2 points, 10.9 average placement, 49 kills, 17th. They won World Series Warzone twice back when they separated EMEA and North America. I don't think they did bad, I think I think they did pretty decent. Vision, AJ, Showstopper. To me, in my opinion, this was a letdown. 18th.
Huge letdown.
They, I think, are very good slayers, but didn't slay.
I see right there,
I personally
49.
I think AJ, Echo, and Prodigy should form a team. I think
like
that team
that.
would be really, really good.
It's a good shout.
AJ, Echo, and Prodigy. Okay.
That's probably the best you could put together in EMEA, in my opinion.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, next team, Saviochus, Freddy, Xanax. These guys definitely surprised me. Top 20. I think we had them at like 31st through 4th. No. 21st through 30th, I think. And Saviochus, obviously, ex-World Series Warzone winner. Not bad out of them. Stuo, Noobs, Pat. Let's talk about these guys, man.
Oh, man.
Hey,
I don't know what the fuck
what
happened.
the fuck happened?
Well, the stats
mean-
tell us a little bit about what happened, but I don't know. It's concerning. I don't know what happened, man. I think
they weren't ready whenever they got the reversal. Like they didn't know where to go. They didn't really prepare for that. I mean, obviously they did formally, like they only played like 5 times and stuff last second, but I don't think they
played
had like a
well.
plan B.
They played well with noobs every single scrim and everything they played. I don't want to put it on the. I'm going to be light on these guys because I do agree that Enxian with them, they probably felt a little bit more comfortable, and maybe getting to land and sitting next to Noobs, they didn't feel as confident. You know, they're like, damn, it sucks that their third player wasn't there. But I mean, dude, we saw Noobs do his thing. I can't lie. He was fucking shooting, and I don't know what happened, but all the stats that I've looked at and everything that I've seen, like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but it seemed like Noobs had a good day and the other two didn't. And again, I'm not trying to put it, you know, it's a team game, but it just seems weird to me that, like, I don't know how that happened. Like, Noobs was shooting, but at the end of the day, too, they didn't get to play. They did not get to play with Enxian, which is super upsetting. So like I said, I want to be easy on this team, and I feel like I can't be too critical. Because they didn't get to play with their third.
It sucks. I mean, their placement wasn't great. You're 100% on the nose. Noobs is the only one getting solid eliminations. They had one game where Patsuka had 6. And that was the only game that either one of them did something. Otherwise, it was all 1s and 2s across the board.
So what do you think happened? Like, bro, they were winning every contention against Gary's coming and Dongi. They literally bullied them off of it. They forced them out, and then now they won every single gunfight on land, Gary and them. And Stuwo, Noobs, and Patsuka were forced to move out of there, right? What the fuck happened?
You think it's just
confidence? I think it's just
like a flip of a player, because like they did that with Enxiam, no?
No, they did that with Noobs.
And Noobs? Oh,
well, they did it with both.
Yeah,
I don't know. This was dead ass. Like, was dead ass. Just I was mind blown at this. I didn't expect them at all. Didn't they die first twice in one of the games, first day? I don't know. I don't know. Mm-hmm. That was surprising.
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna like contest them like second day, you know, but they just they went somewhere else again. Like they didn't even try to fight for it, you know, the second day. I don't know, bro. So like any fights that they were taking, Steve and Patsuka like just had not the best day, man. It sucks.
I don't know what happened.
Well,
but if looking at all the stats, like I don't know if you looked at KD's damage, like all that stuff, it's quite a discrepancy between the two and Noobs. Like again, not to cook the Patsuka and Stu are great players. It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know what happened.
Usually when a team's doing bad, it's the whole team doing bad, not like this one outlier that's like crazy.
So, okay, let's go. I'm going to kind of pick up the pace a little bit, boys. Slide B Mark J Tech 21st. Not bad. I think we put them at 31st to 40th. So, oh no, I think we had them at 21st to 30th.
I think we put them at 22nd and we got 21st.
Okay, not bad out of them, man. Erexin, Tabacudo, Nano. We had them way lower, 31st to 40th. So,
good placement.
They did pretty good.
Kills.
8.6, just not a lot of kills. Almond, and I think that could be attributed to them not having a lot of practice. Which I do think a lot of these teams kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard probably didn't have enough practice going into it. Almonds is Hamoud. Obviously, pickup team didn't practice as much. 23rd. Neto Desivita. These guys, they were like, they started off hot.
10, no?
Yeah.
10 day one.
And then ended at 24th. So...
They were kind of slamming day one. I'm not going to lie.
They were.
There were a lot of fights. They were just like randomly
shit.
in the mix. And I was like, okay, hell yeah. And then just day 2, I was like, oh. Where are you?
Yeah. I don't know. Vita, I think, was the best player with 1.17 day 1. Then I don't know what happened after that, man. So, I mean, even then, 24th, not bad of them. I do think it's bad because they started off with a decent amount of points. So, Rocket, Clapper, Zakar, they bounced back from deadass second to last, or last, actually.
Give him some class.
Honestly, that major improvement, man. God dang.
I don't know if you saw Zakar's tweet today at Clapper. He said,
Might have also seen that.
He said, Clapper, he was like, don't blame it on audio. You showed up without IDMs. Like, you're unprofessional, blah, 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 blah. He deleted the tweet.
Oh, he deleted it.
Zakar was cooking Clapper for, I guess, like, not showing up with IEMs. Then he had a tweet that he, like, needed IEMs or something. It was just something crazy. He was like, I don't know.
I remember that in the group chat. He was asking. No, just so you know, it wasn't just him. There was so many other players asking for IMs the day of. Like a lot.
I don't know. There was some beef though. There was definitely some words exchanged today on the timeline.
Wow. Okay. Wow. I actually didn't know that. Zach, Eisen, Hollow, these guys. I kind of expected them to do a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie. 26th. horrible, but yeah, I expect them to do better. Mario Laundered Clown, I definitely think they were unprepared. They and it's not. I mean, again. It's not. I'm not saying that's like as a bad thing in the sense of like Laundered had work and all that shit. I'm not shaming them, but they definitely were unprepared. This is honestly where we had them. We had them at 21st to 30th. Strixie, Tabulator, Johnny Bro. We had these guys at 31st to 40th and probably near the back, right? Good placements, just no kills whatsoever out of them. Joa, Bredman, and Jace. And so I want to talk about this team real quick, man. 29th. Joe had made a tweet the other day, and I want to start this by saying, sorry, not Joe, Bread had made a tweet. I want to start this by saying, I love Bread. He is generally one of the nicest people, and the internet can twist things and make things seem like, oh, you're fighting with Bread. No, bro, I would fucking love this guy. Bread's amazing. But he made a tweet pretty much saying that practice is not practice, and that, you know, there's no point in playing these scrims. They're not going to play out the way they normally do. And, you know, we even talked about it in the DMs, and we were like, we kind of went back and forth on everything, right? This team did not really practice at all, right? Up until maybe the last week, they played a little bit. And so I genuinely think, again, the dynamic is shifting for Warzone now. It's not about just being really good on getting average placement. Like, you have to be good at both. And I think this team, if any team that I feel like needed to scrim, it was this team, because they're good at getting to endgame. They're good. They just weren't, they're not the greatest at fighting. They're not the greatest at getting kills. And I think these guys suffered a lot of that this weekend. And I don't think they were prepared for how it was going to play out. In my opinion, I think the games played out a lot more similar than what we thought they were. People thought it was going to be such a huge night and day difference from World Series to scrims, or even not even just scrims. I just say the big tournaments, right? Like, and I'm gonna be honest, they obviously they were more stacked, but it wasn't to the point where it was such a drastic change. Like, if you played in scrims, you got better. Right. Like if you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, I mean, Isaac said they didn't even get to endgame. Like, 13.6 average placement. I think with this team, again, I love these guys. They are like brothers. But again, because they're your brothers, you got to be honest with them. The day and age where we can just not practice anymore, not get in reps, and then compete and be at the highest level, that's over. That's over, right? And so I'm going to be doing a podcast with Bredman soon about this whole topic. So just so you guys know, it's nothing but love to both of them, or all three of them, right? So I'm gonna be hard on these guys, and I gave Joe a heads up. I said I'm gonna be a little hard on you. Hector, can you do me a favor? Can you pull up the Cloud9 COD tweet? They tweeted like a clip of Bread after they died the last game. But I think with this team, man, and I know Skull experienced this, and I'm sure Jace went through the same thing. It's really hard having two players on a different. Yeah, Cloud9 COD. They like tweeted it. Their like CDL page. It's really hard for two players to be on a different page than one. I know Skull is like a very grinder. He played with Soka and them, and he watched VODs every night and did the 1v1s and all this stuff. And I know Jace is like the same way. Like he wanted to play scrims every day and all this. And to have two players who don't want to scrim and don't really want to put in the time, it's like, it makes this really awkward disconnect between the two or the three. And you're going to see it in this clip if you go out and play this. And I'll just say, man, if this is me and I'm Jace, I'm fucking getting up and screaming, bro. I'm not kidding. This clip would piss me the fuck off. And I love, like, I think the problem with me is Brett and Joe, they have like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And it's like where they don't know when to be like competitors and when to be streamers. And I think obviously there's not a league or anything in Warzone. So it's kind of like, you know, you are a creator all the time, but if like, you'll hear the clip, but if this happened, dude, I don't know. Like if this was me and I'm Jay sitting here, I would be fucking screaming. So you can play whenever. All right, I'm gonna play. It's gonna, you guys gonna disappear.
Hey, freaking G chat. That was it. Bad 2 days us. It is what it is. Shout out to SSD, bro. They deserve the dub. They deserve the dub. G freaking G's, bro.
Hey, man, we did what we could, bro. We did what we could, man.
It is what it is, bro. It didn't click today. That's how it is. G freaking G's, bro. They deserve that shit. Rough weekend, chat, but listen, I wouldn't want to do it with any other team, bro. I would not want to do it with any other team. G freaking G's. Listen, L day today, but at the same time, we're going to regain, have some good dinner, do our thing. We'll be back. We'll be moving. We'll be...
There you go.
Anyways, I don't like. Okay, again, like I know it's you're not gonna sit there and crash out on stream and like freak out, but it's just I feel like as competitors, man, a real competitor would sit there and you could visibly see how angry and upset they are, like shaking. I like when I got like 26 last year, I was shaking. I was so mad. I didn't want to do anything but fucking scream. And like I feel like, you know, there's one thing to be like, hey, like, you know, obviously congrats to people that won, but to sit there and say we did everything we could when we know that these guys are way better than 29th place. We know that these guys could have easily placed top 10 if they just showed up. Like these guys are talent. That team was talented enough to place top 5. And it's like to say we did everything we could. I like, dude, for me, I'm like again, these are like my friends, but I'm like outside looking in, man. I'm like, there's just a huge disconnect between their teammates this year. And I think Jace and Skull, I think, experienced that. There was just not a lot of, they just weren't on the same page. And I think those guys were just, it puts this awkwardness. You could tell that there's a level of comfortability. We talked about team chemistry. Like when they're just not comfortable with each other. Like I know Jace wanted to grind the scrims and play every single day and play 1v1s, get on shipment, off stream, watch VODs. And like what Dandro said, like when you have to watch VODs and bring it to somebody and be like, hey, here's what I saw in our VOD watching last night. It's different. Like, it's just such a huge disconnect. So again, like Red is one of the nicest people. So I understand, like, you know, like he's like an anomaly, like, right. But to just sit there and be okay with it. And like, you could just tell he like that they weren't visibly upset. You know, maybe they're just doing it for streams or camera or whatever. But again, I just think that there's times where we have 360, 3 days of the year where you can be a streamer, be a creator and be, that personality. But when you're competing, man, like, I feel like you gotta like, just not think that you're even streaming right now. And like, it's just, you gotta be, I don't know. I just wish I saw a little bit more anger out of those guys. Like from me, it just tells me they didn't care enough.
I want to give a different.
Disagree too. I'll completely disagree. Okay. I think there's definitely a different time and a place for those types of things. And at that point, although I do understand if somebody's like punching their monitor, pissed off, like, oh, we're gonna be back and this is gonna motivate me. But there's nothing to like. You could have told me exactly where they placed, even if they placed 40th. And that's not the reaction you're going to get from Bread. It's just not. Like, you know what you're going to get from Bread, and that doesn't mean he's lacking passion or any of those types of things. I just think people handle things differently, and in that moment, maybe it wasn't like the time or place to like do it at that moment. You don't know what the conversations were that happened after the fact. Maybe they did have conversations and maybe they won't be together next year or whatever the case is. But I think sometimes those conversations, it's like, obviously Juki's didn't flip out at his desk when they didn't do as well as they thought or something along those lines. I think it's just really one of those ones that I wouldn't expect that behavior out of them. Not that that's bad or good. It's just I wouldn't see that out of them, even if they got 40th.
No, I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I didn't say I expected that. It's just that like it didn't feel like they cared. You know what I mean?
Look, I think let me find a middle ground here from what you guys are saying. I don't think necessarily Breadman's reaction was the bad part. Like what like that's just Bread. Like Bread's just like he's not gonna crash out. Yeah, right. I think more where the point of maybe Ebatez, why you think, and I to a certain extent I agree they didn't care. Of course they cared, but maybe people are mad that they didn't care as much. For me, that I saw was just the lack of practice that they put in. That's where I think that showed more of them not caring, not necessarily
that's what
his reaction.
Right, a lot of that, it was like we did everything we could, and it's like I don't believe that. I really don't think that team did everything they could. It's like you guys didn't. You know what I mean? And I'm just gonna say it, like you guys didn't. So I think that's where I get frustrated.
I think what Ebatez is trying to say, like he wanted Bread to put on like motivational TikToks, like, man, I'm trying to get motivated. And then after that, I see kind of where Ebatez is saying, like, what didn't sound convincing. We're like, oh, we want this, you know. They should, like, if they said, yo, after this, you know, we didn't have the best day, but, you know, tonight we're going to regain with a meal and we're going to watch some VODs and then try to tackle it with a plan. Then right there would have been like, hell yeah, I'll see you, Brad. But I kind of see both sides. So, but just in general, like, that's where I see the lack of, like, you know, they're like, oh, didn't have the best day, just going to regain on a meal and just in general. But, like, at least that's what I think. I don't know. It's, you know?
I swear, you always choose the worst times to say jokes, bro.
To reiterate, though, I think it comes down to a time and place. It might be different perspective today if they're like yapping in their own streams and just kind of thinking about their process and thinking about maybe what they could have done better. I think they just process it differently. But I do agree. I don't think that was a truthful statement necessarily from the outside looking in, saying they did everything they could. I agree with Ebatez 100% on that, because there's plenty of different things that they maybe could have done that would allow them to do better. Doesn't necessarily mean they had to scrim every single scrim, but maybe there's other stuff that wasn't happening that could have potentially happened from the outside looking in, where we didn't see everything, because we don't see everything. Right. But if they're being honest, that's probably not 100% true that they did everything they could. Yeah. And I agree with that element.
Like I said, I think for the case of Skull and Jace, I think that even like questioning, like, hey, I hope my team wants to scrim today and get better. I hope my team wants to get in court and watch VODs. Like, the fact that you have to sit there and like hope that your team is like okay with like putting in some time, it's just like concerning. And again, I mean, I'll speak on for Skull, I guess, because that's my friend.
Wait, did they have that same issue, Skull them?
Skull did feel like he just was kind of doing stuff solo a lot of times, and it was hard to get those conversations started of like, hey, we need to put in the time to do this. Because I mean, it's hard also too, though, because Skull came from playing with Soka for 3 years or 2 years, who literally lives and breathes this stuff. Yeah. And I think we all understand, like, Joe's and Brett's time is very valuable, you know, as far as whatever else they got going on. So there's only so much time that they really can contribute to it. So it's just frustrating, I guess, from somebody like Skull and Jace who only compete. You know, I think content's king. Obviously, content should be number one, but it puts that third person in a weird spot where it's like they're not on the same level, right? Like Jason Skull, like they compete for their living. You know what I mean? It's like it's just such a huge disconnect. So I don't know. I wish that they could have found the middle ground a little bit more. I think that's what I wish I'd done with this team.
I mean, they could do it because, like, I mean, you say content is king, but you see Swag and you say Aiden as well. You know, like they do content and they have the love for the toy and they make the time to make it to the scrim. So, I mean, if they did really want it more, then I would say, like, they should have been screaming more to
I think
get better results, no?
The other deceptive part is because they like comfortably made it to land. Land, right? Yeah. Like that's a Brett in them.
No, they barely qualified.
Did they?
Qualified in the last game. Breadman.
They didn't go LCQ.
Oh, you're right. You're right, Ebatez.
Breadman had an absolute masterclass game the last game.
I don't remember now.
I literally texted Jace. I said, "You need to be on your knees right now for that man, Bread." He went absolutely sicko. Like game
qualify. Yeah.
It was a Breadman classroom, like masterclass, like literally, like he went insane.
Yeah, I think so. Here's where I think maybe the disconnect happened, and again, we can move on after this. Is those three are incredibly talented. I'm going to just be blunt. They are very, very good individual players, and for the last 3 years, they've been able to do what they've done. Place, what was it, 6th at LAN last year, right? Oh, without really putting that much time into competing, right? So this year, obviously the competition got significantly better. I think what happened was they probably thought that, hey, we can continue to do this and continue to place good because we've done this for the last 3 years and it plays pretty good, right? So I think now obviously things are shifting where to be at the top, you now have to put in the reps. You now have to put in the time. You put it, and again, now this is just a question for them going forward, right? Is competitive something that they can balance? Is it something that they want to do, or are they more going to lean towards content creation, right? And so again, people like Jace and things like that, I know they are strictly competitors. So obviously Jace knows probably what he wants to do. Yes, they could have done more. They could have practiced. They could have put in reps, but I do think a lot of the reps that a lot of these other teams put in that place in the top 10, they learned a lot by playing scrims. They learned a lot by playing the tournaments, by getting in the reps in. Like, I saw Jace, no troll, in like almost every fucking scrim. Like, if his team wasn't there, he was playing in with pickup teams all the time. So I think just going forward, it's trial and error. You see what worked last year, what didn't work, and then you move forward from there, right? So again, those three incredible individuals, where they placed, I don't think it's a direct representation of where they are individually in skill, but I do think it's a direct representation of that them team has it together and the lack of preparation for World Series, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So.
I think like last year, bro, they could kind of get away with it because the game was way slower. It's more tactical. Like you had to play like, but now I feel like with this game, it's more team based. And then obviously like you have Jace, who's really fast, Brett, who's slower, and just in general, I think they're solid. But like you said, like gotta find more rhythm of like team fights. You know, once you lose one guy, it's over, man. So I think that's a lot.
Again, shout out to them, man. They're our homies. They know that it's not bad blood on this end, right? So,
no, definitely not.
So now let's move over to 30th, man. Louis Wars bubble, bro. We kind of talked about this team a lot and how they always show up on LAN.
Oh,
Until they don't.
Until they don't.
Until they don't.
And
What happened?
30th
I don't know
place.
what happened. I don't even know what happened.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
do you guys think the Saudi thing that like meshed their mental? Like,
I don't think it did. Bubble's a chill guy. I don't
think we even saw enough of them. I haven't.
I barely saw them in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to speak on what the problem was, especially when you're on the bottom third or whatever. You're just not gonna be on the broadcast that often. Like you're spectating.
Max.
Yeah.
So
We actually told them not to put teams who were basically 30th through 40th on broadcast.
yeah.
Hey, I mean, EWC, remember, that was an issue. They were showing a lot of the players that like weren't that great in the main broadcast. So I get it. So yeah, their team expected to do better. They didn't. Volcom resolved Panda.
Wow.
We called it, man. I don't know. Maybe they could have. I think their biggest downfall was, and I think again, they're so good. Like, they are a good fucking squad. I think if they would have maybe put their pride aside just a little bit before World Series, and they could have gone maybe into like a week or two before this when they were losing all their gunfights, been like, you know what? Let's try something different. Let's land somewhere else. Yes, they're beating us. They might be better at fighting, but on land is what matters, right? So. Yeah,
I think that's like my biggest for me. Like, upset. I love Panda. They were doing so hot before going into World Series of Warzone, but whenever that beef started, bro, like, hey, like, I don't know what happened, bro. Ever since like every time we would see their team fights, they do like a lot of solo like fights, and then Vortex seemed like more team based and isolating them one by one. So I'm not too sure what happened. Like, if it was like a mental thing after they started losing. If they like not click together or what happened, bro. It's crazy, man. To see them at 31st from consistently getting top 10s or top 5, like, is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a shocking performance, but not really just because.
I don't know, man. That guy Resolve got a lot of accusations. He was shooting at home, bro.
Oh no, he was
out there, man. I'm just saying.
Wait, hold on.
A lot of people think that guy is doing something, bro, and I think he has got a lot to prove this year. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a little weird.
He had a .47 day one.
It's not looking good.
No way,
bro. It's not looking good.
.47.
I even asked him. I saw him day one, like Thursday when everyone got in. I said, "Hey, bro, like a lot of people think you're cheating." And he was like, "Yeah, like I heard." It was like a very short conversation. Like, it was very like very short conversation.
Oh, you heard about that too, huh? No.
It wasn't even like, yeah, man, like they can think what they think. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, it was like, yeah.
Bro, that's so funny.
It was really awkward.
Interesting.
I was like,
no way.
But I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of competitors have expressed their frustration with him. So I mean, hopefully he proves himself, but
he got a .47 on Saturday and a .45 on Sunday. Fuck. Yeah.
Shout out Rob.
Also, I'll throw it out there again, because like obviously KD's just a number. So, but it's like that's just a starting
damage.
point. No, I know. That's what I'm talking about. It's just a starting point to go look at other numbers and see kind of what's going on. How did the team comp look? Okay, were they doing damage and maybe they were getting blooded? And I'm actually kind of glad Unrational's numbers as low as his is in this particular aspect, because then it kind of goes, well, it's not everything, but the damage is there. The team placements are there. The positioning, his team is fragging and they're being set up for success, and it's not the whole number. But then this one you could look at and go, okay, hold up.
Across the board.
Let's find an excuse to what could be the problem, and you don't find any. That's more just the kind of the thought process where it's like,
remember that tournament where I forgot who it was. Somebody asked like, yo, Resolve, why are you not live? Like, he wasn't streaming a tournament and they were in top 3 of like some 10K. I think it was like a Warzone Total Frenzy.
Yeah, and that's crazy.
He refused to give his stream. He was on an all, like, it's just weird, bro. It's weird to me. I just don't. I mean, I've called out players in the past for doing this stuff. It doesn't make sense to me, bro. Everybody should be streaming on their main account with their face cams on, so that you don't get these accusations. And dude, I hate to be the guy, but this guy has done everything that everybody told him not to do. He was shooting at home, and then he got to land and shit the bed. Now it's like, okay, you put yourself in this position where you were streaming on alt accounts and you weren't streaming with a face cam and you weren't giving people your streams. You were doing some sus ass shit. Now you went to land, got shit on. Now it's on you. You got to prove yourself again. Now it's on you. If anyone asks for a money cam, whatever, streams, PC, it's on you, bro. It's on you.
I want to, again, this is the conversation that, in my opinion, how do we move the needle? How do we go forward? How do we, I think there's 2 rules that need to be implemented for every tournament moving forward. And in my opinion, if you can't do this, then you don't deserve to compete. These are 2 rules that I think could move the needle forward and continue to build brands, but then 2, and help and even if it helps 5%, we should still do it. In my opinion, 1, you should always have to stream from your main account, no matter what. You have to give your stream to the admins, and you should be live whenever they tell you to go live. And it should be your main account, no fucking alt accounts, no fucking, it should be, hey, this is where this person's streaming, and everybody obviously should require to stream. That is, and then secondly, a face cam. 1, people are more likely to not cheat when you know how they look, because then they can no longer make another account and come back as a different person. These are the 2 things that I think would implement. Not only that, bro, like pushing the scene forward and growing your brand. Why would you not want to fucking put your face on there? Why? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would you not want people to know? And like, if you tune into a POV, this is this person. Like, I again, in my opinion, those are the 2 things. Stream on your fucking main account and then have a face cam. Like, that's it. In my opinion, that moving forward, that should be the requirement no matter what. And I don't, if you disagree and you're a competitor,
every tournament next year needs to require face cam, bro.
I agree. Do you think it can happen?
I think so.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
It's a very
if tournament
easy
organizers are like, hey, I'm in your stream, you don't have a face cam, you're kicked out of our tourney. Like, just, you got to be stern about it. We all respect Mrs. Know-It-All, Sammy. She is very harsh on her rules. If she has a rule, she says it how it is, and she doesn't give there's no gray area. It's black and white. So tournament organizers just need to be blunt. You need to just, you're in or you're out. There's no like forehead cam or any of this, bro. I mean,
yeah. Like, bro, there's no, like, bro, I'm sorry. I love you, Fuzzin. You're handsome as fuck, by the way. Fuzzin, you're handsome if you ever see this. Bro, Fuzzin, I was a little disappointed in you, man, that you moved the camera up while playing. Like, Pops, Fuzzin, you are actually handsome, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every competitor.
If he won a game, what was his plan? He was just not going to do the interview, or he wasn't going to go have a camera on him? I just don't get it.
Well, it's also like, if we're going to force people to abide by, like, we did it the entire season where it's like, these are the World Series of Warzone rules for placing and multipliers and stuff. Guess what's also part of that rule book? You have to stream on your main account with a face cam. And part of that is going to also, like you said, it's moving the needle as we're weeding out the shitters. Get them out of here. So they're not going to like try and do some scummy stuff. You got to do it from the beginning all year long. Then like, you're probably not going to be yacked up when you try and go play for $1 million.
Like,
I
look,
like that,
man,
I like that.
I want, Shanice just said something, man. I want everybody, like, all the competitors to really see the bigger picture. Like, how do you guys expect Warzone to ever grow into this big thing that we all dream of, right? Like, the competitive scene that Apex has is fucking huge, right? Like, obviously, that's not just for face cams, but, like, dude, the player count for Warzone is fucking demolishing Apex. Like, but our scene isn't as big as theirs, right? There's a lot of factors contributing to that, but why wouldn't you want to try to grow the scene as much as possible? Like, truly, if you have a face cam, people get to know who you are. Why would you not want to literally have the possibility to make thousands and thousands of dollars by people knowing who you are? Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
I will throw a little thing in here just because it has happened with really notable player that did the exact same thing a very long time before it was kind of forced into the rules, which is BIFFLE, right? We know BIFFLE didn't have one, and you can make the same case why he didn't, and from that perspective, he could argue that he didn't want to, right? If you don't have to, you don't have to. End of day, that's really what it comes down to. But second admins forced it. He made it happen.
Yeah.
So, like, I think end of day, it just, like you said, make it a rule. It is what it is. Just like he did, competitors will.
If they're like, they will do it. They will do it. I promise you. Yeah. And Rob said a good point. I can tell you he didn't get opportunities because he didn't have cam back in the day. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. That's why for the longest time I pushed him. Now look at him, bro. This man's posting fucking TikToks. This man's posting TikToks of him dancing, bro.
Hey, I'm proud of him, bro.
Like, come on. Like, come on, bro. Like, you will get out of your shell. It will take time. But if we force every single player to do it, it will happen. You know?
Yep.
I don't know.
I love that.
So, yeah, we digress. Let's go to the next one. So we were on
31st.
Now Boogs, Benzi, Stukex. A lot of people thought that they were gonna place better. I think we said 31st to 40th. So that doesn't surprise me. Now this team.
Yeah.
Ebatez, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Whoa!
My biggest disappointment right here, bro.
Go ahead,
I don't
Ebatez.
know
I thought-
what happened with this roster. I was about to send a really angry DM to these guys, but I was trying to watch their VODs to see what happened, and all these guys turned off their VODs, they deleted them, whatever, and I don't know, man. That just shows me that they are just obviously embarrassed, but like, you're never gonna get better, bro. If you that irritated me. I don't know why they turned off their VODs and stuff, because I was just actually trying to see what happened and see how they could have gotten better, but they just deleted all of them, which really pissed me off. But
I mean, because it'd be cool to have the story where you watch the VODs and be like, you know what? They died off rip every time to a top three team. You know, you could at least rationalize it. You know what? Just shitty randomness or whatever. Maybe, you know, they got to figure out their landing. But
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know, bro. I mean, these guys got 8th day 1 and then just day 2 just absolutely fumbled, bro. How did they go from 8th place to 33rd? I don't know. We'll never know because they deleted their VODs. And these are my friends, bro. I'm gonna just say it how it is, bro. You like.
They were 8th after the first day.
They were.
Were they 7th or 8th?
They were 8th.
Holy, that's crazy. I didn't realize they fell that far off, bro.
20 points. They started with 20 points that day.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Flames said we
Seventh.
never fought them on day 2, and they landed the same POI as us. They were going somewhere else, because I can tell you where they did not place well.
Did they go
at
to
all.
pop off?
So they just changed their POI. Like I wish I knew, bro. I wish I knew, but I don't know what
Their best placement was 26th on day 2.
I don't know. This is another team.
Holy
I think,
shit.
So bad.
I think Levi and Zeppa had to like beg basically Limax to scrim. Like I think it was just like one of those other things too, where like I heard that just Limax wasn't really trying in scrims. It was kind of just like you show up and you just kind of do whatever. Like I don't know what happened with this team, but I mean they had a really bad day 2. Obviously they had a decent day 1. I mean they didn't even do that well day 1. I want to say they had like an average of like 11 points and it just kind of snuck them into the top 8, which isn't even like a great day. They just had like a consistent average day. But then day 2, I don't know what happened. So,
I mean, if you look at their KDs for day 2, there were a 0.45, 0.48,
Dude.
and 0.55. So they were
it's
not
bad.
winning gunfights.
Who?
bad.
Who are they fighting?
These guys are definitely better than that. This is like another Brett and Joe team. Like these guys are way better than how they placed, but you know they got to live with the fact that they just got 33rd. Is what it is.
Wow.
Side note: do you think teams should be allowed to go move to other regions for the month and then move back?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, if they can afford to do it, I'm sure like it is what it is because FIFA did that last year. Right? Didn't he do that with the? I don't remember now.
I think at the end of the
2 years
day,
ago, I
we
think.
won.
2 years ago.
I mean,
I see both sides. I see both sides.
yeah, I see both sides. I think the hard thing there is that people from other regions, let's say they come to NA, our spots are already predetermined. So
Well,
it's like
we
coming
got to
over.
change that.
Right. It's weird because coming over, it's like now we just gave 2 spots to APAC, which is kind of weird. And it's like, did APAC deserve 2 spots?
Well, you know what I want? I think part of that too is what I don't want to see is like see somebody come over, play for a month, and then go back. Like I would love to see some sort of like you have to live and play from that region for the entire or maybe it's some sort of percentage, right? Percentage of days, like 80% of the days. So like from when World Series opening happened up until like global finals, you have to be in that region, and that's just like. Or maybe not. Maybe until regional finals when that gets locked, right? So for that, like that's where you have to be able to stay. Because I think that at least shows a little bit of dedication and is more solidified than like, oh, I came over for.
I agree, but I don't think they. I feel like they can't. I feel like how can they enforce that, right? I do think like, if it was either between keeping everybody in their region no matter what, you can't move, or like yes you can. I would say yes you can, because obviously I do like that. Like I can imagine some of these guys from even Latin America will probably come to the US if they can and stay here. I do think that's good. I will say a big part of this conversation, definitely we're gonna have to talk about it after this. Let's get through this, but the whole region spots, that's gonna be a big topic. Guys, I told y'all this was gonna be a long podcast. I hope y'all are fucking ready. I'm just getting started, man. Okay.
Yes, I got my little snackies.
But I don't know. It's weird, bro, because I feel like it's just weird. It's a weird thing because you're taking away spots from NA teams, but at the same time they had to come to NA, which is in turn a harder region to qualify in. It's like so it is a little weird that they came over and technically now NA had 16 spots and APAC had 2 this year, even though I think these guys would have easily qualified in APAC. And I saw somebody APAC said, nah, APAC deserves more spots. I mean, bro, look at 38th. That was your guys' APAC team that represented. And we had 2 APAC teams in the tournament this year. They got 33rd and 38th. That's not representative that APAC deserves more spots, in my opinion. So,
which again, we will discuss.
And I've been pushing for the Australian scene, bro. Like I picked these guys up when they're on 200 ping. It's not that I don't think they're good enough. I just think that there's got to be some kind of, I don't know. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, let me go through it quickly. All right, so Baba Future, Almighty TJ, I think they performed what we thought they would perform. Melvin, Pentagon Fuzzin. Wow. A huge upset. I don't know what the fuck happened.
I don't know what happened. They were looking good.
This was actually insane.
In terms of my pre-rankings, they had the worst slide compared to where predicted outcome and actual outcome. It was the largest difference. Negative.
Yeah. What was their predicted?
We had them at like top 10 or like top 15.
Well, based on recent performance, I had them at they were supposed to be 9th.
Yep.
Wow.
And we expect them to do well. Then they finished 35th.
Oh yes, the stats that you had, they were like above average, right? Like
they should, based on recent performance, they should have been consistent and got it. Yeah.
0.32.
Yeah, they had the biggest fall off in terms of predicted, along with Panda. Those were the 2 largest. Most of the other ones were well within like plus or minus 10 or so. That's like almost all of them.
0.89.
But they were, it wasn't good.
He is down low, Hector. 0.89. Dozen. 85. Wow.
All right here, 0.69.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow. So yeah, 0.69 for Fuzzin. Melvin was 0.62, and then Penta was.
Somebody saying recent performance doesn't matter. That's almost all that matters, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
Wait. If recent performance doesn't matter, what does matter?
Yeah.
Nothing mattered. No, just kidding.
We should talk about Aiden and Smith and DJ. We're in 30th place in the scrims 2 months ago. Like,
yeah, bro.
I mean, yeah. So honestly, this is genuinely, I don't know what the fuck happened, because this was bad. Like,
wow, 25 kills. Damn.
I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Nia Singh, King Shok, and Nida, 40 or 36th place, 42 points, 13.1, 27. Again, look, man.
Team.
Let me discuss this. This is a team chat, and again, I personally don't like to say anything unless I have undeniable proof. And I'll say this: this was a team that a lot of teams were saying that they were sus, that they're cheating. I don't know, right? You guys make the decision for yourselves. These guys placed 36th. I don't know. Do that with it as you will. Again, Ebatez, go ahead, man. I know you probably have stuff to say.
I mean, Neeson DM'd me after the tournament, and he was like, hey, like with like a sad face, basically. He was just like upset. But I told him, I said, look, bro, a lot of people said you guys were hacking. You guys don't stream with face cams. You guys are frying in these 2v2 tourneys, these weird switcheroo, whatever tourneys. And you guys are good players, but you guys don't, like, again, you're weird. People think you guys are sus, and they don't want to do anything to prove themselves. I've seen clips of these guys in customs that are a little odd, and I was a little like, okay, I had like my concerns. I personally didn't think they were hacking. I said before the tournament, I said I just don't think they're cheating. I still don't think they do, but I mean, I know people have every right to think that they are. So again, this is another team, has to prove themselves. They're going to go through the ringer. They're going to go through what Dongy had to go through, you know, Monty Cam, PC reset, whatever. Like, you know, you're just going to have to do it. And if they're not open to doing it, it is what it is. Then that's on them. But, you know, giving them a heads up, just, I know Neeson was like a Fortnite kid before. So I know he, like, I just don't think if you're good in Fortnite, bro, you're probably good in Warzone. Like, I feel like Fortnite takes a lot more skill. So, I mean, I don't know, but I just think these guys are just going to have to go through it. It is what it is.
Okay. Well, we have Yera, Vitin, Reaper. I think we kind of knew this team was going to play like this. They pick up a squad. I'm not really surprised. XMQ, Hazi Tix. Apparently, they were in our scrims a lot, they said. I personally don't remember them being in our scrims a lot. I only saw them in a couple.
It's just hard because the timing, and then also they're just on horrible ping. It's like bad. It's so bad. So it's like almost worse practice. It's like like almost hurting them.
You're wasting your time.
Like,
I don't know. 38th. This team. Yeah, I don't know. This is the only team from AU, from Australia, chat. Obviously, you know, Levi and them, they placed 33rd. So I know a big part of why Australia's teams aren't the greatest is because they don't have the opportunity to really practice. Again, 200 plus ping. Levi Lamagzepa did come and practice for a while over here. I do think they shouldn't have left right before. I don't know why they did that. Maybe
took a big break, bro.
Maybe for personal reasons. I don't know. But they did leave and went back to Australia and then came back like a week before, something like that. Yeah. Maybe that's what stopped them. Again, I think now there is a point to where you got to practice more. So that's probably the reason why these Australian teams didn't do as good, because they don't get good practice. Then we have Jesus is King, which is A700, Bunzi, and T. They got 39th. This team as well. I expected them to place this low. I think we put them at 31st and 40th.
This was a bad team.
Really?
To put it blunt. And I will say, you know, I know it's like the elephant in the room. I know Tasia's gotten a lot of criticism, and there's, you know, clips or whatever. And unfortunately, it is what it is. She's going to have to, again, prove herself. It's going to throw her in the mix there. I know there's like a Cold War clip that's going around. It's weird. And, you know, it like I said, it's just, she's going to have to go through it as well. She's going to have to do whatever it takes to prove herself. I know she was frying in LCQs and stuff too. So I think she had like 12 kills in one of the games LCQ. Again, I don't personally think she's cheating, but I think the Cold War clip was really weird, and I know that kind of floats around, and I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I just think that it sucks, man. It sucks. It really sucks. I feel like she's just gonna have to go through it. It is what it is. So hopefully she's open to it, and I think she'll be fine.
We also have this really interesting stat they gave us, which is like percentage of time spent moving, and in a lot of games, her team was like 30%. Of the time in a map.
Oh, that's crazy metric.
So it's real. Like, you know,
hey, he's spilling on all the SBMM, the stuff they tracking, and I'll just land.
It's just like, it's interesting to me that and then the inverse of that, if you look at the top percentage of people who are moving a lot, well, there are people who are at the top of the leaderboard, right? So there's a weird like correlation there. It's not always causation, but it is just kind of like, okay, if you're not moving around the map a lot, you're probably not getting kills, and then probably kind of sucking on a leaderboard.
That's actually, I didn't know that. So they're both, her teammates were the least moved teammates. Like they weren't moving around the map.
I have to do it overall, but I'm just clicking through some of the day 2 games and sorting by that. And just when I look at it, it's like top 8 are usually
pretty
either
sure-
her or her teammates.
I'm pretty sure this was like what, the second to last team to qualify too. I think they got 4th in LCQ. I think, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I
they
feel like this is
qualified through
exactly
LCQ.
where we expected them to perform.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought they're gonna be higher. I'll be honest.
I thought
game 4,
this was probably
12%.
this is probably where they were going to end.
Wow.
But like I said,
Yeah.
I do know that like there's been accusations on T, and so hopefully she just locks in. It is what it is, bro. It sucks, but it's what it is.
Again, a lot of these players, you just for rule of thumb, you could never really quote unquote blacklist anybody until you get hard definitive proof,
Blatant proof,
blatant
yeah.
proof, right? You can, again, if you go to LAN and you play bad on LAN, you're gonna continue to get accused. That's just what you signed up for, right? You're gonna continue to get those accusations. So, for example, if people think T, then hey, if somebody asks you to monitor cam, whatever, you do it. Like, it's just what you're gonna have to do until you prove that you are without a shadow of a doubt innocent, right? Like Shifty did. Now, speaking of, I'm just gonna let Ebatez take over.
I don't think there's much honestly to say here. I know, like, I feel like people expect me to kind of go off here. Reload's hacking, bro. I just straight up, like, he's hacking. I like everybody else. I'm like, they can prove it. Like, I'm not kidding, bro. Like, I hope this guy never shows up to another tournament ever again, because I'm telling you, he's blatantly cheating. He's blatantly cheating. This guy's literally cheating. I don't know what to say, man. Like, this guy Reload is literally hacking.
Look at his KD.
I don't even know what else to say. I keep repeating myself because he's hacking. So it is what it is, man. Like, I DM'd them before. I was like, hey, like, we said it before. I was like, bro, this guy's gonna get 40th place on LAN, and they literally got 40th place. Like, I don't think we could have predicted that Picnic and Nick and Wag could have gotten 40th or 50th place last year. I don't think I expected them to get last place. This team, it was so obvious that they were gonna get last place. It was so obvious. So it is what it is. I mean,
Hold on, I'm trying to show. Is KD? Am I faded? 105.
I think
they
day
said.
one he had like, I don't know, it was like I don't even remember what he had day one, honestly. I think day two he had a 0.2 day
I'm
two.
dumbass.
Day two.
So he had 0.5 on day one, and then a 0.2 on day two.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
And then damage was
I think he was like dead last or something, or I think he was close. He was,
117.
like, second to last or something. Yeah, third to last.
Yeah. So again, I think it's one of those things where, like, hey, like, if you get asked to I don't know. We don't. I have not gotten sent definitive proof, but for certain players, things just don't look good. But you can't tell them, oh, you can't compete anymore because things just don't look good, right? Like, you need undeniable proof. But
I don't think he's ever gonna play World Series ever again, bro. I'm telling you, like that. He's not signing up next year.
You can make the argument that this is undeniable proof, right? That's, not us to really make that decision, but
I wouldn't say all that. I don't know. I mean, I just think it was written on the walls, bro. I had a feeling. It just gives me weird vibes.
Yeah.
They were to get last, and it is what it is.
I don't understand why. Like, somebody gets like accusations, and then like they make it even more sus, bro. Like, I swear they go above and beyond. Like, oh, I don't have a camera. I don't have this. I'm like, bruh, it's so annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, like, I see Ebatez's frustration. I mean, I don't know, like, the proof, but like, just like what he did on LAN is just, it's so aggravating because it takes away from an opportunity for somebody else, to actually prove themselves.
yeah, I don't know, man. It sucks, right?
His two teammates, I don't think are cheating, by the way. I want to say Begsy and SV. I've heard good things about SV. I don't really know Begsy all that well, but I think it is what it is.
Yeah, again, chat, like same thing happened with Wag last year, right? Same thing happened. He got I think the least amount of kills out of anybody, played really bad, and
He had 3.
He got 1. Yeah, well, so yeah,
3 kills.
I thought it was single digit.
But to be fair, when he got permabanned, I think when he came back, he was 100% clean. Whatever the hell he had before that, because no one even thought after the fact. They just thought, oh well, you sure play different than you used to before you got banned. And then pretty much he never got banned again. He played on the Shadow Wag account, and he went on to compete with his team. They barely qualified, and then they didn't show up. Not
I don't
because
think any competitor thought Wag was cheating.
yeah, no one thought he was that. But after the ban and he came back, he was a completely different player.
Also for that team too, leading up to it, he literally showed up to tech check did the thing and then left. Like how everyone else stayed and played like
Are you
the
talking
3
about
or
Reload?
4 practice lobbies and stuff last year, London.
Oh,
yeah.
WAG.
Oh,
yeah,
WAG.
yeah, wag.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that kind of concludes our top 40, right? Teams and just going over everything. Now, Ebatez, can I please have the thing you were going over today at the start of stream? There's some stuff we need to discuss. Ben J. Nassim, you sexy fuck. I love you, Ben.
Yeah.
I love you, Ben.
I'll put it in the group chat right now.
Okay, so there are some things that need to be discussed, and
This is a good chart. I think it was Blixie that sent me this. It's Blixie. I want to shout out him.
boy, wait, that's the boy Blixie, man. Blixie, love you, puppet. Thank you, bro. There's some stuff to discuss here, and I think, guys, please do not get sensitive about this. It's just we want. How do I open in a new tab? Hold on.
We're here to cover the facts, bro. We're here to cover the facts.
Again, this just look. Shanice here, guys. This has been a debate for a long time, and we've been talking about, you know, what kind of, which region's better, which one, and so Enigma, if you're in the chat, I'm so sorry, man. I love you, bro. But yeah, here are some analytics for you guys.
Whoa.
Really bad, bro.
What am I looking at? There's a lot of numbers. Can you break it down for me?
Honestly, bro, and I'm gonna say this truthfully, this is not me like trying to like. I really wish it didn't look like this, bro. I really do. Like it's bad, bro. It's really bad.
So,
oh shit.
So here is the breakdown for EU versus NA, or EMEA versus NA. So the prize money for NA was $792,500. EMEA was $127,500. The average placement for North America was 16.47. The average placement for EMEA was 22.35. Total points, 1638 for NA. Total points for EMEA, 1235.6. They had the same amount of teams. Average points was 96 for NA. Average points for EMEA was 72. 42% of what, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Besides the point. Yeah, so I mean, there's a big discussion. Everybody's always talking about who gives more, who gets less, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I thought this was the year to where EMEA was gonna do better than NA. No troll. Like I was like, they had really good teams. I thought they did really good, and leading up into it, and then
yeah, I thought prize money was gonna be higher for NA, but I thought average placement was gonna be higher for EMEA.
JGod, where's that other one that you sent me for top 20, which is pretty crazy?
It's in the DMs.
Oh, it's in there. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me grab it.
Yeah. What I will say on this little thing before you click away is that like I know
sorry,
Amir, he says he wants more for his region. This almost justifies taking some from either EU or LATAM South, which did worse than his region's performance that he came out of. So just as a point to make it, not necessarily give ENA more, but that region could get one more from LATAM South, or they could take one from EMEA.
He's from LATAM North, so
I think LATAM
that's what I mean.
I think LATAM should keep theirs. I just think EMEA should have, because when they added the extra 20 teams this year, or sorry, 20 players, was it 20 players? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They gave it like, it was like 3 to NA and then 3 to EMEA. They should have just taken those 3 that they gave to EMEA and given it to the LATAM regions, I feel like.
Yeah.
So I'm saying there's an argument for it based off the performance, even though it's a small sample size of only 3. Their average was better than the 17, which obviously is way more spread across the entire pool of players.
Yeah, how would you guys even divide this if you let me go back and show the other one. I'm gonna grab it real fast. But how would you guys divide the spots if you guys had to?
I would either I would it'd probably only need like one extra one to LATAM North, take it from EU. Maybe they only have 16 teams. Like realistically, they're still right there.
So in the top 5 for top 5 for the World Series, all 5 of them were NA. 0 EMEA, 0 Latin America North, 0 Latin America South, 0 APAC. Top 10 in NA, 7 of them were NA, 2 of them were EMEA, 1 Latin America North, 0 Latin America South, 0 APAC. Top 20, 10 of them were from North America, 9 of them were from EMEA, 1 was from Latin America North, 0 Latin America South, 0 APAC.
Wow.
So that just kind of puts it into a little bit more of a perspective, right?
Yeah. So these are the teams that got paid. So, yeah.
Damn.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it was fluctuating. There's like half and half for a little bit, for a little time being. I mean, the day 1 was looking way better. But day 2, I don't know what happened day 2, man. There's a lot of like unexpected things that happened on day 2. At least for me, like, I was shocker.
So seeing these, if you know that there's 40 spots, 17, 17, 3, 2, 1, would you change anything going into next year?
More NA?
Yeah.
More NA? Okay.
I mean, it's,
Maybe
you
one
can't-
more NA, one more Latin North. That's what I would say.
Say that again.
I mean, that
So 18 NA, 15 EMEA, Latam North 4, Latam South 2, maybe only 1. I don't know. But
yeah,
APAC, the
should've
1.
Only been 1.
Yep.
Yeah, honestly,
I
kind of
agree.
like that.
I agree. 18, 15, 4.
18, 15.
Yeah, not a huge change. I think it's in a decent spot. Yeah.
I do think Latin America North needs more. Not South. I don't think APAC. I do think North needs more.
Obviously, we're a little biased, but we can be biased in the situation.
I mean, to be fair,
When we look at the numbers, when we look at the numbers,
the numbers speak for
Now-
themselves.
What if it was, let's say we go back to 150. Do you think we go back to 150 players next year?
I think we do.
Bro, I'll be honest, if they
that'd
don't
be
do
hot.
150 for Verdansk,
It's going to be a riot.
it's a huge miss. Huge miss. Shit, how would you break that down though? That's
I think
50
you would-
teams.
Will we do like?
It's 10 extra teams. So it's just percentage based, probably. And they'll probably get half, EU gets the other half, and then like Latam North gets 1, Latam South gets 1, and
No
that's it.
way.
Maybe APAC gets an extra 1.
You could do like 22 NA, 18 EMEA. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even.
Gorgo
I don't
said
even know.
50 teams, do 48 NA, 1 EU, 1 Latin America. That's crazy. That's crazy comps.
Come with the best.
Chat,
Crazy
get his
comps.
ass. Get his ass.
150, would you go? I mean, would you go 25?
No,
20?
that's too much. I think 24 is the highest you'd go, but I think 23 or 22 is probably where you'd see it.
Mm-hmm.
So Shanice said increasing NA spots means more no face cam streamers, question mark. I don't know, just a thought. Guys, you hear me?
Now with the new rule,
They make the rules.
Everybody at home, or every competitor, come on, lock it the fuck in. Yeah? Jesus, man. Again, I just think a lot of these players don't understand, like, bro, esports in general is marketing. Like, if you don't fucking do your part in trying to market this game as much as possible, like from streaming your POVs, as something as simple as just that, or even hey, posting a YouTube video, you never fucking know. Make content, like, how do you expect this shit to grow? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, I obviously up for
No.
interpretation.
I said they make the rules, not you specifically, Shanice.
I think a huge thing too. I think competitors are very intimidated by content because they're really worried. They're very numbers based. Upload a video, bro. If it gets 10 views, who fucking cares? Upload the content, bro. I'm telling you, just upload content. As long as somebody sees it, bro, I'm telling you, it's gonna show that you actually give a fuck. I'm being serious. Numbers shouldn't matter, bro. Upload content. If competing is what you like, you want to upload competitive content, do it. It might not get the most views. It's not gonna get like rebirth views, but it'll get some, and it'll also show that you care.
Yeah.
I promise, bro. It's like people they need to stop looking and stop being so numbers based. I think everyone's so worried and concerned about their numbers. And like, again, numbers are important. Obviously, you could look into like average view duration or whatever, retention rate, how you can make your videos better, sure, but just upload the content, bro. I promise you, that's all that matters. Just upload the content.
By the way, I think Mr. Ben J. Nassim cooked. I actually like this split.
let me see.
22 North America, 18 EMEA, 6 Latin America North, 3 Latin America South, 2 APAC.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
That's actually a great.
perfect.
That's actually
That's
a great
Good job,
one.
Ben.
Thank you, Ben. Come on, man.
Yeah, let's go with the numbers.
Ben J. cooked, man. But yeah, guys, I mean, look, bro, this World Series, in my opinion, was fucking insane. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if anybody knows that yet. I don't expect them to be Better than last.
Very vague ones. if
Oh,
you
okay.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't expect them. I want to clarify. I don't expect them to be better than last year. And I do want to say that that's a big miss. Last year we had World Series and then the beta, so the beta codes definitely did help a lot. So this year I'm gonna just put out my prediction that it was less than last year for sure. And I think because of that.
Yeah, I think last year too, the hard thing with that is that it was our first event ever. And I think there was a lot of eyes, and everyone wanted to see, is Z-Laner actually cheating? Is Joe actually, like, people really wanted to tune in. There was a lot of haters, bro. There's a lot of haters that tuned in. You know what I mean? I think this year we had more fans, but last year we had more just temporary viewers who were just trying to see like what was all about. So I think that's also something to consider. I think last year was kind of like, it's kind of hard to compare. I feel.
I know he's going to go over the numbers, but I think there's also a difference between the format. With it only being 1 day, everyone knew they had to be there for that fixed time, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I will say. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if we only came into it with this only being a match point 1 day, I think the viewership peak would probably be higher than it was for the 2 day. But the fact that they streamed, have been able to stream for 14 hours versus 5 is also like way more volume of people got touched by the streams because they were much longer.
Ben made
Some
a really
great comms.
wow.
Before you
Ben
say
made
that,
a
hold
great
on,
point.
2 seconds. Rob said, I don't recall what the numbers last year were, but this year it was really strong. So that's a huge W. Sorry, go ahead. Ebatez. I just feel like I needed to say that.
Hector, I think before he left too, I think you asked me this question. I was like, I expect viewership to be lower this year just because of like the reasons I said. But Ben brings up another really good point, bro. We had week 2 of NFL. Like this was like, I mean, people choose, their.
Oh yeah, week 2 of
Football is
NFL, 2
football's a
UFC events. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
football's
the
like basketball, where there's
boxing,
games every night. Everyone on Sunday likes to watch their football. So I do agree that was another. If we could do World Series before NFL starts,
Rocket
that would
League.
that'd be huge.
Rocket League.
Rocket League.
Rocket League as well.
Last
The
year,
fights.
I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I do think that the whole beta codes definitely helped viewership,
Yeah.
and I don't know what next year looks like, right? I don't know what that, but like if they are trying, I mean, even if this year it was strong with us competing against fucking Canelo, competing against UFC fight with football, bro. People don't even take this into consideration. The main broadcast crashing.
We lost like
For like
9K
8
when that
minutes.
happened.
Yeah, like 8 minutes.
That was
Go
a
ahead and
big
go
deal.
over the numbers.
I was live for 10 minutes only to the venue. Nobody watching the stream saw anything I said, which is probably for the better. That's okay. But, no, so for 2023, these are all from escharts.com. So I'll go over the 2023, which was last year, and then how that compares with this year. So peak viewers was 382. Average viewers 299,000. Hours watched 1.7 million. Airtime 5 hours 45 minutes. For this year, it was peak viewers 286,000. So that's down 100K. Average viewers was 191, down 100K. Hours watched though, because we were live for longer, we jumped from 1.7 million to 2.7 million.
Okay.
And then airtime was 14 hours total. So we had 3 times as amount of airtime that was there. So that's what we have from escharts.com.
That's
It's
a
like
W.
very rudimentary. Last year, like the 390,000 that people threw was like, I think all of the streams and watch parties and everything going on too.
Yeah. So honestly, that's not. I don't think that's a bad. I mean, even then, Rob is them saying that it was solid for them. Like, bro, that's not. Honestly, I'm not gonna say I expected worse, bro. Go look at what's the CDL champs numbers. I'm pretty sure it's like 286. That got about the same amount of viewership as CDL champs.
See if it's there.
That's
Well, also to add too,
announcement.
from a more on a micro level, I know your stream cooked. I know
Samir
freaking cooked. I think BIFFLE's team, even BIFFLE's stream, definitely cooked, because I think your stream there broke your PB, like for all time high.
Oh, mine did. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Dusamir, his was at 30K. So even if like individually, you guys cooked too, like your streams.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's kind of weird that everyone, like all of those went up, but then like the net average kind of went down. So I don't know. It's kind of funny.
I mean, bro, for it being like, and keep in mind, yeah,
Aiden stream probably cooked. Yeah, there's a few.
Diaz peaked at 20K as well. Yeah, Diaz had a banger. There was, I mean, a lot of good numbers right now, in my opinion, right? I think I expected less, and I'm not like, chat, remember, keep in mind, I do think beta codes is a big difference, right? But for overall viewership being that much of a difference, I don't think that's too bad. Like, and I think everybody realistically hit higher numbers across the board. Now it's just how do we expand off of that, right? So if the numbers are relatively the same from CDL champs, and that's that optic
Champs
one, like.
Yeah, champs wasn't bad. Peak viewers was 283.
Yeah.
Average viewers of 128, and they had 4 million hours watched, and that was with a total of 31 hours of airtime for the weekend.
Oh yeah.
That's actually insane. So the numbers are good.
Insane numbers.
Numbers are good. Like, so again, I don't know what that means for next year. That I you know, but I do think even with all of the going up against so many other, you know, Rocket League, all other esports, things like that, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all, man.
I will say, I talked to some people at Activision, and they were happy with the viewership. They were a little bit underwhelmed with attendance wise and ticket sales, but we gave them some feedback.
Well, to be fair, yeah, let's talk about this. Like,
that, bro, to be able to do that would be ridiculous. Come on.
Okay,
what are we talking about, bro?
They need to take a note from CDL and smaller venue, pack that bitch out. 1. 2, those tickets,
expensive,
ridiculous,
triple
expensive.
They were insanely expensive. Like,
ridiculous.
I don't know. Like, and then last minute they announced when everybody had like, what's the name was saying?
A month and a half ago, bro.
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
In Las Vegas during the most expensive weekend we've ever seen.
Hitch is cooking, man. Hitch is cooking.
I know. I've always wanted that, bro.
We said this. I said this when Kason was on the couch during the weekend, bro. Why there hasn't been a World Series of Warzone and Call of Duty Champs or Call of Duty event at the same thing, bro? Like, we talked about this with my mans. It was like, it's like, bro, right now, CDL numbers are fucking through the roof. They're good. And that's that they're on YouTube. Like, they're not bad. Like, I don't think that's bad. Their numbers are great, right? Now you have Warzone numbers getting the same as them, and that the player count for Warzone is fucking insane. But CDL is a bigger esport than Warzone right now, right? CDL's been around for a while, Warzone 2 years. Now imagine if you had crossover. Like, nobody loses. No one fucking loses. The only thing that happens is growth. Like, we've talked about this so many times, and it's like CDL versus Warzone is a thing, and it's fun, it's cool. But why are we not uplifting each other? Why are we not doing everything that we can to just skyrocket up? Bro, imagine if there was a huge convention in, like, I don't know, the fucking some huge ass arena,
Anaheim Convention Center,
right? Yeah, and you do a Call of Duty con, a COD con, and you have on the same week, and you have COD champs and World Series of Warzone on the same fucking weekend, brother. Think about how crazy that is.
They'll bang.
Like, why that hasn't happened? Like, why are we? I feel like we're fighting against each other. Like, no, let's help each other fucking grow, combine things, bro. The player count for Warzone is fucking through the roof, right? Significantly more than multiplayer. So imagine if you had people that came from Warzone and got into the competitive side of CDL. Like, same thing, vice versa. Like, there's so much room in the CDL. Like, they have such a bigger esport than us. Now, imagine if we had crossover into the possibilities are endless. I don't know the logistics. Yeah. Like, again, I don't know the logistics. I don't understand it all. But in theory, it sounds like insane, you know? Like Call of Duty XP. Yeah. Call of Duty XP. Like, imagine if you did that. Now, Warzone, your biggest two things, Warzone and CDL, and you combine the two, right? Like,
even if it was obviously because the CDL season runs way earlier, you could almost do this like a mid-season style Warzone style tournament where it would be like a Warzone LAN but in the mid-season instead of the end season. But then they'd have to have a second LAN in addition to the the other one, which is the EWC.
The thing is, like, if it was like the same damn event, like how are you gonna be able to, like,
it wouldn't be at the same time.
It wouldn't be at the same time.
No, you would probably
How
do
would-
it
how would it be at?
you would probably try to figure out morning matches and then schedule it out accordingly. I don't know the logistics, but I don't think they would do it at the same time. Hey, I mean, maybe unless they had to, I guess, because then you'd be competing against each other. I get that. So, or you do like one after the other.
I think it is difficult though, because I think the demographics of people, there is overlap, but there is big wide gaps between the people that do multiplayer and Warzone as well. Because you've gone to the events, Hector. It's totally different when we go to the Warzone stuff. Obviously, there's a little bit more production where we have the couch set up there. But like if you go to regular majors, you still get recognized, but it's not like the same as like those play. There's probably people that like you walk through, they're like, who the hell is Repullze? Who the hell is JGod? Who the hell is anyone from Warzone? You know?
Yeah.
I
mean,
think that's.
And vice versa, there's probably people in that Warzone event that have no clue who like Scump is. I know that sounds wild, but there is big gaps, you know?
Yeah, anyways, I want to go back to the whole
anyways.
This fool.
I feel like
I do agree the tickets were way overpriced. I do think that obviously if that was the price point, like going from champs, there's no way 4 days you get for the practically the same price for diehard audience.
Don't say y'all. Hitch.
But yeah, I think that really hurt it.
Also, bro, it was such a late announcement, bro. First of all, we didn't get World Series Warzone announcement until like June or something. Teams had a week to put together. That's unacceptable. That should not happen again. We need months ahead of time for teams to actually like work and see what kind of teams make sense so we can get the most competitive event possible. Second of all, they announced Vegas a week and a half ago, or a month and a half ago, and I swear to book a hotel room, flight, everything in Vegas, to buy tickets as well, you're looking at least like $1,000, honestly. Like it was probably going to be over
easy.
$1,000.
Wow.
I drove and it was $1,000.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Damn.
We
On gas?
need more time, bro, to plan because I had so many people DM me saying, I was like, oh, like, are you going? They're like, no, I can't make it because it's just too much, too little. I can't get PTO.
And TwitchCon next week?
Yeah, TwitchCon next week. People were already planning on TwitchCon or whatever. You had to pick. Well, it was one or the other. You were either going to World Series or TwitchCon.
Yeah, because you're not good. Like people, like you're not going to plan both.
They can't go to both.
Dude, I had like people. I made that tweet when we announced it. I was like, book your stuff now, because when I realized the fights were also that weekend, I was like, give it 4 days and this is about to skyrocket. I had 2 different people DM me being like, yo, you saved me literally like $2.5 grand because if I had waited that long, like my flights and hotel would have gone up.
Yep.
Ultimately, in a perfect world, I want to see when we announce World Series, we announce global LAN with it. Like that should just be what it is. It should be like,
I like that.
here's it is, here's the format, all ends up with a global final that's happening here. And even if it's not maybe the exact dates, I would love the dates along with it. At least just like here. This is where we're going.
Well,
that way people can like.
They can't announce the location without the dates because they need to have.
Then you can't book.
I'm
So they should announce the dates with everything. We just.
I know it's difficult though because I think there were probably hiccups on this time around where.
I think this year deserves. Okay, I think I'm going to give a little bit of leniency this year because of the Microsoft acquisition. I have a feeling that had a huge impact on what actually happened. I have a feeling that was a huge reason why things were delayed.
Last second,
because I'm sure they paused their spending whenever that happened. I could just be yapping right now. Also, I want to say an earlier announcement. Hector, why are you smiling, bro?
I'm not. Hey, I'm just here. I'm just here.
Like,
I'm just here.
You're just lying. Like I'll literally clip it and show you
I'm
smiling.
literally
like,
just here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he just likes to smile.
I'm literally.
All right,
I'm reading
anyways.
chat.
Anyways, Smixy wasn't able to play because she had other obligations contractually the announcement was just too late. And that sucks too.
Oh, that's crazy too. Smixy not being able to play.
Yeah. So why were you smiling though?
No, I was reading chat. Deadass.
Yo,
okay, for sure.
I mean, I like that the announcement and the whole LAN thing, just for the fact of like, I know some homies weren't able to come just for the they weren't able to get the days off, you know. So if they announce the LAN, you know, you're more organized. Your work ahead of time. You're able to go get a hotel or something, Airbnb. Somebody lives in Vegas, you could just go online, you know. Hey, what you get so quiet, huh?
as soon as Rampage started talking, everyone's just quiet.
Dude, for real, bro. I started talking to like mute up Rampage. I'm like,
Okay,
oh, man.
all right. Let's kind of. I think this year definitely was a good year. In my opinion, this was probably the biggest advancement we've had in competitive Warzone. Right, competitive Warzone has been around for 4 years. World Series has been around for 4 years, but I consider only 2 years of actual competitive Warzone, like actual. It's only been 2 years. So, my opinion, this year was the biggest leap forward, and a big part of that was Activision supporting us. Look how many tournaments we've had. Like, it just felt like, but we had people outside. Let's talk about fucking, what's his name?
Talk to me.
Samir Nasri putting up 50,000 of his own dollars to just throw tournaments. You know what I'm saying, bro?
And all the gifted he gave you. I know you got some bread from those gifted, man. Holy,
Gifts.
you're
Gifted.
loaded.
I'm like, what gifts, bro? I was like, what are you talking about, man? I do think last year, comparatively to this year, if you kind of put things into perspective, it is completely different.
Yeah.
And there's the possibilities are endless here. I generally do think if Activision is happy with the numbers, and if you know Rob said they were solid, and who knows what next year looks like, I genuinely think, I mean, bro, how long did it take for CDL to get to where it's at now? Right? Like I get really excited. I get really excited to think about where Warzone can be 10 to 15 years from now. Right? Like I don't know, man. I do think, yeah, third party events will grow more than anything Activision's. I do agree to a certain extent. I just think I'll text you later.
I like what you're saying, Hector.
The third parties are great, but they can't. They're only able to be.
Hey, you know what we need, man? We need a middle of the year LAN, bro. We need something that's in March or April where it's
beginning,
maybe not
middle.
the biggest World Series, but something that players can play and it's competitive. It's like a mini World Series, That way players can play, and we might get roster mania in April, and boom, shit gets wicked. We get World Series Warzone quals, EWC.
So refresh.
That way we have the most competitive event possible because we have a LAN in the middle of the year. Just saying, we need 2 LANs and EWC.
Yeah, and then like
your court. Hey, BIFFLE stayed. We better double down.
I saw Shanice. Yo, when D said he's not retiring, Shanice was like. She was like that, right?
Let's go. You should have seen the shirt. I don't want to offer you. You should have seen the shirt.
Hey, bro.
I mean, I like that concept. Just with like, bro, one would be for Kyrgyzstan, one for Al Mazrah, and one for Verdansk. That would be fire.
Al Mazrah?
Yeah.
Going back in time.
Hey, we need a LAN. We need another LAN in March or April. March or April LAN.
Dude, again, perfect world, right? Perfect world. Next year, right, or last year, we went from 1 LAN. I know that's not technically World Series, but 1 day of 6 games only. To this year, 2 days, right? Match point format, 6 games, technically 7 with solo YOLO, day 1, and then a match point format day 2. Fucking amazing. Qualifiers were dead ass damn near perfect, except for open quals. We got to find a way to figure that out because, yeah. And then obviously EWC, not Activision, but if EWC and if what I'm being told is
confirmed, they've already confirmed EWC with qualifiers.
I love that.
EWC next year. I do like the thought of having Resurgence as its own thing in EWC, and then World Series of Warzone being BR, right? Like
a big map, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, bro, I think we're in a good spot now. If Activision be like, yo, we'll throw you guys 2 LANs a year. Oh shit! Oh fuck! You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Like, come on, let's build some storylines. Like, like they got shit on in March, and then they dropped fucking, Rampage, and they picked up fucking Hector, and they cooked. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
they dropped Ebatez, Aiden, top 3.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, look, man.
2 LANs.
Why do you hate us? Rob, I love you guys. I love you, man. Throw a LAN at Mage, man. This is insane. What's Hitch yapping about, bro? Hitch stay yapping, bro. He be yapping, bro. But yeah, man, I don't know. Again, I think there's definitely room for improvements. I don't if this year was considered a W in their eyes. I hope that going forward, right, that things just improve and get better, right? Hitch, I can't take anything Hitch serious, man.
Also, just to add on, I think there's even if they have people that are working on this and deciding certain things, I think they did factor in a lot of things that competitors gave feedback. We gave feedback from the last World Series of Warzone. basically implemented so many different W's that they like it just got to a good spot.
Say that again.
Can we shout out the GOAT, Adam McDonald?
Oh, Adam, bro.
Activision. Can we shout out Adam?
Oh, bro. Adam and the team. Listen, man. Adam and the team quite literally made this World Series of Warzone the most balanced Warzone possible, bro. There was so many things that could have made this really bad, like
C4s, the RAL, like thermo barracks. Remember when those shit? Dude, that was crazy,
bro.
That was disgusting.
Those guys, bro. The RAL conversion kick would have fucking fucked up some shit, let me tell you.
News fest.
And the fact that they took the feedback from last year to this year, bro, like the qual system, I think is damn near perfect. Like no troll was damn near perfect. The only thing is, if we can figure out what Fortnite does, even if it, dude, even if Warzone added something like this, right, and not a LAN, this is the best return on investment, I think, right? Is if you guys did if they did a cash cups, you know, say like the same way Fortnite does. You do cash cups, you no longer have to do open calls anymore. You do it through the cash cup route, you know?
All right, hear me out. What if they held like an old school World Series of Warzone in like March or April where EMEA gets their own World Series, NA gets their own World Series, but it's all online. And then that way we get some kind of big tournament with qualifiers in the middle of the year. Even though it's online, at least we would have a big tournament in the middle of the year that had qualifiers, like a big one. And the regions can, you know, both play whatever. And that way we could get some kind of roster mania in the middle of the year leading up. Thoughts?
Okay.
I think a LAN's the perfect answer. We could do 2 LANs, but that's asking for a lot. What
Okay.
if they held like an old school World Series of Warzone?
Hear me out. What is the best return on investment? How do they spend the least amount of money for the most eyes? That is what we have to be thinking about, because that is what will actually, those are things that could actually happen. Right? And I like 2 LANs, probably really expensive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. Right. That's why I'm trying to find some middle ground.
What is the best way for them to not have to invest an insane amount of money for them to get the most eyes? Cash cups. You like that. You spend the money to make cash cups integrated into the game, and you can't say that they can't do it because they integrated it in MLG days with what's it called, with GBs. They can integrate it. They can do it.
The thing I don't like about cash cups is there's just not a lot of money on the line. It just seems like it would just people would be playing for top 3. It wouldn't really play like a World Series of Warzone lobby, and it would be like more like scrims or Warzone Total Frenzy 10K, and it's not necessarily. That's why I think we should host a big tournament.
I don't know.
In March or April.
I feel like cash cups could be hella competitive, especially if they did it the same way, because it's not necessarily the money. It's just that you're pulling players from such a wide band. Like ranked play. Imagine ranked play if it actually only put you in lobbies with the iridescent. Like, bro, that's theoretically what it would do.
It's just gonna be fellow hackers, bro. I hate to be that guy.
Probably, but then they'd have to get their shit together, wouldn't they?
No, I think we should host an old school World Series of Warzone where NA and EMEA get their own regions, and it's like a decent prize pool. Let's say like what, 300K each? 300K.
Look, okay. How about we do another Baka Wonderland, man? Come on.
I like that. Somebody gotta say, hell yeah, I'm down.
You invite a bunch of creators. Fuck that shit.
Hey man, Ebatez, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I will say it's a lot more expensive than what
Smixy,
you think.
You got 300K, Ethan? Oh, come on, Smix. Oh, she's working for Acti for sure. Hold up, Smixy.
Damn.
When did Smixy care what budget Activision got? Like, whoa.
Why you up in Smixy right now, son?
Because she be coming out my neck. What's going on here?
Why you on Smixy's neck, my boy?
That's crazy.
Damn.
That's insane. Damn.
Look, man, I agree with you, Ebatez. I think in a perfect world, that happens.
Big tournament in the middle of the year.
In a perfect world, EWC is not like so close to World Series, right? And you have right, like you have qualifiers for it. Then, let's say from now, or when the game comes out until April, right? That is Resurgence League, whatever, by EWC. Then from May through September, that is World Series of Warzone, and then you have the off season, right? Perfect world, obviously. That's not going to happen because EWC is in the summer, right? I don't know, man. There needs to be some other thing that people can work towards instead of just 3-4 months of competition, right? Now I understand from a marketing perspective, there needs to be budget, there needs to be money, and the only way to show them or for them to even raise the budget is for us to keep doing stuff. Everybody keeps streaming. Everybody keeps creating content, keep showing that, you know, the competitive nature is there. Keep doing shit like this. What did Rob say the other day, right now in the chat? He said, keeping the conversation going drives the narrative and keeps the interest. He said something along the lines of keep talking about this type of shit because it actually does help pretty much. So
I like that.
So I don't know, man. I don't know what is next, but I do hope that one day there can be 2 lands from World Series of Warzone and then 1 big land for our EWC, or at the very least, I saw Gorgo tweet something Gorgo shit. I at least have something to where maybe you combine these Total Frenzies or this like, you know, with World Series of Warzone, where it's the whole year and these competitions mean something. So that way people don't lose interest over the years and you can continue to slowly grow the community, right? Like
that's all I want.
You know,
that's all I want, man. Like a major minor system, like an old school like CS or Dota, which completely have their own problems. But like a major minor system would be sick, where it's like you play in a big, like we have like these 100Ks, like you win 100K, like a points based system, and then we have like the Total Frenzies, which are smaller, but like kind of makes it that way. Like BIFFLE doesn't have to play a 10K if he doesn't want to because he won the 100K, right? So he can just like, he doesn't have to play everything. He can just do whatever he wants, but then other people can come online. It'd be cool. It has its own problems and things you have to like completely figure out, but I really like that idea of everything just snowballing on top of itself to like this one big end of year push.
So it would be cool to integrate like some kind of big tournament with like ranked play. Like I know that like sounds crazy, but it would be cool to like
Cheeto.
You have to get to top 250 in order to qualify for like this next thing. But obviously there's going to be a lot of weirdos.
Well, look, we've been talking about it for a while now, and I told you guys I'm cooking up something. I know some of you guys probably know, where hopefully really soon we'll have something for some type of you can't call it league, some type of ladder that anybody can play in and work the way up. And again, what Hitch said is pretty much some type of relegation system to where if you are shit, you move down. If you are good, you move up. So it's a lot.
Pretty simple, yeah.
So we're working on it, man. Cooking it up, bro.
Why can't you call it a league?
Can't call it a league, man. It's not a league.
CDL still gatekeeping Warzone or what?
Damn.
I mean, we gonna talk about it or what, bro? We gonna talk about it or what?
You want to talk about it? We can if you want.
Whoa, wait, hey!
What you mean?
Started off. eBay started off.
Hey! Fuck the CDL Warzone on top. They can't go us. I'm fucking.
You know what's crazy? No. You know what's insane though? The crazy thing to me is that a lot of people didn't even know. Like a lot of the CDL guys had no idea. Like, bro.
They had no idea of what.
Yeah.
I'll show the video. And Joe did get cooked like crazy for this. And like
that.
It was kind of like, yo, like we figured we weren't supposed to say anything, and like
Joe said, remember when I got flamed? He got flamed.
So here, I'll play the video, chat. I'll play the video.
Hold up.
Here.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm playing the video. Here we go.
You know, a lot of people say there's no such thing as Warzone pros, which I disagree with. But what do you think is the next step for Warzone to be considered like a serious esport? You know, what needs to happen for that?
I think that take, like, with there being Warzone pros would have been a lot more controversial like a year ago when, you know, the only event that we have per year is basically the World Series of Warzone, you know, which is a super competitive event, you know, played on LAN, everyone's flying out to play it, which that is the definition of pros, but there was no one was salaried and no one was in an org to be a professional player. But now since the Esports World Cup just happened, there are teams in orgs that are hiring players salaried, you know, to play both the EWC and the World Series of Warzone. And so now there are literal, like, per definition Warzone pros, which is just super nice for the space. I think in terms of outdoing what we're doing now and turning Warzone into an actual esport, I think it's going to be really tough because the CDL limits a lot of what Warzone can do. Like there was times in Verdansk where sponsors were willing to put up $1 million, $2 million for an event, and it gets shut down. Like people don't want the Warzone to show up the CDL that it's like a franchise league. There are millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in that league. People just don't want that showed up, you know. And so at the very high level, there has to be some change in management or some change in opinion on letting the letting Warzone and the CDL coexist, which isn't happening right now, I don't think.
Yeah, so yeah, that's
Wow.
okay, I was confused. We saw that one the last pod.
yeah.
But
Okay, Rob.
what part got Joe cooked?
Okay. So it's because here's the thing. Now Rob said in the chat, I can talk about it. Look, people didn't know for the longest time, and bro, now I feel fucking sigh of relief. I can talk about this shit now. Look, man, the CDL doesn't allow, and you have to understand it. Like they do not allow Warzone to be where it could have been, and hear me out. This is why I think we got to be working together. It's because, and you have to understand and think about it from a business perspective. These orgs are putting in 20+ million, right?
Yeah.
20 plus. Yeah. I'll get to it, Rob. I'll get to it. 20+ million each for their team. Why would they want a Warzone, something that they're not investing in, to outshine something that they're doing, right? During 2022, 2021, Warzone numbers were through the roof. Things are different now. There is no longer CDL like buy-ins. I don't know how that's going to work, right? But I'll give you guys an example. We were offered $1 million+ tournament from MGM Grand after Wonderland. We weren't allowed to do it.
Oh,
we weren't allowed to do it because of that involvement. And so, it's one of those things where, like, I wish, like, think about the numbers back then. Right?
yeah.
Like, the numbers back then were fucking insane. Like, there was an insane amount of numbers on Warzone. Now, like numbers have died down and stuff. And again, guys, they have invested so much money. CDL, that you have to see it from activist perspective. Of course, I was fucking mad. Of course, we're mad. But they put in 20 million each. Why would they allow something like that to happen if it could have the potential to outshine anything that the CDL was doing? So for the longest time, we've known about this. At least we have, which, and we didn't know whether we were allowed to say anything, all that stuff. And Joe got cooked by Benjay and Zuma for saying that the CDL stops them from doing it. And he couldn't elaborate, right? And Joe got fucking cooked for got cooked. And Joe was like, bro, I remember this so vividly because all the CDL gremlins were like on his ass. They were like, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, like, again, it's one of those things where you are allowed to do events, but they cannot be up to a certain number that would outshine anything that Activision is doing, which is understandable. They got to protect their asset, right? For example, I just hope that going forward, that let's say something like EWC, if EWC wanted to host a $2, $3, $4, $5 million tournament, I hope that they're allowed to, and that I think as long as you, in my opinion, separating the assets, like, hey, EWC is for Resurgence. Warzone is for or BR is for Activision, then I think it's not that big of a deal. I think now things might have changed. Now that CDL is no longer like they invest. What happened?
Insane, bro.
What happened? What?
It said?
What did he say?
He said Weed Maps offered me $200 million for a multiplayer tournament, but she needs to shut it down because drugs.
Oh hell no!
No, I mean Dan. I think knows about. There was a Heineken was trying to host a big tournament too.
Heineken at one
I think
point
it was like
trying to throw
500K, right?
500K around.
Yeah. There was a 500K Heineken tourney that never happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
beer.
Look, I hope. Yeah. I mean,
also
it's
because of brand. I don't know.
Yeah, I could it's gambling, right? But I guess my confusion, was like we did it before with them, right? And maybe it was like a partnering company to MGM, but we did it, right? I wonder if it wasn't as, let's say, going from the 100K that with MGM Grand that we did for Wonderland, going to $1 million, that changes things, right? You know, like I'm sure, right? It is what it is. But now I hope that things change. I agree with Hitch. Combining CDL and Warzone makes sense. The possibilities are fucking endless. Again, it's I know Shanice and Robert are there now. It's a logistical nightmare. I understand. But if we're able to pull it off,
it'll be fine.
Man, if we're able to pull it off, that could be like
that'd be revolutionary. I don't think there's ever been two games that have kind of came together and like did their like, you know.
It's the same game now.
I mean,
that'd be insane.
So, I mean, I don't know, guys. Again, this is things that go on behind the scenes. Obviously, this is like old information. It's like 3 or 4 years ago back then, and so yeah. Rob, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Aiden said, so Scump not only robbed me of 100K, he made it so Warzone can't have big tourneys. Fuck that guy, man.
Damn.
Truth, though. Truth.
I do agree with Ben. I do agree with like, I do think that now that CDL is no longer 20 million buy-in and people aren't upset, I think that opens up the opportunity for maybe some type of like combining together or, you know, allowing Warzone to do its own thing if they allow it and like have crazy prize pools, you know? So again, I don't know how that would work. You know, maybe even we throw a little CDL versus Warzone where you have one Warzone player playing with one CDL player. You have Shotzi and Diaz team up against Hydra and Adrian, and maybe there's a tournament where they show that the scenes could mesh together. Maybe we do a proof of concept. I don't know.
One big land like that.
I don't know.
Like it's half like multi and half Warzone.
You do maybe a map 1 where you map 1 hardpoint, map 2 resurgence kill race, map 3 SND where you do 2v2s.
Let me respond to this. Shini said CDL also has a lot of personalities. I think there's a lot to consider here. Well,
what does that mean?
They built their personality through this league that they have. It's not like these guys were content creators in multiplayer. They were able to go to the CDL and become personalities. Warzone doesn't have that opportunity because you have to create content in order to become a personality. You can't do it through the competitive. I mean, only a couple have, Shifty and them, but we don't have this league that is able to develop these personalities. And I'm not saying that the Warzone side is great at it, but I will say that there are. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the personalities came through the CDL and it wasn't just like this like predetermined thing, in my opinion.
I do think though there's a little bit of bias when it comes to like the whole people like Shanice says that. I completely disagree because Soka has this crazy personality where he talks shit and he goes like insane and says all this stuff, right? People say he's a dickhead. He's like, oh shit. Oh, I don't want to watch something like that. But then you have fucking Scrappy doing the same exact shit on CNN. And people are like, I fucking love Scrappy. Like, right? Like it just, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And again, like, bro, when I see it, Warzone has personalities. Warzone has, bro, Amir has 30,000 fucking viewers. Like the personalities are there. Like, they're there.
I feel like it's the same for the CDL though, because I grew up watching like Optic and FaZe, and they were doing content before it was like this big. But like you got Scumpy, you got like they paved the wave, like it was the same thing. They didn't start with a league. They started with like just MLG, little CMG, and then you just see it Crimsix, like you got those rivalry stories, and that's why, because of the content creation. Like you said, you gotta create that content and throw it out there, and then those were like, okay, people are searching up COD, and then the rest is the personality. I think the fact we're gonna get there at one point when we get that league. So the personality will always be,
I do. I think I don't think we need a league to create the personalities. I just think that saying that there's no personalities in Warzone is crazy. Like, I think there is personalities. I completely disagree with that.
Write a shit on Celium, so I feel like it's just Warzone or CDL any day.
I don't know. These post games might be different if they actually got fines from being in a league.
True.
Oh man, Waylon,
You got
bro.
to a 30-year-old dad who plays Rebirth every day. That's crazy.
Dude, like Waylon, bro. Like Waylon, bro. Waylon's. I love Waylon, man. I love Waylon, bro. I don't know, but again, I do think that the potential is there, right, for a league one day, guys.
It's looking juicy.
We're year two. Right? We're technically year two. One day, it'll get there. One day, it'll get there. And I do think that that's the end goal. Apex has done it. Apex has shown their player count is significantly worse than ours, right? Like significantly worse.
But their competitive scene is crazy.
Yeah. But their whole game is meant for that, right? But the possibility to be there is there. We just need to keep doing. All the competitors need to do their best and do everything that they can to push the scene forward as well. Face cams, content, everything possible, create it, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know about what players already established alongside competing. It's a huge boost. See, why are you not VIP? Hold on, bro. Boys, you can continue the conversation. Give me a second.
No, VIP.
I do like what somebody else also said in chat, though, that I do think has some validity to it, where if you compare it to CDL, when it comes to creating a personality and a brand, like per a match, there are only 8 players that somebody has to actually like care about at one point. We have 140 going on in a tournament. And I can imagine, like, even if you're somebody who's watching all the time, it's really hard to try and keep up with everybody. So you kind of only care about the people at the top rather than the people at the bottom. So are you really incentivized to like want to create a brand if you are these like middle of the pack, lower placing teams all the time, versus even if you're someone going and getting choke slammed in opens all the time, like every single challengers event, there's at least like still eyes on you when you're going up against somebody and a chance to make your name like a little bit more. So it's just something I liked how somebody said that. It kind of came up to me, and I think that's true.
It's two different completely games. I get it.
Yeah.
There needs to be a path to get to, right, the end goal, which again, right now we have, it's not bad. Like, bro, we are talking about, and it's content to think about what the perfect system could be, right? Now, again, some type of league could be the perfect system. Apex has the blueprint for us. Now, I think it's just all about the money, right? It's just all about the money. So, again, the future I do think is bright. If Activision loves the numbers that World Series put up this year, I think next year can only keep improving, right? Shout out to the team at Activision. You know who you are for pushing the competitive scene forward. The amount of tournaments that we've had compared to last year has been insane. Like, bro, night and day. So yeah, man, I really am happy with this year, and I think overall was a great fucking year in my opinion.
Shout out all the orgs that supported players or signed players for the event. That was sick. So thank you guys to all the orgs. I know like Community, there was like a bunch of different orgs that were involved. Cloud9 was there.
Fluffy,
Omit, obviously.
Falcons had 2 teams.
Falcons.
Cloud9, all that.
Fluffy Aimers. I mean, there's a few teams. I mean, it was cool. It was dope.
Fluffy.
No, it was dope.
Yeah.
So that was a huge step forward.
As long as the World Series, like Warzone, does its best to kind of support EWC and push that, I definitely think because of like orgs are like, hey, I got to get into Warzone now because I want a taste of that 8 milli. Next year, you know what I'm saying? Next year, it's going to be even more, right? Like that now means they got to sign players to Warzone. They got to, and then from there, orgs now get into Warzone, and then they go into World Series of Warzone, and then things progress.
Ebatez is like, I'm returning to competition next year.
Coming off the couch.
I love the couch, man. I love the couch.
Oh man, bro. So again, I think we're at the barely infancy stages of all this, and I hope that EWC can go from 1 mil to 3 mil next year or something. Maybe as long as Activision doesn't or allows it to, right? Allows it to be that much. I don't know what the prize pool is going to be for next year for World Series. If there even is going to be one, I assume yes. But you know what I'm saying? So as long as it allows and the scene just continues to grow, I think things are only going to get better. Things are only going to get better, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Side note, just about the event, because one thing we didn't touch on, which we've kind of segued through this part, is the lack of merch. is kind of weird. Remember we even saw the shirt at the desk, Ebatez?
Yeah, we were
of
like,
the dude,
last year, and I was like, damn.
the guy goes, "Oh, this is a shirt they sold at
I didn't know
London." I was like,
Huh?
"What?"
Using last year's?
No, but this year they had done.
Yeah, I
It
didn't know
was
that.
just a booth, a little booth, and that was it.
I'm telling you, man. Come on. We got to do better next year, bro.
I didn't know there was merch last year. Maybe that was because I was so locked in, but I just didn't know.
As an attendee, this year was like,
Well, to be fair, okay, not anybody working there now, but somebody.
We got fuck Ebatez shirt, and we didn't get a single World Series of Warzone shirt.
Look. I think. Let me answer this. Let me answer this. Somebody not currently working there now, so I don't want anybody getting in trouble. But somebody during the meet and greet was like, "Hey, I worked the thing last year," and he was like, "Bro," he's like, they didn't sell any of the merch last year, so they just gave it to all the workers. They gave it for free." And I was like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "There was merch last year?" He was like, "Yeah." So I assume that the reason why they didn't do it this year was because no one bought it last year, which makes sense.
We didn't even know it was on sale.
I didn't even know they were selling them last year.
I mean, somebody dropped the ball. They just left it in a box somewhere and like, oh shit, never mind.
Wow. Maybe somewhere you could see, advertise it.
Yeah, I don't know. No,
I think shirts are like that are cool, especially when people are going around the venue and having like competitor sign shirts.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that'd be fire. Dude, there's so much possibilities to make like a Call of Duty convention where you just have the biggest Call of Duty creators and just do some Warzone tournament, CDL tournament, meet and greets with all the biggest creators. Like, you're telling me if that happened, right? You wouldn't get the big dogs in there that want to just go, even if they're not getting paid. At least I think like that's the opportunity for I don't know, bro.
and I know it's complicated, but maybe when there are more orgs, just the same way the CDL does it in a way where you can go in there and you can buy a jersey from any of them. Obviously, the league gets part of it. I'm sure they can negotiate. Like, obviously, these are complicated things. I'm sure involve a lot of legal or whatever, but it'd be kind of cool to get your jersey of your favorite team, because there was a lot of fire jerseys that these guys were rocking on stage that I would be more than happy to buy because I thought they looked cool, and you could support your team.
That's gas.
Damn.
And they gotta have a little rat plushie, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Somebody put a tweet, and Smix just said it too, where there was like, there's a way for everybody to meet everybody. I forgot who put it out, but it was like
a tweet earlier.
Yeah, it was like
I did see that.
A time and place for all the competitors to go if they want, and it's an official meet and greet for everybody. Like that was cool. I thought this year was fun. It was fun to fucking meet and greets, and to do that with everybody, that'd be really cool. To have like, you know, if anybody wants to, again, there's a gold mine waiting with it, combining CDL and Warzone into one big event, right? And it just if they want to do it or not, because that probably is expensive, you know. But boys, let's get into the last topic, because we have been on podcast for 4 hours. JD, I feel so bad for you to edit this. Fellas,
The hypothetical team.
what next year? We've seen Falcons win out of 41 tournaments, 38, something crazy, right? What teams do you think next year need to form in order to make superstar teams, and in order to make stacked rosters? Because the Falcons, Dia, Shifty, Soka are not going to get any worse next year. Who is a trio that you guys think could potentially be formed that could take them out?
Nobody's gonna take them out. I'll put it straightforward. But I do think a roster that could do really well. I think Dongi, Sage, and Noobs. I think everybody's talking about it. I think that's a team I want to see play together.
Oh,
Dongi, Sage, and Noobs.
that sounds fire.
Hitch, Blake, and George. I think they placed like 39th at World Series. Wait, they might not even call. So Dongi, Sage, and Noobs.
Yup.
Yeah, who's IGL? Noobs?
It don't
Sage?
matter. They're all bro. They don't need an IGL.
I'd probably be Sage again, no? Sage,
That team doesn't
Dongi in
need
the
an
front.
IGL. They're all smart enough to make their own calls. Like I'm telling you, bro. That team would just be fun.
Noobs, the anchor.
Sage could make the calls, I guess, if he wants IGL, but they wouldn't need a set IGL. I'm telling you.
Sage, Aiden, Noobs.
What I will say is
Dongi,
that
Sage, and Noobs.
looking back at some of the stuff, it seems like there's so much room for growth on their top end. I don't know how much better can SSD or Falcons actually get. They are good. and they're about as good as any team can be. And the hard part is like, how much better can they really get? Right?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of room for growth within these teams that aren't at that level. And I think we've seen teams where they got really close, where it could have been like just a matter of one match difference. There's teams that are at those, like, so close to SSD in that a small number, just the Unrational team, Aiden's team, are for sure like in that mix, where like if they could just get it firing on all cylinders, like, and get it going, it could really be that close. I think those are the only two teams currently. Other than that, there's no team you can form that as of today would be even remotely close.
Yeah.
Not to say they can't get
right.
like gains, because it took these teams a while to even close that gap. But realistically, there's no team.
Aiden said
Not on
3
paper.
Texas.
Wait, what? What did he say?
Aiden said 3 Texas.
Oh,
The listen-ins are gonna go crazy.
In Veiled America Reload, that's crazy. That's crazy.
No.
That's a good one that some chatters might not get, but that one's a funny one. Oh yeah.
Honestly, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I generally don't even know what team can be formed. I think you put Dongi in that convo for sure. Like, if you're trying to make another super team, Dongi is that. He better be there as your Slayer. Now, who you add to that roster? This is tough, man. This is tough.
yeah.
Who even is?
Dongi and Smith would be fun as like a little duo, a little bit. Like, I feel like they're both kind of like, they're vocal, but not like hyper vocal, you know? Like, I feel like they'd bounce off each other really well, but could flex in and out of those roles. But I don't know who you put as a third.
Dongi, Sage, and Noobs, man.
That's fire ass team. That's a fire team.
That's the only team I see.
You actually think that
That team would be disgusting, bro.
What about like Gabe, Adrian, and Youngster? Like,
What?
It's an okay team.
what
I
are
think they're
teams?
taking down the Falcons. I think they're
I know
doing
you-
well.
What about you, JGod? I know you got something.
No, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think conceptually you could just write down a team and say there's no way. It's going to take 3 months of time in to have those gains.
I mean,
So,
hey,
like, where they're at right now, no matter how talented or good any players are individually, or you think they would mesh, until they have to actually do it, there's no one conceivable. Like, it's not even fathomable that anyone's going to encroach on that.
They're miles ahead, man. And you got to find a team that you're like,
okay,
mesh well,
And
then
that's
put in that
okay,
work.
because you wouldn't expect anyone to. Even last year when we had the same thing, where before we knew they were a super team, we didn't think anyone was going to compete really against Sage, Biffle, and Shifty. And obviously they shook things up a little bit, but even at that time, we didn't think anyone was. Turned out we were kind of right, because once they got Hisoka, no one really contested it. But
Can any here? Let me ask you this: can any player join that, like, the Warzone scene that could shake shit up? Like, I don't like, bro.
A CDL player.
Like, what CDL players are retiring this year? But even then, like I think it's past, like,
Yeah,
I think it's past.
Really,
Even a CDL player that's retired would come and probably
like,
not.
if Placer came over, like, I don't think it would take time. I just think it would take time. He's obviously talented and, like, smart, but his work ethic's probably really good. Just depends how much he cares.
Yep. I think those things are important, but like, to actually just come in and shake everything up, it'd have to be like a top
It'd have to
5,
be
6
It'd have to be,
player.
like,
Yeah,
Scrap or
there's
Dashy or Pred or Shotzi. I mean, it'd have to be like high.
An Apex player actually is not.
So that's where my brain went, either Apex, or how about somebody who's competed in multiple esports and has done really well? Frosty is really good in Halo, was
Love
okay
Frosty.
in CDL. Halo's not doing too hot lately.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, I saw. Hey, what about Formal, man? He was talking about going back to Black Ops 6.
Formal would be wild, bro.
You see him coming
That
over
would be
to Warzone.
no, not in
he's
a
a grinder.
million years. Not in a million years, bro. I mean, he loved it back in the
like
day,
he
right?
would
But
get up
like,
for like one scrim and be like, "What the fuck is this guy doing? Like, why is he chowing me? Why would you chow that?" And he's gonna play one day and he's gonna be checked. He's like, "Why? I'm never playing this again."
That's hard.
Man, I don't know, bro. I hope.
What's yours, Hector?
I don't have one. I hope somebody can come into the scene and really switch it up. I think Havoc considered it last year.
I like that.
Havoc considered it last year, but his stream was just popping too much. Like
He was
his,
cooking.
his stream was just doing way too good. I'm pretty sure it's still
actually-
doing good. Like
Me,
you know?
him, and Vonbot were gonna play together. And he told me that his multi stuff was cooking.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I would love to see somebody just shake up the scene. Now, who that could be, I don't fucking know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't think there's anybody in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, boys, kind of to wrap it up, there's a lot of players here that are good. I will say that going into this next year, players need to start considering, definitely not Rampage.
Come on.
Players, wait, Shifty, you want to hop on the pod? Is that you said let me in there?
Yeah, what's going on with
Oh,
Illy
yeah.
actually? What's going on with Illy? Is he blacklisted from CDL or like what happened there?
No, he just hasn't played.
All right, get him over to Warzone, bro.
I got
What we
cut,
doing?
Christina.
Wait, the Shifty said let me in there in the podcast,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
do you meant something else?
Yeah, let him in.
Get-
Hey, remember that
get-
time
was
when
it yet?
Hemp and
Bro.
Hook
Oh,
played
he's
and
here.
they got world starred?
All right, let me see. Do I have the scene still? Give me 1 second.
To be fair though, they didn't even like set up any. They were playing
No,
an
they
80
literally played
FOV or
LCQ.
some
It's
shit.
like, all right, cool.
They were like 80 FOV, I think, or something crazy.
Joe said to check Shifty's tweet.
With
What's
independent
Shifty's tweet?
FOV or something on. I don't know.
Damn.
I did see Hook
Uh-oh.
put some work in on somebody around a house, and
Where is it,
Like,
bro?
alright.
Do I have? I can add him. I'm just trying to figure out. I
Hey
know.
Teddy, they didn't qual. Last time I checked, they didn't qual.
Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Where is it?
Yo, Shifty, what CDL player played with you, bro?
There it is.
Oh,
Boom. Figured it out.
there we
Yo,
go.
you got face cam or no? Where is he?
Oh,
He's
so
here.
Shifty.
He's in.
He's in.
Up, champ.
Shifty. I bet this guy hasn't even checked to see if all this shit works. Who's that? What the fuck?
That was me.
dude,
He's stuck? What do you mean he's stuck? Here, let me grab him.
Like loading and shit.
Hello?
There we go.
He's in there. It's just his thing. He doesn't have the webcam activated.
I don't even think his mic's activated. Shit.
Yeah.
JD says he's stuck.
What do you mean? Drag again? I dragged.
Oh, it's loading.
Good.
Oh,
Oh, I can hear you at least.
Yo, Shifty.
What's good, man? What's good?
Come on, come on.
There it is. Oh.
Here we go.
Damn, he's got face cam. Hold on.
Oh, man, he said, get me
You
in
know
there.
me, Hector. I'm listening, man. I've been listening to you, man.
Hey.
Hold on. I'll do you one better. Hold on.
Hold on. He gonna turn on the light too. Oh shit.
no way.
Oh, he's got his
So hold
plates.
up. Let me move these plates real quick.
Joe said, bro's got a tempered vest in the back.
Oh my God.
Hold on, man.
You just need one more plate.
What the fuck going on, man?
Oh,
What the fuck going on?
That's hard. I can't even count.
Oh,
hard as
man.
So what's
Shifty,
up? What
man.
you want to know, man?
What's good, man?
What's the super team? Shifty?
What's good, bro?
There is no fucking super team, bro.
Oh, the second one, bro. Come on.
There is none, bro. Everybody sucks.
No one can form Shifty. You think nobody this year can form that could beat you guys?
No, because there's so many things you got to take into consideration, okay?
All right, tell me.
I probably had one of the mediocre performances of my life, bro. My life. I know exactly why, but it is what it is. But we still won. I played my fucking role. I was motivation. You know, I was a motivation. I was Rampage on that. The Yap sesh. I was Rampage before the games, man. So, nah, they ain't no one, man. They ain't no one, man. There's nobody. Nobody. I'm gonna have 3 of these next year. I'm gonna need like my 3rd leg to hold it up or something. 'Cause
I got you.
I don't got enough hands. You know what I'm saying? I don't got enough fucking hands for this shit, bro.
I got
But
you.
nah. I really don't know. Like, I've heard of some roster changes though. I have heard.
Okay,
I think
well,
they're
you want to tell
I
me?
think
You want
they're
to?
dirt.
Yeah, you're gonna tell us?
Well, which
Yeah.
ones y'all know about? That's the thing. I'm not leaking. I'm not leaking, man.
We heard about Juki's, AJ,
Oh, yeah.
and Vision.
I don't think it's a bad team, but like I don't think that team's beating me, you know.
Okay.
I heard Sage and Noobs are looking for one.
But who's the third though? I heard that too, but who's the third?
It's either
Dongy.
Dongy or fucking, I don't know. It's either Dongy or somebody.
I don't know if Dongy's leaving Irrational.
I don't think he will, but I think he should.
I don't think he will.
I
More
don't think he
because
will,
I feel
but
like
I think he should. I think
he has a
feels
stock
bad.
to. He definitely has the stock to leave.
I just feel like he's gonna feel guilty because I think Scummin and Gary did everything they needed to in order to try and keep him. But
Well, on top of that, I would say that there's enough time where they could see how they if they feel like they have a room for more. There's still going to be more tournaments, especially when the new game comes out. No one
That
even
is true.
knows. No backpacks, game
True.
changer.
True.
No smokes or shitty smokes.
Shitty smokes.
Game changer.
those smokes are horrid, bro.
Omni movement, all
Oh,
that.
yeah, no, it's gonna
wow.
be stay meta for sure. I mean, there's no, those smokes are horrible unless they change it.
So Shifty, I was gonna ask you, right? What change, if any, or what do you see being the format for next year? And just in general, we talked about it a little bit. Like, what do you want to see change from last year to this year, pretty much?
I mean, I think we have the right format. I think like realistically, if you keep it as like the points or whatever, well, we're just gonna like it'll been over, bro. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like that day one shit, it might look like that again. And I think that's what they're trying to stray away from is like knowing the winner before it's over, which is what's cool about match point. Because it's not won until it's won. I just don't know though. I mean, I think we're a good format. I think we have a good format. It's stressful. It's fucking. I think the viewers like it, but I just don't know what 3 players do you all think would actually, on paper, look right.
Look better.
Better than at least second place team and
Right. I mean, I said Dongy needs to be on the roster no matter what we're talking about, right? Now, who joins Dongy? Who do you consider the best? Because Dongy's the Slayer, right? Who would you consider, apart from Soka, the second best IGL? And don't say yourself.
I wouldn't even say Dongy's a Slayer. I think he's like a support fragger. Like he kind of plays an
Kinda like a BIFFLE.
So who's the third best IGLs? Who are you talking about? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
That's the thing is I don't know if there's
who are the IGLs? Who are even IGLs?
I say Sage.
I think Sage is the only one that like.
Okay, Sage could definitely
There really
IGL.
are no IGLs this year. It's kind of like groups. Like I feel like Smith and DJ kind of did their thing together.
Yeah.
A lot of players like
the-
Gary
But like
and Dongy did
next
their thing
year is going to
together.
be so different because it won't be smoke meta.
I know.
That means like you can't
need
get
an
away. Like you can't get away. The IGL, like what? Let's pop 8 smokes. Like that's the IGLing now. Next year you're gonna actually have to be a good IGL, like a great IGL. It won't be like you. I don't think we're gonna be able to get as much shit. This like
There's
this
a lot
year.
of
Next
individuality.
year.
No
Like,
water
you could get
cheese
away-
because
you
it's
could get
Verdansk.
away- You could get away from
Water
individual
cheese.
stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it won't be the backpack shit. Like
They'll probably run water through the map.
yeah, I just don't know. I don't think you're gonna get. Next year, everybody needs to upgrade, especially IGLs. IGLs are gonna have to upgrade for sure. You're not gonna be able to get away from like right now, bro. Like, bro, the fucking World Series we just played was quite literally what I told our team because I was honestly trying to like lock us back into the tournament, and I was trying to tell them, what's going wrong. And the main 3 things I said was we don't have enough utility boxes because we ran out of plates, we're running out of ammo, and we don't have fucking we don't have smokes. Next year, smokes are horrible if they don't change them. So that takes away that factor of like the BS of everyone's in a fucking one-way smoke. Everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at all the end games, bro. Like everyone's just if you're in a bad spot, you're popping the smoke and trying to one-way shit. Like that's gone next year. It's gonna be positioning, which I don't think any other IGL is like really being able to consistently be in like power spots, like Soko's able to put us in. And this is gonna like everyone has to upgrade next year. Everybody has to get better next year because of we won't have as much cheese next year. I mean, we never know. Maybe Stims are gonna make us fucking A train on the map, but I don't know. So we'll see. But I just don't think we have people that good. Dongy did his thing, like give him his flowers, so I definitely thought he was not valid, but that LAN, he was doing his thing.
Aiden brought up a good point. Do you guys
What did I say?
do you guys think that will backpacks introduce more RNG? Or
Yeah,
is it
we're
just
gonna go
more?
back. We're gonna go back to fucking everyone's camping in buildings, and it's gonna be like first zone you loot, and then you're waiting for fifth zone. You're in a building. It's gonna be boring.
If zone pulls, it might. Suck.
Yeah, it's gonna be really like.
You think
That's the
so?
only thing.
I like,
yeah,
I
because
like the smoke nerf, but I wish they made it different for Warzone. Like I wish like the smokes were still okay.
I wish it was just limited amount of
We do
smokes you
need
could
some
carry.
kind of rotation. We do need some kind of rotation. Running. In the
That's
open is
exactly what
just-
I'm saying. You're gonna be caught out and not be able to move.
Unless the map is just beautifully made where you could rotate
Play
anywhere.
buildings, yeah.
There's,
What do
like,
you mean?
actual-
Don't we know what the map already looks
It's
like?
Yeah, I was
dance,
saying,
and it's not a
are we playing
competitive map.
dance?
It's not a competitive map.
like dance was okay, but like not
Trees
great.
behind. Like,
Yeah,
it's not
well,
a
also
very
because there was
competitive
the cars. You had the
Yeah, the cars
the
were
Bertha.
okay.
The Bertha was really good. The heli was really good. Like we don't have a car besides the ATV that you could rotate in spots. So it's like, do we have an OP car that you don't need to use smokes? Do we have
Well,
a
I
heli
think
that you could
those
fucking
are things
rotate?
they'll have
with?
to
Like,
address because those are huge problems with the current vehicles. They're just so awful.
yeah, I mean, I think if they don't do the right changes, and honestly, the smoke should be like good. Smoke should be good, but not. You
Not
shouldn't
what
be
they
able to
are
have
now.
8. You
have
know,
to
you shouldn't
think
have 8 in your
about how you wanna
backpack.
use them. That's the
Yeah.
issue right now is you don't think about it.
Yeah.
We need to go
You don't have to
building A,
plan.
building B. Let me drop.
That's what I'm saying. Like this year was low key so fucking easy because dude, you didn't have to be great. You'll just pop a smoke, and if the other guy's not in a smoke, like you live ping and kill him. Like,
And the year
was-
before that, it had the smokes and the flares.
Yeah.
and I think we had live pings through smoke for a minute too. Like that was a majority of the year.
Oh,
And
now
then they
everything's
changed that,
changing.
though.
So
That's
much
what
is
I'm saying,
changing.
so-
And like, bro, I think that this Total Frenzy's coming up, right? Like the one next week. I don't know if people are going to be starting their roster changes ASAP. But I do think that even when the game comes out, people are going to start to try to implement shit, try shit out, try different teammates, try different things, especially when the integration comes. I don't know when that's going to be. If the game comes out in October, normally it's about 3 to 4 weeks after that. So maybe November, December, like those tournaments then are going to be fucking fire. Or it's going to play completely different. We don't know how that's going to play out. Tell me.
I think if you're looking for people to team with, look for people who are good in Verdansk.
Am I
The
back?
return of TBE. No,
Do
just like
Dude, listen, no. Look for people who were good in Verdansk and that were good with no backpacks. A lot of kids are about to fall off this next year.
Shit.
Wait, that was you,
Really?
Sorry guys, I'm getting
A
off the
lot.
couch, man. I'm
A
getting
lot.
off the
I wanna
couch.
say-
I'm sorry, man.
Oh,
You gotta
Hector,
understand. You
Hector,
gotta
Hector.
understand though. If we
Smoke.
go back to Verdansk,
Come on.
if we have a
One
remap
last
of
ride.
Verdansk, you know, because I'm assuming we're going back, right, to like a not Verdansk, but it'll be like a remap.
Didn't they confirm what
They
part
didn't
it was?
confirm anything. Nope.
They just
They,
said Verdansk.
I think they kind of almost clickbaited because they said the original Verdansk, but I think that was said loosely and probably not definitively meaning the version 1 Verdansk. I don't think that's what they meant. Even though it could have been perceived that way, all they showed was a tweet. They didn't even talk about it on the broadcast, I don't believe.
It honestly depends what kind of map we get. If they try to do like like what we've been doing these past 2 years with like the water and just like, bro, let's just go back to OG shit and let's have a little bit of time on OG shit. Let's do one World Series on Verdansk to cap it off. I think it should be like Fortnite, how they did like the limited shit, right? Because you could play the OG for like a little amount of time, do a couple big fucking tournaments on it, and then let's go to a new map and let's leave it in the fucking past. Almost kind of like a throwback for all the OGs, kind of like like paying homage to the people that like made the game what it is.
Okay,
We go
so
back
then-
for a little bit, have a World Series there, and then we go into a new map.
Okay, so
Well, to
my
be
question
fair,
is,
we kind of go back for 8 months because the next map would realistically
8
drop.
months.
Well, I don't know because if we get the new map, it's supposed to be Avalon.
Again.
That's the leak.
Yeah, we're getting lazy, JGod. Come on, man. 8
Hey,
months
hey,
of
hey,
dance
hey,
again. Come on, bro.
okay, hear me out. So when it comes to
Damn.
this, Shifty, you're saying even the movement go back?
No. I
Just
mean,
map.
like, map. Like, give us the OG map, right? With all the, bro, I have a big issue too with the guns. Like, we need to stop bringing in every fucking gun into new war zones. Like, it's just boring.
So many guns,
Hopefully, we
yeah.
get Verdansk metas back. Not necessarily the guns, but just the way that it used to be, where there's like 3 good ARs, 3 good subs. You have an LMG throw in there. Like,
I feel like that's going to be that way.
I hope that's what they're trying to do. Like, if we're gonna go back, let's go all the way back in terms of like the metas. We're not just SDG static. That's it. Okay, that gun, that it. Like, bro, Verdansk was fun, bro. You had a lot of good guns. People had different playstyles. To which you had your anchors are using LMGs. You had your slayers in front with the EM2. Like, you had a lot of fucking guns to use. So I hope they do it right. But I do think that like if you're a team that's looking to upgrade, I wouldn't I would be looking at some of the OGs for sure that are still shooting. You know what I mean? Like, look at your Tommy, bro. Like I probably knows everything about that shit. You know, instead of like trusting a new IGL, trust someone that's kind of already done it on that map.
What about Husky? What about Husky? You know, he won over there, and now he's getting a buff technically in World Series. The Wolf, Evan was arguably the best IGL back in the day.
Kills in World Series 1.
I mean, it'd be cool, bro, to see some of these OGs like
rated.
If they go back to that map, are they still the same guy, or is it really the new generation just here, man? And
I like that.
I don't know. I think it could be fun. I also hope they do some like. There's so many ideas with it, bro. What if we did OG teams against some new fucking teams?
I'm back.
You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like, would that not be fun, bro? Like,
spin out turning. Yeah.
You know, like there's some cool shit. Like you do old duos versus new duos. Get D and Evan versus me and Zoka.
Oh,
this is some fun shit, bro. Let's do like.
You just want free money, bro. You just want free money, man.
Oh, you want me to look at it? Oh, so what do you say about the Wolf?
You know what Shifty wants to do, bro? He wants to beat all those guys on their map on the old duos, just to be like, yeah, I beat you. Like I beat you back then, and I beat you now.
Whooping that ass, boy. Whooping that booty.
It's like what he couldn't do back then, because it just, you know, yeah. Look at
I'm old now, man. I'm older now. You know what I'm saying? I was 17, just waiting.
Yeah, it's not.
But no, I think it'll be cool. I don't know. I want to see the impact that the OG players have when they go back. Are they actually still the same? Is it less now because maybe they're washed a little bit, or do they go back to that map and we see like, oh my god, like they know this map, they're good, or do we just see the new guys like you know the donkeys? You have a Gabe coming up, like all these other kids that are coming up. Are they just gonna fucking go crazy? But my team's on top still, bro. Like. Yeah, I don't think we're losing. Like, nah, I don't think so. We got D, who fucking ran that map, and Soko's, you know, he's in his era right now, boy. His era of just reaping.
Hey, don't forget, Rising Stars of Warzone, baby.
Rising Stars, come on, stop playing with me, man. Triple S, that was really where Triple S started, bro. If you don't understand that, when we came in as Triple S, we actually were on that takeover, and then I hopped into Bertha for 2 seconds, and I got forfeited, bro.
I remember that.
Like, come on, bro. But nah, I don't know. I think it'll be fun. For dance, I hope they do it right. Please, I will say, bro, multiple guns and metas. The one gun meta is horrible. For dance was so fun because of that, bro. Like,
yeah,
even when we had the DMR, you had the AUG. Both really OP fucking guns. You had like 3 really good OP guns and metas. You had your Growl, your M4. Like, bro, look, can we get a gun that's good? Like, M4s are like fun to use. That's like OG shit. Like,
damn, that record by P Dog and them with the that shit was fire.
Like, come on, bro. We could really go back. So we might even see OP Mark in them. You know what I'm saying? Go crazy. I really want the OG heli back though. Like,
dude, they gotta give us the OG vehicles back.
Vehicles are so bad.
OG vehicles in general.
I hope they tweet something about that because we know it's awful. Everyone knows it's awful.
Awful for a bit out there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm champ now, so I can say what I want.
Keep the electric vehicle, right? Keep the electric vehicle and add it to it.
I'll tell you, I think for dance, you got away with no smokes because every car was really good. Your heli was really good. And stims were very good. So, and we didn't just have these like boring metas where you're getting fucking 2-tapped all the time. And we had some of those. But it was just fun, bro. The game was always fun. Like, and I was playing that game out of pure passion for dance. It was like, I wasn't anything. I was playing for dollars. Like, I could play that game for 12 hours every fucking day, make 17 cents, and I had a great day. Like,
oh yeah.
Well,
and
Omni
double
also is gonna let you like get bailed out like a little bit more too, right?
Yeah.
Having Omni
Stims
movement
with that might be crazy.
The map, like Stims plus Omni movement, like if that's like a thing,
damn,
it's gonna be wild.
Yeah, it might go crazy.
He can be holding people hostage, bro.
Nah, I'm about to hold fucking TVE hostage, bro.
Say we're better. Say we're.
Dude, I'm gonna hold Joe from behind, bro, and just whisper in his fucking ear, bro.
That is.
I think it'll be cool though. I'm not gonna lie. I think it'll be cool, but I want to know the experience, how that's gonna play into it. That's what I think about, you know. But I mean, there's definitely some new players who are really good. I don't think Donkey leaves his team out of loyalty, but if he wanted to, he definitely has the stock to do it. But who does he leave for? You just got second, so now you're leaving for third and below. Doesn't really make sense.
But remember, you did say
people.
You did say that if you got second, there's no way you're gonna play with that team again, right? So do you think Dong and them do you think that's as good as that team can get?
I don't think people think like me. I don't think people would have the balls to drop their fucking championship teammate.
Shifty, if you got second in LAN this year, you're staying with Shifty with Soka and BIFFLE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That team. But that's different though, because that's like, if we got second, like, God must have just wanted it to happen. Like,
He says you need to be humbled real quick.
like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see a world where I would leave who I think are the two greatest players in their role. I think I would have got dropped before I left them. Like, there's no way. There's no way. Soka's the best IGO of all time. Deed's probably the best fucking player of all time. Like, that means I'm the one that's on the chopping block, brother.
To be fair,
you be fragging, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the
the stats didn't show what I did that tournament, but I definitely did not feel great. I was on, I did not have a great weekend in preparation for my sleep and shit. Like, Hector, you know more in detail, but yeah, I did my best, I think. But I do think where I came in clutch was nothing on the map. It was more of just keeping us fucking locked and feeling, like we're gonna win. And I think when they heard me speak that game 5 going to game 6, like that's where shit changed. Yeah. So, we found a way to win.
You'll see it on the doc, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, the doc's gonna be crazy. Hopefully, I told Chauncey he's got to put that in because that's really where I felt like I did my best work was keeping those guys like mentally in because we were playing really fucking bad. Really
that's what
fucking
I'm saying,
bad.
bro. Like you can have a team where like they don't have anybody like that to like get their vibes back up. They're already chalked for the day, bro. Like stuff like that is very important, man.
I wasn't BSing them either.
Yeah, I love that, bro.
I'm not the guy who's like, yay, we're gonna win. No, I'm gonna tell you we're getting fucking shit on, but like now, I was like, now or never. Like, lock it. Like, let's go. Like, it's time. Yeah. And I think when they hear me speak, they know. When they hear me speak, they know why I'm doing that, and it gets them going, and it was great. But
look, man,
I didn't have like the stats I wanted, but fuck it, we won.
Hey, you guys fucking won. Look, man, I think kind of to wrap the whole pod up, Ebatez has to go to bed, Mr. Mimi's over there. But look, man, the World Series was fucking unreal. It was, I thought, incredibly fun. I'm happy to hear that the numbers were solid across the board. My 2 cents or closing statement is next year, smaller arena to pack it up. I'm pretty sure we had more in attendance this year than last year. Only thing is last year was like 2,000, 3,000 seats. This year was like 9,000 or whatever. So I'm pretty sure. That's not fact checked though. But that's the only thing is last year. Or I hope that they make the arena smaller and just pack that bitch out.
So let us know earlier where the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Like, brother, like we knew what April that was gonna be in London. People could like take care of flights, and people knew like, okay, it's 5-6 months away. Like, bro, you can't be announcing this shit a month out.
Come on, what is that?
Even to the players, bro. Like, you know what that? You know the Palms and Aria cost it, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, brother. We get some months in advance.
That's the biggest thing.
A lot of people didn't go though. I think because a lot of people said they would have gone. It was just they couldn't get work. There was too much money at that time. Like, they got to take that into consideration. You want a filled out, packed arena? Well, then try to get it to filled up. And
I couldn't believe
you
you
the
said
time.
they were disappointed with the attendance.
Did they say that?
Oh yeah.
No, that's what you said. You said they told you that they were disappointed.
Oh, he's leaking.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you're leaking.
Oh, did you say it? Somebody said it.
Oh, he's
My
leaking.
bad, my
I
bad.
talked to some people and they said,
Dan said it.
they thought that they thought it was going to be more.
Wait, Dan.
I don't know why they expected that.
Was it less than last year?
I'm pretty certain this was less than
There is no way.
It was like 1,500 people.
Bro, last year you actually had like the stands were pretty filled.
There was like 3K last year.
Huh?
Yeah,
We had like 3 or 4K
We had
last
like
year.
2,500, 3,000 last year.
Also, there was nobody on the floor because there was no floor in London. It was literally just
That
the
is
stands.
true.
Oh, I see.
Bro,
I see.
I swear, I felt like last year was less.
I think
I
they
feel
were
like this
it was
arena
louder.
was
It was
way
louder
bigger.
this year.
It was deceptively bigger than I think people are remembering it for.
No way, bro.
I think it's because people were like actually cheering this year. Like last year, it wasn't like that. Like, it was on the EU team that was really getting, like, showing love.
Maybe that's why, because I was on the watch party. I could actually hear the crowd this year.
You were way closer to that crowd last year.
Yeah.
Maybe because last year I was like, I thought the crowd was like not as hype as I expected it to be.
No, the crowd
This
last year
year
wasn't that hype. I
this
agree, but
year-
there was more people.
You think so? Okay, maybe I'm faded. Maybe I'm faded.
Wow.
But it's probably because the people that actually wanted to be there were there because, but with a month out, people weren't able to prep. So like if they were actually there, they were going to have a great. They spent money. They spent a lot of fucking money to be there. They were showing out. They were loud. Like Hey, we heard it every time we got wiped. We fucking heard it. Like people were cheering for that shit. Last year, I think a lot of people could go, and it wasn't like the only people that were there were the ones who really.
It was very expensive. It was incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
There's
Joe,
no way they kept that
Joe,
in mind, too.
my faded Joe. I feel like this year was more than last year. I mean,
To Goja's point, they had crowd mics this year. We didn't have crowd mics last year.
What the fuck is that?
Oh.
So they're mics that you intersperse throughout the basically the venue. So that way, as people are cheering, you're picking it up and it gets piped back on into the venue. So it sounds like it's really loud. We didn't have that last year. So last year when you would hear it, even if you go back, when Goj and I were talking about this, if you go listen on broadcast, there were times where we knew people were getting fucking loud in the venue. You go listen to it on broadcast and you don't hear anything. Like you barely hear. Goj is like losing his mind at like some sick play, and in the venue you were like, oh my god, and then you like watch it back and it's just like, woo.
Yeah, I think one of the games. I think one of the games. I think I said, I think Dong and them got wiped because they were super loud off the rip. So I thought like, maybe Stu and them won the fight because I heard it with the headset and everything on. I was like, okay, someone that was in the top 3, top 4 died, and I think it was like the last game or something like that.
Yeah, not to mention is.
I feel like it was pretty noticeable too, where we would react, because there was like the delay.
Yeah.
I feel like that happened
so
a lot this
That
year,
was so hard.
where they would cheer and we'd look back like, "Well, what the fuck happened? Let's go to main broadcast."
Yeah.
Though, I think,
But I don't feel like we did that at all in London.
Yeah, I wonder was last year like
1-1, huh?
was last year like 1-1?
It felt like it.
I don't remember. Yeah, I remember being that delayed.
But you know what I mean? That part of the couch did not feel the same.
Bro, I never got my one more game chant, bro.
I know, that would have been so sick. It's all Shifty's
ready.
fault. No,
I was ready for it, man.
you know what we should have transitioned to? One more year. One more year.
We should have. That's what
Nah, listen, Hector, we had fucking 5 horrible games, bro. That was not giving you another one. Bro. There's no way.
Man, bro.
Hey,
I'm actually curious. I hope they come out with like stats. Because me and Joe are thinking the same thing. Because from what I remember, the crowd was like hella quiet last year.
Yeah, the crowd. I think the crowd was quiet, but there was more people, and then
They were
the only
densely packed, I think,
The
though,
only time you
too.
heard the crowd in London was when Juki's won that map 4.
Yeah.
I would say everybody
time I got
was
lit.
fucking cheering like crazy when Falcons got wiped.
Yeah, we knew. I'm not gonna. lie.
Oh.
We knew.
We heard it every time. Because every time I got wiped, I'd take off the headset, and I was
Dude,
like,
and it was
"Yeej."
like by like game like 5 and 6. It was like at first it was like you just be like woo, and then 5 or 6 you guys get wiped. Everybody was freaking the fuck out. It was awesome. It was. Because
were.
It was the first time because it's like you spent the entire year. Everybody was getting loud. Like you guys would get the easiest fucking kill ever. Somebody hand gifted it to you, and everybody would lose their minds. And now finally it was like, oh, people are like kind of like holding a candle to you, and people were excited for it. I thought that was cool. That like
It'll be fire.
it was like the scene gave a shit enough to like want to like get behind you as like a villain, and I thought that was.
I just really do think it was because the people that were in Vegas, they made that shit happen because it was expensive. It was very last minute. Like a lot of people that I talked to, it was just like they spent a fucking bag to be there. They were gonna have the best fucking weekend of their life. But I do think, bro, Verdansk World Series land, bro, when they drop Verdansk, please give us a schedule. Please and let's sell out a fucking arena, bro. Like let's actually try. Because that would be so fucking dope, and I think it would pay good homage to where the games come from.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like 4 or 5 years ago. It'll be what, 5 years at that point, like around that time.
5 years. It's the
Like,
exact 5 years. That's
It'll
the
be
point.
insane, bro. Like
And
it'd
then,
be
like-
insane. Of all the OGs, hopefully all the OGs make it, and it's like a big thing of they're back on their map.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like it could be a good full circle event, but they have to do it right. You cannot announce it. You can't let us know a month. I mean, we didn't even know where it was, bro.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I found out
saying,
at
bro.
Champs.
Yeah, like bro, we found what technically a month and a half, 2 months. Yeah, a month and a half ago.
Champs, July 14th.
So 2 months,
Almost 2 months.
but it wasn't public
It
until
wasn't public until
a month before.
month and a half about.
Like, come on, bro. And not even like it's in Wisconsin. Like, no, bro, it's in Vegas.
It's in Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about $500 a night. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
I swear I didn't know, Chad. I didn't know, man.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Money.
No.
Yo, but I mean, what about for like Verdansk? Like they get Bruce Buffer and they do like walk-on entrance. I'll be dead. Let's get. We got the Falcons.
Conor McGregor walks out with us because we're the fucking the double
Two
champs.
times,
Do what
the
the fuck
two
they
times.
want.
It was announced July 29th A month and a half, bro. That's
Even that little, yeah, like low key, that's exactly 6 weeks, huh?
tough.
Hey,
I mean, I think they can't be upset. They did it to themselves.
I agree. That's what I said.
But Verdansk, but now everyone loves a good bounce back. So do it right for Verdansk. Pay homage. They were probably the most viewed fucking anything going back to the OG like Fortnite did. They had the most concurrent players ever. And then they used that though to like bring it into their new season. So
Yep.
do that with Verdansk and let's go into after Verdansk with a fucking boom again and do it right.
all I'm gonna say is
I
this,
like that.
and I'm gonna end on this. Next year, they got to do it right. Verdansk comes back. You cannot fuck this up. 150 players, make it happen.
Oh,
Hopefully, 2 lands.
$2 million.
We're in a
$2
good
million.
spot. We're in a good spot. Just keep it going.
Hey, we need it. All right, guys. Closing
Appreciate
thoughts. Closing thoughts.
With qualifiers on land.
I mean,
Closing thoughts. I mean, bro, I'm grateful for the year that we had. I think that the event itself was a W, huge upgrade from last year. I know I talk about a lot of the, how do we push it forward? How do we keep pushing the boundaries and doing more and more and more? But I do think that this was a huge step up from last year. I don't know, man. It was dope. I'm getting super tired. Sorry if I'm like kind of.
Good.
Oh, I will give a side note for when it comes to trophies. Those types of things are cool, but I like the idea of rings. I think rings should be something. Could imagine he could do his, Brady type shit in a couple years.
Can't hold 3 of
No,
these, JGod.
but regardless, I think they should go back and grandfather rings too to previous winners.
Yeah.
For Warzone, just going back, whoever. But overall, that should be a thing.
Yeah, I think the plates. I'm sorry. I love you guys. I know you're in here, Adam. I'm sorry. I think the plates are whack.
Yeah, kind of corny.
These are.
I think they are good for what they are, but I think the ring it would be more meaningful to a player.
A ring would be so much more fire.
bracelet.
No.
necklace.
A
Okay,
ring.
never mind.
A ring.
Ring.
I feel like they're kind of Shifty. Do you think they're kind of whack?
They're cool, but like I want to be able to wear it. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to pull up
necklace.
to when I go defend my crown and have the fucking rings on me. You know what I mean?
Oh, a crown.
Like look.
I ain't pulling up with this, bro.
Like look, if they're not, I think if they're not allowed to keep the trophy because they're gonna keep it as like they're gonna write the names of every single team that won and they're just gonna keep adding the names to that. If they're not gonna be able to keep the trophy, that plate's cool, but I think a ring, well, like at least I Shifty, you let me know if they don't let you keep the trophy, which they're not, right? But like, do you think like would a ring make it? Like
A ring would make it all good, bro. I've been asking for a ring since last year.
okay.
I like Joe's idea. A watch would also be sick.
A watch. I just think the ring is so
but
so
I like the idea
integrated.
of a ring.
It's iconic.
It's so iconic in the Call of Duty space. Like, you know, we talk about rings, like that should be dope, bro.
fire.
Should be dope, bro.
Yeah, instead of plates, you got 2 plates, bro.
Yeah. You better hope they grandfather you a ring, Fobbs. But guys, we appreciate you guys, everybody at home. Thank you guys for tuning into the Pullze Check podcast. If you stayed here for all of the 4 hours and 45 minutes, you are a real one, man. We'll talk to you guys later, man. We'll catch you guys in the next one. There will be one soon, probably tomorrow or the next day. I'm not too sure. But we appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the Pullze Check podcast, baby. I will catch you guys later, baby. Peace.
Going for the 3, baby. Going for the 3.
Come on.